playing as Tathagata in Marvel, I suppressed Thanos for 500 years. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. 176. Chapter 175, Take It In. 176. Chapter 175, Pocket 20240913 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 175, Pocket. Don't be nervous, Dormammu soothed. I simply wish to cooperate with you. You possess great power, and mine can free you from the constraints of time. I hope you will accept the power I offer you. Together, we can rule the universe. Dormammu's alluring voice echoed in Hila's ears. But Hila always viewed the dark forces as her appendages. She knew that if she allowed them to dominate, she would become Dormammu's slave. Therefore, she firmly rejected Dormammu's proposal, choosing to conquer other worlds with her own strength rather than become someone else's puppet. Hela traveled through space from the dark dimension and returned to Asgard. King of the gods, welcome back. Heimdall bowed deeply within the temple, expressing his respect. I have seen through Dormammu's wishful thinking and rejected it. Hela sat upright on the throne, her cold face filled with thoughts. She gazed at Heimdall and inquired, "You have been monitoring the 9 realms. How well do you know the power of the Chinese gods? How do they compare to mine? Are they worthy of my personal intervention?" Heimdall paused before responding, "My king, we are Asgardians first, and gods only then." Hela understood Heimdall's implication. The power of the Chinese gods should not be underestimated. They are a strange race I have never encountered, Heimdall elaborated. They claim to be descendants of gods and humans, yet their power is astonishingly great. I don't know whether the ancestors of the Blue Star humans possessed extraordinary powers, or whether the power of the Chinese gods is so great that even after combining with humans, they can still give rise to such powerful gods. The 2 princes are currently on Blue Star. They have delivered the message as you instructed. I hope the King of the Gods will patiently await the restoration of the Rainbow Bridge. Hela reclined lazily on her throne, her eyes gleaming with ambition. I need the Infinity Stones, and Blue Planet holds the most, so Blue Planet is where I must go. She seemed to mutter to herself, then opened her eyes and issued an order. Heimdall, as soon as the Bifrost is repaired, immediately send Surtur and the Eternal Flame to Blue Planet. She intended to use Surtur to test the strength of the Chinese gods. Since both Dormammu and Heimdall feared the Chinese gods, Dormammu would surely not act rashly. In her vault, she had seen the head of Surtur, temporarily defeated by Thor. Surtur, combined with the Eternal Flame, foreshadowed the coming of Ragnarok. Originally, this prophecy targeted the gods of Asgard, but sending Surtur and the Eternal Flame to Blue Planet might have unexpected consequences. After all, there were Chinese gods on Blue Planet. Even if they were eliminated or sealed away, they would at least offer a glimpse of their power. As you command, Lord of the Gods, all is as you wish, Heimdall replied respectfully. Hello, Professor Lin Feng. My name is Hashimoto Huanayu. Nice to meet you. A pretty young woman followed Chen Haitian to Lin Feng's villa in the early morning sunshine. Hello, Miss Huanayu, Lin Feng said, offering her a gentle handshake. Lin Feng, aren't 365 reactors too many? And without a cooling system, if we leak ichors, the consequences will be disastrous. Iron Man Thor hurried in, blueprints and maps in hand. You know, nuclear fusion is difficult to control. A cooling system is essential. We can't sacrifice safety for cost. I suggest reducing the number of reactors from 365 to 50, and also reducing their size. Thor, the number and size of the reactors are carefully calculated and cannot be changed. If you had your way, there would be no need for me to go to all this trouble, Lin Feng replied impatiently. The task was already daunting and time-sensitive, with only 1 month to complete. Lin Feng chose Thor as chief designer because he fully understood the difficulty of the task. I'm done with this role as chief designer. Thor threw the blueprints to the ground, clearly displeased with Lin Feng's request. He had always had a hot temper and was incredibly confident in his abilities. But Lin Feng's demands were simply unacceptable. He could guarantee the quantity and quality, but the nuclear reactor lacked a cooling system, and with such a high power output, a leak would have uncontrollable consequences. Don't worry about the cooling, just ensure a constant and stable energy supply, Lin Feng said with a smile as Thor retreated. This is the request of the Demon Emperor. Are you trying to reason with the gods, Demon Emperor? Thor paused, turned, his face bewildered. Why would the gods build something like this? Is it some kind of ritual? Complete this task, and I'll ask the gods to help you resolve the problem in your chest. But I must emphasize that the power must be extremely high, ideally exceeding the energy of a solar explosion. Lin Feng threw out the bait, and Thor's brows raised. The reactor in his chest had been causing him harm. A solution would save him a lot of trouble. It's a deal. Thor turned, picked up the blueprints and maps, and left confidently. Lin Feng bid Thor farewell, then welcomed Chen Haitian and Hashimoto Kanayu. Tea, please. What brings you here? Lin Feng asked politely, gently placing the teacup in front of them. I was only responsible for bringing Miss Kanayu here. She said she had something to give you. Chen Haitian skillfully turned the conversation to Hashimoto Kanayu. Hashimoto Kanayu pulled a USB drive from her Louis Vuitton handbag and slowly began, regarding the U.S. threat to Sakura country. We in Sakura country never intended to offend you, but we were helpless, she said, placing the USB drive on the table. After hearing this, Lin Feng had a general understanding of the situation. No wonder the official attitude of Sakura country was so ambiguous, maintaining contact with Chinese officials while also criticizing Lin Feng. Just to deliver this, why come here in person? I'm afraid there's something else going on. Lin Feng turned his gaze to Chen Haitian, his tone speculative. Haha. Professor Lin is truly brilliant. This matter is indeed closely related to your earlier plan, Chen Haitian replied with a smile. Earlier, Lin Feng had openly demonstrated his ability to communicate with the gods, even seeking divine blessings for others. This had made Chen Haitian envious and Hashimoto Kanayu deeply shocked. Many of the locations you marked are located in other countries. While many countries are willing to provide assistance, the United States and its neighboring countries are opposed. Therefore, the number may be reduced by over 100. Chen Haitian took a sip of tea and said with a gloomy face. Lin Feng nodded. This was within his expectations. After all, no one wanted to build such a dangerous thing on their own land. Even in the name of the gods. However, since they chose to refuse, they would be the only ones to suffer in the future when they needed it. Miss Huanayu, are you here just to give me a USB drive and clarify the facts? Lin Feng looked at the beautiful woman, wondering secretly. I'm here on behalf of the Prime Minister. I hope Lord Lin Feng can let bygones be bygones. Hashimoto Huanayu stood up and knelt respectfully on the ground. With her head bowed, she continued, Sakura country will fully cooperate with your plan. In addition, we also hope that China can send troops to prevent the United States from destroying Sakura country and to prevent the United States from controlling Rope Island as much as possible. This last sentence was her true request. Lin Feng knew that the United States had a military base on Rope Island, which was like her hand tightly grasping the lifeblood of Sakura country. The United States has announced military exercises in the waters of Sakura country, and Rope Island will deploy an aircraft carrier fleet. Chen Haitian revealed the latest information. Officially, they say these are military exercises, but in reality, they're just a show of force against Sakura country. Sakura country wants to get closer to China, which the United States doesn't want to see. There are also different opinions within the country on this matter. The commander would like to hear your opinion. After contacting Hashimoto Kanzuki, Chen Haitian understood Sakura country's true intentions. The United States was using military exercises as a pretext to pressure Sakura country, potentially resulting in casualties. Sakura country's request for assistance from China was undoubtedly seeking aid and support. You've been so compliant, why are you still being sanctioned? Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. The agents who attempted to harm you last time were from Sakura country, yet the US is shifting all the blame onto Sakura country. Chen Haitian sneered, saying, this move aims to both strain relations between China and Sakura country and deter them. It's killing two birds with one stone. This is also the reason for the disagreement among the top brass. Some believe it's a US conspiracy, while others believe it's a Sakura country scheme. You're the cause of this, so the higher-ups want to hear your opinion. Of course, there's another important factor. Lin Feng's attitude, to some extent, represents the will of the gods. Lin Feng's current status is enough to influence major national decisions. Professor Lin Feng, I solemnly declare that my country has never sent any assassins. This is completely against our interests, and we are not the kind of people who would be ungrateful. Hashimoto Kanayu felt a chill in her heart as she listened to Chen Haitian's words. She had originally had a high opinion of Lin Feng's status, but now it seemed she had underestimated his influence. Koizumi Rikuro had clearly sent her with careful consideration. This time, she had to admit, it was a brilliant move. A distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. Lin Feng glanced at Hashimoto Kanayu and said to Chen Haitian. I understand. Chen Haitian nodded and replied, I'll report your attitude to the higher-ups right away. With that, Chen Haitian went out to make a phone call. Lin Feng gestured for Hashimoto Kanayu to stand. Hashimoto Kanayu sat trembling on the sofa, occasionally stealing glances at Lin Feng. She was nervous and shy. Because they had a trade in their bones, they admired the strong and despised the weak. You were sent by the Prime Minister of Sakura country. You shouldn't just be delivering a message, right? Isn't there some honey trap or something? Lin Feng teased. That's probably a common tactic used by spies. Hashimoto Kanayu's face darkened, and she tried to kneel again. If you kneel again, get out. We Chinese don't like to kneel so easily, Lin Feng said coldly. Hashimoto Kanayu looked torn. They always had to kneel when admitting their mistakes. They couldn't just sit and admit their mistakes. She was not originally a secret agent, but just a secretary, and she was somewhat surprised by such a task. You don't act like an agent, but you are doing the work of an agent. Is there no one in your Sakura country? Lin Feng sneered. In that case, why not just incorporate you into my Chinese territory, establish the Sakura province, and divide your several places into cities? I can convince the upper echelons of China. What do you think about taking over the entire Sakura country within a month, you bastard? Hashimoto Huanayu blushed, stood up and shouted, how can Sakura country become a vassal state of China? Then why should we help you? Lin Feng sneered. How about this? I propose to help the United States occupy Sakura country first, and then send troops to defeat the United States, so that it will be justified. You are shameless. Tears welled up in Hashimoto Huanayu's big eyes, staring at Lin Feng intently, gritting his teeth and saying, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Your Sakura country also invaded China. Have you forgotten? Lin Feng asked back. And now you haven't acknowledged that history. That's your slander. We saved you from the quagmire of the old society, Hashimoto Huanayu argued. Is this why you hate us? History isn't what you Chinese write. That's your way of covering up your weakness. Those Chinese veterans are still alive, and your civilian veterans are repenting, but your official stance keeps changing. Haven't you ever thought about why? Lin Feng's words left Hashimoto Kanayu somewhat bewildered. All of this can be explained, she said stubbornly. Aggression is aggression, there's no other explanation. Lin Feng shook his head and said, you're afraid of atonement, and don't want your descendants to live with a sense of disapproval of your own people and country. But the more you do this, the more you expose your limitations. Admitting mistakes and making amends is the path to a win-win situation for China and the Sakura country. He looked at Hashimoto Kanayu solemnly and said, tell Koizumi that China will help him this time, even the Chinese gods will appear. Let him show the right attitude and tell him about our conversation. He understands what he should do. China has no interest in aggression, we always yearn for peace. Lin Feng had just finished speaking when Chen Haitian returned. The higher-ups are preparing to deploy aircraft carriers, but our naval power is nothing compared to the U.S. fleet, Chen Haitian said with some embarrassment. Lin Feng understood what he meant. On that day, a god will appear, Chen Haitian smiled. Hashimoto Kanayu couldn't help but feel a little surprised at Lin Feng's words. Her biggest feeling since coming here was that Lin Feng seemed like a being who could summon a god at any time. A god that others could not see. Yet Lin Feng could appear at any time. 177. Chapter 176 Cheers to Celebrate. 177. Chapter 176 Cheers to Celebration 2024-09-14 Author, Good Monster Chapter 176 Cheers to Celebration. This is China, the cradle of the gods. Del, we should seek an alliance with the Chinese gods. A muscular Western man with a sturdy build, fair skin, and muscles like a coiled dragon suggested to the slender woman beside him. The woman had a delicate, oval face, with a touch of the charm of a Chinese minority. I understand, Meng Li, we need to find Lin Feng. Only he knows how to contact the Chinese gods. Del tied her long black hair into a ponytail, her eyes scanning the bustling streets. We'll need to use magic to find him. Mortals won't refuse a royal request. Meng Li's voice was low, revealing pride. Del's hands gleamed with delight. Controlling mortals is easy, she appeared relaxed. The latest news, Professor Lin Feng has reported, the evil god Dormammu, who appeared in Sakura country, has been defeated by the demon Emperor Jun. Professor Lin Feng was assassinated while in the United States at his invitation, and the assassin was apprehended on the spot. The U.S. government has officially stated that it has nothing to do with this matter. The assassin is Yamamoto Najiroku, a Sakura country native. This incident is being viewed as a provocation by Sakura country. Chinese officials have stated that they will conduct a thorough investigation. Professor Lin Feng is safe and sound and arrived in China at 7 a.m. Now for the domestic news, the two watched the message on the high-rise screen and learned that Lin Feng had returned to his villa in Xiangjiang City. They quickly arrived outside Lin Feng's villa in Xiangjiang City, just as Chen Haitian and Hashimoto Kanai were leaving. I used dark magic to transform us into these two people. Going in shouldn't arouse suspicion, Del said, wielding his dark magic, and a black mist enveloped the two. The mist dissipated, revealing Chen Haitian and Hashimoto Kanai once again. Once inside, ask how to contact the Chinese gods. You guard the door, Del, as Hashimoto Kanai instructed Mengli. Okay, Monli's voice remained the same, slightly irritating Del imitating that person's voice just now. Can you frost giants use your brains? Otherwise, the Asgardians wouldn't have taken the artifact, Del scolded Monli, but Monli simply scratched his head and smiled innocently. The two entered the house. Lin Feng sat on the sofa, absorbed in studying the river map and Luo Shu. Mr. Lin Feng, Hashimoto Huanayu said coldly. I just thought of something while I was out, and I thought I'd ask. Okay, tell me. Lin Feng raised his head, leaning back on the sofa, and watched the two return. I want you to tell me how to contact the Chinese gods. As he spoke, a trace of dark magic in Del's hand quietly penetrated Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng sensed the magic, but didn't dodge. It was just a simple wisp of energy, perhaps effective on mortals, but to him, it was harmless. Interesting thing. Hashimoto Huanai wouldn't be able to pull that kind of trick. You must be other life forms. Lin Feng pinched the river map and Luo Shu, and the magic surrounding the two instantly dissipated. Del, I can see through you. Magic. Monli returned to his original form, the frost giant's massive frame condensed to 2 meters. Del, in turn, revealed a voluptuous figure, long, pointed elven ears, and a tight black outfit, revealing his identity as a dark elf. You're no ordinary mortal. Del observed warily. A mortal who can communicate with the gods is naturally extraordinary. Lin Feng shrugged. Just tell me your purpose. I don't have time for your tricks. If I'm not mistaken, the frost giants and the dark elves are both life forms not far from the blue planet. You want to see the Chinese gods? You must be in some trouble. Am I right? Lin Feng's words hit the nail on the head. Del, this mortal knows everything, Monli said bluntly. Shut up, idiot. This will take away our initiative. Del's expression changed slightly. Dark elves weren't as straightforward as frost giants. They were resourceful, otherwise they wouldn't have been targeted by the Asgardians and nearly wiped out thousands of years ago. Mortal, you have no right to show off before the noble dark elf royal family. Tell me everything you know. Del, disinterested in friendly conversation, swung her hands in a flamboyant gesture. What? She tried to cast her magic again, only to find it had no effect. It's useless. Magic is forbidden here. All energy, except for ordinary creatures, has been drained. Relying on external forces is impossible, Lin Feng scoffed. Since the gods have chosen me, they will naturally protect me. You arrogant fellows, even on the brink of extinction, still think you're above them. You're living a less carefree life than a mortal. Your so-called nobility is a joke. Mortal, you're provoking me. Del hated the mention of their genocide. It was a disgrace to the dark elf race. You will pay for your arrogance with your life. Del drew the scimitar from her waist and was about to strike when she heard a voice. Professor Lin Feng, where's your erguo tao? We're having Zhejiangmian tonight. Let's have some later. A blonde, blue-eyed, and bearded man entered, a cooking apron tied around his waist. He glanced at the two uninvited guests and sensed a familiar presence. Dark elves and frost giants, how rare. They've even arrived on Blue Planet. Thor chuckled softly and called into the kitchen, Loki, your kind are visiting. Come and see them. Thor, you're becoming less and less Asgardian. Even your speech has a Chinese accent. Loki grumbled as he walked, but stopped himself from rebuking Thor upon seeing the newcomers. These two are trying to contact the Chinese gods and attack me. Do you want to talk? Lin Feng asked with a tilt of his head. Thor, the god of thunder, outsmarts Loki. Del looked at the two in surprise. It's Loki, The god of wisdom, Loki corrected with a sullen face. You dark elves are so rude. No wonder you were nearly exterminated. Asgard shouldn't have spared your lives. Half-blood, you have frost giant blood in your veins. Even though you're a son of Odin, you've betrayed your own kind, Del said sharply. I'm an Asgardian. Don't compare me to those fools. Loki refused to acknowledge his frost giant ancestry. Despite this, Loki sensed a familiar and friendly aura about Mengli. Del, Mengli feels a sense of kinship with this man, Mengli said, looking at Loki. They're all enemies, Del admonished Mengli. I repeat, I don't have time to play games with you. Tell me your purpose, Lin Feng said coldly. If you want to live. The river map and Luo Shu suddenly glowed, and Mengli and Del fell to their knees, under immense pressure. As Lin Feng delved deeper into the river map and Luo Shu, his application became increasingly proficient. To others, Lin Feng simply described it as the power of the gods. Del had never encountered such power before, and it felt like he was carrying the entire world on his shoulders. All his abilities were suppressed, and his body was unable to move. No, don't kill them, Thor pleaded for them. They're probably not bad people. This was also the first time he witnessed Lin Feng wield the power of a god, and he could sense the power of the book. The pressure was even greater than when he faced Odin. Perhaps they still have value. After all, dark elves are quite precious, Loki said with a hint of playfulness. Okay then, Lin Feng closed the Hichulu Oshu, and all the pressure instantly disappeared. Huh? The two of them took deep breaths of fresh air to calm themselves. I don't like nonsense, Lin Feng said, staring at them. A new king has appeared in Asgard. She intends to conquer the 9 realms, and Blue Planet is one of her targets. We're here to seek cooperation. How? Lin Feng asked the two to sit down and then sent Thor and Loki to cook while he continued his conversation with them. During the heyday of Asgard, Odin conquered the 9 realms. He had a daughter who was incredibly powerful. At the time, her influence within the military was almost equal to Odin's, and her strength was only slightly inferior to Odin at his peak. Because Odin yearned for peace, the two turned against each other, and Hela was sealed by Odin. Del finished, observing Lin Feng's expression. Lin Feng couldn't help but find her timid look amusing. I know all this. Just tell me how you want to cooperate, Lin Feng finished, pouring himself a cup of tea. Of course, we'll join forces to fight Hela. We abhor war. Seeing Lin Feng's indifference, Del continued, Hela will definitely attack Blue Star. While I don't know your connection to Thor and the others, you must understand that Hela's power is too great. Even the gods behind her would find it difficult to resist alone. Cooperate. Together, we'll fight Hela and prevent war, Lin Feng nodded. Del, observing Lin Feng's indifference, felt as if you were talking to a wall. Lin Feng didn't take Hela seriously. Her presence would at most result in a battle. He was considering whether to bring all the races from other universes under his wing. He now had 2 friends, Thor and Loki. Loki yearned for greater power, while Thor, while eager to return to Asgard, was more driven by guilt towards Odin. The Dark Elves and Frost Giants, combined, were of little use to Lin Feng, but cooperation was essential if he was to protect China. Despite his power, he was only one man. He didn't want his presence to harm Chinese civilization in this world. We can cooperate, and I can help you deal with Hela, but you must send troops to garrison and protect China. Lin Feng directly stated his terms. In exchange, if anyone invades your territory, the Chinese gods will intervene. Del considered the situation and saw no reason for error. Don't you need to consult with the gods behind you? You're just a mortal. Can you represent all the gods of China? Del didn't sense a single ounce of energy from Lin Feng. He was just an ordinary person. She was particularly puzzled as to why the gods of China would choose such a weak mortal as their spokesperson. Furthermore, they gave him a powerful artifact to wield. Yes, in China, my words represent the will of the gods. Lin Feng picked up the river map and Luo Shu. Del's heart tightened, and her face turned pale. Seeing that Lin Feng simply put the book back into the bookcase, she breathed a sigh of relief. Del and Mon used their own methods to communicate with the 2 tribes and agreed to Lin Feng's cooperation. They were the first group of garrison personnel to remain in China. At dinner, the table was laden with more than 20 dishes. Del watched the 2 chefs sit down, filled with confusion. 2 princes of Asgard were actually working as chefs in a human's home on the Blue Planet. Thor was the crown prince of Asgard, and after Odin's death, Thor was the legitimate king of Asgard. Of course, Hela had now been thrust onto the throne. Thor, you 2 have truly disgraced Asgard, Del said in confusion. Asgardians actually know how to cook, and it's so delicious. Del glanced at Monolly, who was wolfing down his food beside him, rolled his eyes, and said, "How did Professor Lin Feng get you two to give up your princely status and come here with him? Are you being hunted by Gila? That crazy woman is truly terrifying." Her impression of Gila was still based on the legends passed down by her ancestors. The Dark Elves, save for a few royal members, are probably nearly extinct. It's Odin's mercy that allows you to survive. This is a part of Asgard's war history. Loki's tone was flat, his attitude towards the Dark Elves clear. Loki, that war should never have happened. It's not something to boast about in history. Thor shook his head, not arguing with Del. "I never imagined I'd dine with the royal family of Asgard. If my father saw this, he'd probably execute me with dark magic." Del frowned slightly, but continued to eat. "The dark aura of the Dark Elves is unpleasant. Your stubbornness is the root cause of your imminent extinction." Loki was well versed in Asgard's history. The Dark Elf stubbornness was astonishing. Even facing annihilation, they refused to yield. Originally, Asgard had not intended to exterminate them, but the Dark Elf's stubborn resistance, resulting in heavy casualties among Asgardian soldiers, forced them to give an explanation. Sparing the royal family was a sign of Odin's generosity. Helar would not be so merciful. That was Odin's invasion, a game he launched to prove his power. That's the nature of you Asgardians. If my information is correct, Thor has been constantly on the warpath. He even slew Surtur, and his skull was brought back to Asgard. As Del spoke, the cup in Thor's hand shattered with a bang. That was to protect the people of the Nine Realms, not to invade. Thor's face darkened slightly. While he was reluctant to speak, that didn't mean he didn't have a temper. "Pick up the broken cups yourself. Everyone's eating, and tempers are not allowed at the table." Lin Feng appeared, holding a bottle of 1982 red wine. "What is this?" Thor asked, looking at the wine in Lin Feng's hand in confusion. "This wine is just average. I want Erguo Tao." "Professor, you're not down to earth at all." His anger was now even greater than before. "What do you know? This stuff tastes great with carbonated drinks." Lin Feng recalled a unique way he used to drink red wine. He poured red wine for everyone, then raised his glass and shouted, "This glass of wine celebrates the cooperation between China and the two ethnic groups. Cheers!" 178. Chapter 177 Gods Really Exist. 178. Chapter 177 Gods Really Exist. 2024-09-15 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 177 Gods Really Exist. After 3 rounds of drinks, Lin Feng looked at the two and said, "Since you're here, show up in a few days. I need you to prove the existence of other gods." Lin Feng had pondered a question. He had only portrayed Chinese gods. If other gods hadn't appeared, it would seem a bit strange and lacked comparison. This wouldn't be conducive to a rapid increase in points. If other gods appeared, creating a comparison of strength, attention would surely increase significantly. "I already know, you did a good job, Hashimoto. Maintaining our relationship with Lin Feng is crucial. The information you provided is invaluable." Koizumi Rikuro hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. He had received a notice of sanctions from the United States. Rope Island's aircraft carrier fleet would conduct military exercises in Sakura country in 2 days. This was a deterrent to Sakura country, telling them that the United States was their ultimate ruler. "Bandits, bastards," Koizumi Rikuro angrily cursed the United States in his office. "Thank goodness China has come to our aid. I never want to witness America's arrogance again." Thank goodness those gods won't appear directly. They only intervene when monsters from the outside world appear. Otherwise, why would we even need to fight China? The president muttered to himself in his office. He had worried about antagonizing the Chinese gods and had considered adopting a more friendly approach. But after endless research by over 100 American historians and politicians, they concluded that the Chinese gods' refusal to appear must be due to divine restrictions, such as time constraints or a prohibition on interfering in human affairs. As for Professor Lin Feng of China, he might just be a lucky bastard and needn't be taken too seriously. Knock knock. A knock on the office door brought the president back to his senses. "Come in." A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle entered and reported, "Mr. President, our warships are ready and await your order to proceed to the East Sakura Sea. Please give the order." Rope Island's aircraft carrier fleet was ready to launch, poised to demonstrate American military might between Sakura country and China. "Have you estimated the time limit for the appearance of the Chinese gods?" The president asked. Since we have made an estimate, we should proceed with caution. While the gods have always helped humanity, they are Chinese gods after all. Predict when they might appear and whether they can attack humans. If they can, our previous deployments will come into play. The president had prepared for the worst. If China were to dominate the world, their interests would vanish. The United States is a world of capital, and politics is a game played by oligarchs. The president represents not only the American people, but more importantly, the interests of those oligarchs. No one wants the wealth accumulated by their ancestors to be divided up. Half an hour, that's the longest a Chinese god has ever appeared. After various verifications and analysis of the data from the last time Demon Emperor Jun descended, Chinese gods may appear within China. Of course, we need more data to confirm this. Seeing the president still pondering, the middle-aged man with a Mediterranean haircut added, I've served 3 presidents. Personally, I believe that in a dilemma, we should proceed with the original plan. After all, stepping back might lead to greater regret later. The president glanced at the middle-aged man with a Mediterranean haircut, his mind no longer conflicted. Caring too much will only gradually suppress you. He reached for the phone on the table and said in a deep voice, let's go. Destination, the Sea of Cherry Blossoms. Across the vast ocean, an aircraft carrier slowly left the port, finally stopping at the edge of the Sea of Cherry Blossoms. Humanity is truly advancing at a breakneck pace, capable of building such behemoths. Dell gazed at the various weapons aboard the aircraft carrier and the soaring fighter jets, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Give them a little more time, and perhaps even us living beings will face their threat, indeed, but that will take hundreds of millions of years, perhaps even longer. By then, their target will no longer be us, but the vast expanse beyond the universe, Loki replied calmly, sitting on the deck. I didn't expect the barbarians of Asgard to have such insights, Dell's words tinged with sarcasm. Don't be so confrontational. We're comrades now. Come, try this Erguo Tao. Thor, carrying a bottle of wine, stepped between the two men. The two glanced at Thor, and Dell turned away. Loki sneered, they're allied with China, not us. My dear brother, you're still the crown prince of Asgard. I'm lucky she didn't kill you, but we're friends with China, aren't we? Thor stared at Loki and asked, do you want to leave Professor Lin Feng and return to Asgard now? Who would want to go back there? Our beautiful and powerful new king won't tolerate us, Loki said self-deprecatingly. Besides, I'm an Asgardian with alien blood. I don't want to go back and be nailed to a cross, for those lowly people to watch. Don't say that, brother. Thor put his arm around his shoulders and said emotionally, we will always be brothers. Take your hands away, and you've drunk too much, and your breath is foul, Loki said with disdain, but he didn't shy away. Mowgli likes Loki. A 2-meter-tall, burly man appeared behind the two men with a simple and honest look. I feel a kinship with you, too, Mowgli. Loki took a liking to the large man. 3 grown men, stop being so cheesy. The enemy is coming, Dell's voice interrupted the warmth. 12 aircraft carriers appeared in neat formation in front of the Chinese aircraft carrier. To their side lay the mainland of Sakura country. Bang, bang, 2 missiles launched from the U.S. fleet, bombarding the waters off the mainland of Sakura Island, leaving 2 massive craters. Seawater washed ashore, submerging the homes of the Sakura people. What's that noise? The Sakura people looked toward the sea, many spotting the U.S. warships. The behemoths, usually dormant on Sakura Rope Island, had awakened and arrived near the mainland, shocking the Sakura people. Prime Minister, the Americans have gone too far. We cannot fear war, we must fight back. Shut up. Do you want the history of occupation from decades ago to repeat itself? Koizumi Rikuro's words silenced everyone. It was a humiliating era, when being bullied and having one's people treated as second-class citizens was nothing. What mattered was that the backbone of a nation had been shattered. Today, the aesthetics of the Sakura nation still lean towards those of the United States. And there's a strong tendency toward Western admiration for Americans. China has already sent warships to negotiate with the United States. Ever since the appearance of a god in China, the United States has been extremely wary, Koizumi Rikuro reassured. Rest assured, this time there will be a satisfactory response. Prime Minister, don't forget what we did to China. If it's just to change the Sakura nation's master, I'd rather not do it. This was a shrewd Sakura nation official, once his right-hand man. Shut up. We're doing this for the Sakura nation. There are no permanent allies, and we need to survive. Koizumi Rikuro thought to himself. Under the current circumstances, staying close to China was the best option. Wait and see. China is no longer that wounded young dragon. His words echoed through the conference room, and the Sakura nation's top brass suddenly realized that things were no longer the same. Listen, Americans. This is the waters of Sakura country. Their military exercise has threatened the coastal security of both Sakura country and China. We hope the Americans will cease these dangerous activities and refrain from making unnecessary military threats. Repeat, the Chinese aircraft carrier repeatedly communicated with a U.S. fleet, but the fleet received no response. Just one aircraft carrier, and you expect us to abandon this military exercise? China underestimates the U.S. All ships, listen up. Activate combat mode and conduct a bombing run in near Sakura country. The entire fleet began to mobilize. The massive long-range weapons aboard the warships aimed at the waters of Sakura country, even encompassing some residential areas. These bastards completely ignored our warnings, the communications officer said to the captain nearby. And their entire fleet is already focused on the waters of Sakura country. We expect casualties. Sakura country has already begun evacuating its citizens. The captain was silent for 2 seconds before stepping out onto the deck. Everyone, it's your turn. Professor Lin Feng said the battle will be yours this time, the captain said, looking at Thor, Loki, and the others. We too will go to the other warships. Monoli, you take those missiles, Loki ordered. I don't want to take your orders, Del said, casting a dark spell and vanishing. Thor, clutching his Guo Tao, leaped onto the deck with a thud. Loki stepped on Monoli's shoulders, which were constantly growing larger. The soldiers and captain of the Chinese warship stared in shock. Then, the American commander shouted, "Fire!" Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of powerful shells soared into the air, their target precisely being Sakura country. If they hit their target, the influence of Sakura country officials among the people would be significantly reduced. Prime Minister, they've taken action. But China only has one warship. We should have negotiated with the US and admitted our mistake. A politician, long at odds with Koizumi Rikuro, pointed at him and cursed. The casualties in Sakura country this time are all due to your stupidity and blind trust in China. Last time, you even proposed demolishing the patriotic shrine. I see you've become China's loyal lackey. Everyone looked at Koizumi Rikuro differently. However, Koizumi Rikuro stared intently at the screen, hoping China would do something to his advantage. He was indeed ready to align himself with China, and China had reassured him. This time, China would intervene to stop the U.S. provocation. The U.S. could not possibly harm Sakura country. Shut up. Look at that, Koizumi Rikuro shouted excitedly. A huge blue figure appeared, and the sea began to freeze. A small, armored figure stood atop the giant. Dozens of missiles pelted the giant, but they were completely harmless. The giant, half submerged in the water, gazed at the nearby American fleet. Oh my God. What kind of monster is this? Is another monster descending? The American fleet had already halted its attack. Retreat. Retreat, the American commander ordered the fleet. The timing of these monsters' appearance was so opportune, it made one wonder. The Chinese actually have such tricks. He was no fool. They hadn't come earlier or later, but they appeared as soon as they attacked. This must be a Chinese monster. Hey, surrender, a cold female voice rang out. When the commander turned back again, he saw everyone around him lying on the ground. John, George, the commander cried sadly. You are devils. You are Chinese devils. How did you get here? It must be witchcraft, it's magic, foolish human, Del sneered at the terrified American commander. You shouldn't have ignored China's warnings, this is just a lesson. If Professor Lin Feng hadn't told us not to kill anyone, none of you would have made it back alive. Are you saying they're not dead? The commander asked after calming down. Captain, the lead ship is blocked. The sea is frozen. The secondary ship is also unable to move forward. Ship number 3 has encountered an unusual situation. A man armed with Chinese Guo Tao has destroyed all the ship's weapons with his bare hands, and conventional weapons are ineffective against him. Assistance is urgently needed. Ship number 3's transmission abruptly stopped, followed by Thor's voice. Del, I know you're listening. Tell that captain they destroyed my Guo Tao and must pay. The appearance of Thor and his crew gave Rikuro Koizumi a glimpse of a turning point. The towering silhouette of the frost giants met the eyes of the Sakura people, like a solid barrier, protecting the peace. Are you Chinese? The American captain, realizing something, pressed. Are you secret Chinese cultivated psychics? You'd better be respectful. We are gods, but not Chinese gods. Dell's eyes were sharp, his scimitar gripped tightly, ready to strike. Gods, the captain's back was covered in cold sweat. Since you're not a Chinese god, why do you obey the Chinese? As gods, what China can offer, we Americans can do as well. The captain patted his chest and assured, we're happy to serve you if you're willing. The United States is the world's most powerful nation. Dell glanced at the boastful captain and said disdainfully, your humanity has advanced rapidly, but it's still insufficient. Your power is too small, you have no right to negotiate with us. However, there are some special beings among you who may be more powerful than ordinary gods. I'm cooperating with China because a great war is coming. Not a small conflict like yours, but a catastrophe that will ripple across the star system. The captain wanted to mention SHIELD, but after hearing Dell's words, he fell silent. That war was far greater, one that would require the combined efforts of even the gods, and yet he was still oppressing his vassal. He took Dell's words to heart and decided to return home to report to his superiors. Surrender. Then withdraw. If you persist, we'll have no choice but to kill you. Dell's words were no joke. Yes, I need to consult my superiors. 179. Chapter 178 No More Sayings. 179. Chapter 178, No More Sayings 2024-09-16 Author, Good Monster Chapter 178, No More Sayings The U.S. presidential palace had long noticed the appearance of the frost giant. The frost giant's appearance revealed the existence of a new deity. However, it was unclear whether it belonged to the kingdom of Sakura. At this moment, the U.S. president felt a sense of regret. Why were there so many deities? If this was a deity from the kingdom of Sakura, he would need to mend relations with him. Images of the frost giant had also spread online. Many called him the benevolent giant. Many began at Lin Feng, asking him if he knew the giant's origins. Lin Feng observed the heated online discussion. With such high attention, this incident would surely earn him a lot of points. However, the situation should be easily resolved at this point, without the intervention of Yang Jian and others. Roaring Sky Dog. You should go this time. Lin Feng released Roaring Sky Dog. As a cute pet, its appearance would not be out of place. We cannot withdraw. The president's face darkened after receiving the captain's message. It was another deity associated with China. And there wasn't just one giant, but four. They had even signed an agreement with China to defend its security. Where was the American dignity? President, a warship is equipped with a nuclear warhead. If detonated, it would pose a huge threat. Those gods aren't invincible, and not all of them are incredibly powerful, otherwise they wouldn't be hired by China. The president slapped his forehead and smiled. Indeed, he immediately ordered the captain to withdraw China at all costs. First, save face, then get the prime minister of Sakura country to apologize, and the matter would be over. This is too much. Koizumi Rikuro received the message just sent by the United States. Nuclear weapons are near the coast. If he followed the U.S.'s demands, apologized to the U.S. and China, and paid compensation, they might detonate the nuclear weapons even with a god's protection. He now had many factors to consider. He didn't know how the Chinese would respond. Miss Dell, I have to obey the president's orders. I'm a soldier, the captain said sternly. Even if you kill me, it's still the same. Dell's face was filled with worry. Killing them was easy, but the danger of a nuclear explosion was not negligible. Even if they could escape, what would happen to the humans and the Chinese fleet offshore? All ships, you should have received the order. Ship 12, prepare to activate your weapons at any time, the captain shouted into the microphone. At this moment, Koizumi Rikuro was on pins and needles. No matter what he did, he couldn't continue as prime minister. You can have Monolith freeze the entire fleet and sink it to the bottom of the sea. Loki appeared and said to Dell, I also have the blood of the frost giants and am proficient in magic. Captain, you have no chance of winning. The captain refused to fight, but military orders were unwavering. I need a way out. Everyone, I don't want to fight either, he said sincerely, cutting off the communication. Woof woof woof, a massive black dog appeared in the sky. Here comes the way out, Loki said with a smile. Woof woof, the barking of dogs cut through the sky. The people near Sakura, as well as the crews of the American and Chinese fleets engaged in the standoff, were all drawn to the sudden barking. Is that the arrival of the dog god? Someone exclaimed, and the members of the American fleet all looked up at the sky. Roaring Sky Dog has recently gained immense fame in the United States, with even a petition launched by the people urging China to loan this divine dog. Naturally, however, Chinese officials rejected the request, as Roaring Sky Dog was, after all, the incarnation of a deity. Roaring Sky Dog soared above the American fleet, holding a yellow piece of paper in its mouth. Then, the paper slowly fell to the ground. In the sky, the shadowy figure of Yang Jian appeared. Clad in black robes and silver armor, holding a trident, he stood majestically beside Roaring Sky Dog. Does the United States intend to reignite the flames of war? While we gods do not wish to interfere in human disputes, you must not overdo it. Heaven is merciful. Such weapons should be used to protect the common people, not to slaughter them. I have sent Roaring Sky Dog here. Considering it has saved you, the American people, withdraw your troops immediately. With that, the shadowy figure vanished, leaving only Roaring Sky Dog in the air, staring intently at the U.S. fleet, awaiting their response. Retreat. Do you wish to anger that great god? Loki scoffed. Do you wish for the great god himself to come and destroy your country with a single blow? The commander, face pale, dialed the communication line to Battleship 12 with trembling fingers. Stop firing. Now. Fuck, I tell you to stop. The president is a piece of shit, the commander cursed. He knew that the president no longer mattered. The gods had begun to interfere in human affairs. The gods abhorred war. They expended their energy to protect humanity, while humanity continued to fight among itself. Monli, stop freezing, Loki shouted to Monli. Then, turning to Thor, he said, Thor, break the ice nearby and let them go. Bang, the ice shattered, and Thor, standing on the shards, gestured to Loki. Hurry, don't anger the great god Yang Jian. The commander directed the fleet toward Rope Island. Asshole, how dare he disobey my orders? A furious roar echoed from the presidential palace. Your Excellency, the great god Yang Jian has appeared. Although only a shadow, he has clearly stated that he does not wish to see the U.S. fleet here, the middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle whispered. I think those people's speculations may be completely wrong. With anti-war sentiment running high among the people, the commander's retreat may be a good thing. It was the Chinese gods who intervened again. Why are all the gods siding with China? We are such a powerful country, don't we have our own gods? The president shouted, almost frantically. The middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle stood silently by, not daring to speak. Their country was a melting pot, lacking a consistent historical heritage. There's no historical gap, those gods all appeared during that gap. Inform the fleet on Rope Island to return to Pearl Island and abandon the Rope Island base, the U.S. president said after calming down. We can't let the Chinese gods resent the U.S., they don't want to interfere in human affairs yet. Gods, like humans, need face, he sneered. We're trying to please the great god Yang Jian, not China. As for Sakura, we have plenty of backup plans. Sakura is still our vassal. If they want to bite their master, they'll have to see if they have the ability. Roleplay mission completed. Rating S, roleplay mission points calculated, roleplay mission score. 200,000, just showing up this time, I earned 200,000. It's not much, but it's something, Lin Feng said, looking at the points Roaring Sky Dog had earned from stopping the war. With no events or missions appearing, his points were struggling to increase. According to the timeline, Thanos should be appearing soon, but after being defeated by Hela, he'll likely wait for the deaths of these powerful individuals before reappearing, just as he did before. Lin Feng's appearance triggered a chain reaction. Hela has now become the king of Asgard. Hela also intends to occupy Blue Planet. Professor Lin Feng, the U.S. military has withdrawn from Rope Island, Loki reported to Lin Feng. Sakura has donated a lot of technology to China, and relations between China and Sakura have eased considerably, but this morning, Koizumi Rikuro paid homage to the Yasukuni shrine, prompting widespread condemnation from the Chinese people and criticism from the government. These people are truly shameless. They don't even know how to be grateful after being helped, Del scoffed. If it were you, I'd just assassinate Koizumi and teach them that there are certain things they can't do. Killing won't solve all problems. Lin Feng shook his head. There's something fishy about this. If it were you, you wouldn't do it, would you? He pondered. There's probably a U.S. influence behind this. Sakura has been supported by the U.S. for so long, it's impossible for them to just leave like that. This is a long-term process. Lin Feng hadn't expected the U.S. to possess such power. If the gods don't intervene, China's rise will inevitably be subject to long-term suppression by the United States. However, excessive intervention could lead to divine right of state, overexposure of the gods, and a hindrance to earning points. We won't intervene. Let the Chinese authorities handle this, Lin Feng declared with a wave of his hand. Just as Lin Feng was conferring with Loki and the others, news arrived from distant Asgard. Lord of the gods, the Rainbow Bridge has been repaired, Heldam reported to Hela from the Rainbow Bridge. Tell me where Thanos is. I need the gemstones he possesses, Hela commanded. Lord of the gods, I can't find him. I can't see him, Heldam replied after a moment. What a headache, this purple rat scurrying around. Well, let me first check to see if my two worthless brothers have obeyed the new king's orders. Hela wasn't surprised. The Rainbow Bridge's vision wasn't all-encompassing. Heimdall's eyes pierced countless dimensions and gazed towards Lin Feng's home. He had just seen Thor flirting with a girl in a bar, her boyfriend grabbing her hair. This isn't the place you're supposed to be looking at, a voice rang out, and Heimdall's eyes narrowed, unable to scrutinize Blue Star. Lin Feng gently put down the river map in Luo Shu, looking at Loki and saying, Loki, Asgard's Rainbow Bridge has been repaired, what's bound to come will come, Loki said gravely. King of the gods, the Crown Prince was severely beaten on Blue Star, and my vision has been blocked by a powerful force, Heimdall said in a panic. Should we send troops to Blue Star? He's the Crown Prince of Asgard, after all. Waste, Hela roared. Brother, how come only one leg of your pants is left, and where's your shirt? Loki, looking at the ragged Thor, returned home with a puzzled expression, and asked. Did you encounter some powerful being? Thor's face was gloomy, but he forced himself to remain calm. Just a minor incident, he muttered softly. Mowgli, you were traveling with him. Where did he go? Loki turned to look at Mowgli, who was standing nearby. Thor took me to the wine bar. Before Mowgli could finish his words, Thor covered his mouth. Dark magic, release. Del cast his spell, and Thor's face instantly twisted. Bang, he jumped, and the marble floor shattered. How do I know that 20-year-old girl is already married and has children? Thor pointed at Mowgli and said, do you believe it? Mowgli shook his head innocently. Look, even this big guy doesn't believe it. What's even more outrageous is that the woman kissed me first, and then 7 or 8 husbands showed up and asked me for money. Did you pay? Loki asked curiously. Is this a money thing? Thor curled his lips in disdain, then wailed, they want 20,000. How can I afford that? I still have to buy clothes and alcohol, and go to fancy hotels several times a month. How can I possibly have the money? Mowgli paid for all the drinks this time, then they hit me. Of course I wanted to fight back, but I was afraid I'd kill them, and besides, I was in the wrong. Loki rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If I remember correctly, this was probably blackmail. You're being targeted, you're a disgrace to the Asgardians. Dark magic, dispel. Del curled his lips and turned to go back inside. Damn it, Del, you're screwing me. I'm the Crown Prince of Asgard. How am I supposed to face anyone after this? Mowgli, why didn't you stop me? Thor wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Thor, the damage will be deducted from your salary. Lin Feng's voice rang out from inside. No, I don't have enough to begin with, Thor pleaded. Brother, the Rainbow Bridge has been repaired. Loki's expression suddenly turned serious. What? Thor stopped laughing and looked at Loki seriously. Hela should be coming to Blue Star. Heimdall hasn't contacted me yet. Heldam has been here, but was. Loki looked at Lin Feng, who was sitting in the room, then turned and said, soon, we will face a choice. Will we side with Asgard or the side? Even thinking about that? Are you stupid? How can Asgard be as happy as here? Thor's face changed after answering, and he hurriedly asked, who did Heldam contact? When? You? An hour ago. After Loki's answer, Thor's expression became extremely confused, as if he hadn't used the bathroom in 100 years. Heldam saw me being beaten by mortals. Thor was a little overwhelmed. We need an explanation. Koizumi Rakuro, the top leaders of Sakura country are now divided into pro-China and pro-American factions. Watch your words. I'm still the Prime Minister, and I have the final say here, Koizumi Rakuro said gravely. Why are you making such a big deal about visiting the Yasukuni Shrine? Don't you know this will worsen our relationship with China? Someone asked. Koizumi Rakuro, however, calmed down even more. He glanced around, then sighed and sat down. If you find it difficult to make a decision, we can help you. This isn't wartime. Wavering between the two sides might leave us with nothing. Yes, now that a god has appeared in China, it would be wise for us to side with China. Everyone expressed their opinions. It's not that simple. Economically, politically, and militarily, we all rely on the United States. While we can survive even if we cut off our own arm, we still have many leverages over us, Koizumi Rikuro sighed. I also want to maintain good relations with China, but if many things are exposed, how will we cope? Visiting the shrine is my decision alone. You can continue your factional activities. If anything goes wrong, I will resign and apologize. He took the responsibility, and everyone fell silent. 180. Chapter 179, The Feeling of Rebirth. It's so good. 180. Chapter 179, The Feeling of Rebirth. So good. 2024-09-17 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 179, The Feeling of Rebirth. So good. The Sakura country is still so wavering, but it's okay as long as they are obedient. Koizumi Rikuro is quite tolerable. The US President smiled at the recent information. Mr. President, things are going smoothly over there, too. Mediterranean smiled. Although China got the upper hand this time, they'll be in for a lot of trouble. If it weren't for their good fortune and divine help, how could China possibly be a match for the United States? You underestimate China. It's a great country. The president shook his head, stood up, straightened his suit, and said, how are those talented people I asked you to find? We need to create our own heroes. We can't rely on others to save us next time. We found a doctor who can transform into a green monster, but he has trouble keeping his composure. Mediterranean handed the president his code and continued, he's so powerful that even missiles can't hurt him. Even gods are no better than him. Have Rogers make friends with him. We need a hero like that. The president gave an order, then asked, what's his name? Banner. Mediterranean replied. Heimdall, release the eternal flame and Surtur on Blue Planet, Hela ordered from her throne. Lord of the gods, Ragnarok was supposed to be presided over by Surtur. Will resurrecting him cause harm to Asgard? Heimdall's face showed worry. He also worried that Surtur would harm Loki and Thor. The Chinese gods are gods too. Perhaps giving them our Ragnarok can destroy them. Hela herself didn't dare go directly to Blue Planet. Dormammu's warning still echoed in her ears. She didn't want to directly confront the race that Dormammu valued so much. It was well known that Surtur's contact with the eternal flame would trigger Ragnarok. Hela wanted to see if Ragnarok could destroy the Chinese gods. If it could, then she would have no obstacles. Domination of the 9 realms was only a matter of time. She could also collect the Infinity Stones. After killing Thanos, no one would be able to stand against her. As you command, Heimdall. Hela handed Heimdall the eternal flame and Surtur's head. Yes, Lord of the gods. Heimdall plunged his sword into the ground, and a colorful portal opened. Beware of the flames, gods of China, Heimdall warned kindly. Lin Feng, hearing Heimdall's voice, looked up at the sky. Surtur's skull and the eternal flame had just arrived above Blue Star. Unrestrained, Surtur's skull yearned for the eternal flame. The eternal flame was drawn to the skull. Whoosh, the skull ignited, and bright orange flames erupted from its eyes. A massive form materialized, accompanied by a massive flaming sword. Bang! Surtur landed in Jinshin City, United States. Oh, it feels so good to be reborn. Surtur gazed at the sea, taking in the aura of Blue Star. This isn't Asgard, but that's okay. There are powerful beings here too. I am your Twilight. The Twilight sword plunged into the earth, and countless flames began to consume the land. Ragnarok has begun. The Sakura Kingdom is causing trouble again. Everyone, although we have support from many parts of the Sakura Kingdom, we cannot consider them our allies, a high-ranking Chinese official expounded his views in the conference room. I agree. They've always followed whoever's stronger. I agree, too. We must quickly master the technology they've handed over, and next time, we must acquire their most advanced technology. I disagree. Our aid is based on humanity's shared struggle against alien races and alien gods. Even if they offer no benefits, we should lend a helping hand. 2 factions formed in the conference room. Everyone, be quiet. A serious-looking diplomat raised his hand. Don't they know what they're doing? That's true, but if something like this happens again, should we still provide aid? That's the question we need to discuss today. The person next to him continued, if a human with whom we have a conflict encounters a crisis, should we offer our assistance? The conference room fell silent. We should, Chen Haitian said firmly. You were just an observer, with no say. Do you know how difficult a situation China once faced internationally? A senior diplomat angrily rebuked. They watched us grow, yet so many people were secretly trying to sabotage us. We've achieved today's progress only thanks to our sacrifice of the interests of ordinary people and our unwavering efforts. Those people are man-eating demons, even more despicable than the alien races and alien gods. The appearance of the Chinese god forced every nation to reassess China's strength. China began to develop rapidly in all aspects, and all countries sought close ties with it. But that's all in the past. Now we're strong, and we can't exploit the world like the United States. Our philosophy has remained unchanged. While we borrowed some of our methods from the United States, they are fundamentally our own. Mr. Li, you're a senior figure. Mr. Zhang, although an observer, has a right to speak. You should apologize to him now. The middle-aged man presiding over the meeting wore a serious expression, as if the previous events were unimportant and the apology was the key. Why? Elder Li was over 60, and had always been diligent. Now he was being asked to apologize to an outsider. He felt embarrassed, especially since this was a dispute of ideologies. Mr. Zhang represents Professor Lin Feng. Don't you know that we've been discussing this for so long? Whether to provide aid, the appearance of the gods, all rests in Professor Lin Feng's hands. The middle-aged man explained the situation so clearly that Elder Li's face changed. He had long forgotten that this was no longer the old times. No need for an apology, Chen Haitian said. We're all doing this for China. I understand what Elder Li said. As for the previous dispute, Professor Lin Feng has already given the answer. He believes that the Chinese gods will protect humanity, so I hope everyone will stop arguing about this issue. His implication was that their words were of little value. The crowd gradually calmed down. Elder Li said gloomily. We can. The middle-aged man was about to speak, but Chen Haitian tapped him on the shoulder. Chen Haitian was still holding his phone. The two exchanged a few words, and the middle-aged man asked Chen Haitian to speak. Just got word. An unquenchable flame has appeared in Jinshan, USA. Within the flames lies a monster wielding a flaming sword. Chen Haitian held up his phone and said, Professor Lin Feng told me this monster is called Surtur. The US will pay for their mischief this time. Get rid of those shield losers. Taxpayers' money shouldn't be used to support idlers, the US president roared. He hadn't rested for a few days. Still basking in the gloom of his troublemaking in China. Now, another monster has appeared. Missiles have been tried, to no avail. Small nuclear bombs have also been used, but they didn't do much. Mediterranean side nearby. Rogers and Banner are gone. That Banner guy is quite powerful. The president thought of the giant green creature, invulnerable to all weapons. He possessed boundless power. Nothing could defeat him if he was sufficiently enraged. I hope this guy can surprise me. Surtur, standing on the shores of Jinshan, slowly walked inland, holding the slender twilight sword. Countless humans began to flee. Surtur laughed heartily as he advanced, his flames unquenchable wherever he passed. The blessing of the eternal flame steadily increased his strength. His body continued to grow, now nearly 50 meters tall. The flames are reaching a temperature of 6,000 degrees, enough to burn most of the city. Banner examined the device and said in surprise, Rogers, do you think I can defeat this giant? Also, tell those bastards at the top to stop using nuclear bombs. They're simply increasing this guy's size. Banner, this guy has entered the city. Although his speed isn't fast, he's growing steadily, Rogers said anxiously. For the sake of the people, we don't have time. It's time for you to get going, Captain America urged. You have to believe someone with 7 doctorates. The guy inside me isn't invincible, Banner asked, hands on his hips. Did you listen to me? Tell them to ask China for help? These flames can't be extinguished with conventional means. We need support. This isn't just an American fight. China won't sit idly by. Well, the president said China is making unreasonable demands and told us to step up, Rogers said awkwardly. The American and Chinese systems are different. We can't give up equality and freedom. Politicians' tricks. Wanting freedom and equality at the cost of your life? Stupid idea, Banner scoffed. There's nothing we can do. Banner roared, and Rogers looked at him. Sorry, I'm not angry at all. Just provoking me. Banner spread his hands. Up, the president said if we can't handle this, you'll be locked up. After Rogers finished speaking, Banner's body began to swell, mumbling, Banner. Hulk doesn't want to be locked up. A green, muscular monster, over 10 feet tall, appeared. "Hulk, it's the one that wants to lock you up," Rogers shouted, pointing at Surtur. "Hulk doesn't want to be locked up, kill it. Kill it." Bang! A green figure shattered the ground and rushed towards Surtur like a cannonball. "Hey, inform the president, the annihilation mission has begun," Rogers said sternly, looking at the Hulk who had already leaped onto Surtur. "We can't kill this monster, we can only delay it, we need help." Surtur's massive body was knocked back, his 50-meter-tall frame making the 3-meter-tall Hulk seem insignificant. Tiny green worm, Surtur reached out to capture him, and the Hulk grasped at his fingers, trying to knock him down, but Surtur easily shook him off. "The Ragnarok of the gods is imminent. Your resistance is a futile challenge to fate, submission is your only way out." It raised a twilight sword high and swung it down. The flaming blade spanned dozens of meters, sweeping past a magnificent building. Wherever the sword's light struck, buildings collapsed, flames raged. Hundreds of meters away, where the sword's light touched the ground, an eternal fire blazed. Damn it, Rogers hadn't anticipated the chain reaction the Hulk's attack would trigger. It even possessed the ability to attack from a distance. This single strike wrought far more destruction than all its previous ones combined. "Ragnarok has arrived," Surtur declared. A massive maw of flame slowly coalesced into a brilliant yellow ball of flame. "Inform the president that the situation is spiraling out of control," Rogers reported anxiously. "Its destructive power far exceeds our expectations." Flames erupted beneath him, forcing him to retreat hastily. A giant flaming creature has appeared off the coast of the United States. The Golden Mountain has been destroyed. SHIELD has joined the investigation, the Chinese news broadcast read. "Thor, you go." Lin Feng frowned. "I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Should we wait for instructions from the Chinese authorities?" "Acting without authorization might," Loki warned. "It's okay. Human lives are at stake. Take these." Lin Feng handed Loki several round brooches with book designs on them. "Something that can save your life," Lin Feng smiled. "Let's go." The four of them set off. Lin Feng turned around, adorned with a golden crown and splendid attire, transforming into the Demon Emperor. "Emperor Jun, mission, seal Surtur, mission reward. 1,000,000 points, accept." Lin Feng clicked to accept. How could he miss such an opportunity to earn points? Now all he had to do was wait for the attention to continue to rise. The United States must be extremely anxious. Assholes, rubbish, a waste of taxpayers' money. The US president angrily smashed everything he could. He laughed in anger, thinking we're on equal footing with the US dollar is sheer wishful thinking. Back when we were the world's hegemon, we could exploit other countries for our own gain. Do those lowly people of China think we're on equal footing? 181. Chapter 180 Zhoutianxing Dao Great Array, Start. 180, The Great Zhaoshan Star Array, Start 2024-09-18 Author, Good Monster Chapter 180, The Great Zhaoshan Star Array, Start MR. President, Jinshan has been destroyed, Mediterranean reported solemnly. If the Chinese gods don't take action, that monster could destroy the entire United States, the president said with a sullen face. Have you urged China in those media outlets? This is a war for all of humanity. Get them to send in the Chinese gods. Those selfish guys just hide their gods at home. He was almost mad with jealousy. China has responded that their gods are not under official jurisdiction, but they have been actively communicating. Mediterranean side, MR. President, power still has national boundaries. The strongest has the say. Okay, these guys. The US president gritted his teeth and said, promise them that both the US dollar and the Chinese currency will be international currencies. They agreed. Chen Haitian quickly informed Professor Lin Feng. The serious face smiled from ear to ear. Professor Lin Feng has already dispatched his escads, and they're already on the battlefield. He said they can't just sit back and watch. Chen Haitian smiled, but the Chinese gods won't go until they receive official notification. Mowgli, freeze that thing and prevent it from advancing further inland, Del commanded. Mowgli had transformed into a blue giant. Though 20 meters smaller than Surtur, the moment his 30-meter frame set foot on the land of fire, the flames began to extinguish. Ice breath, Mowgli exhaled a thick white mist, enveloping the earth in a chill that enveloped Surtur. Frost giant, Surtur looked slightly surprised. A constant hammering sound echoed above his head. It was the Hulk, relentlessly striking at his crown, though to no avail. But he paid no attention to the invincible bug. Ice magic could inflict severe damage on it, but bound to the eternal fire, it could only be injured, not killed. Flame slash. A massive slash of flame erupted from the twilight sword, its flaming blade wave cleaving the ice magic. Dark magic, erosion. Del hurled his scimitar, which shattered into countless black and purple stars, corroding the flame slash. Ice blade. Ice blades emanated from Loki on Monali's shoulder, neutralizing the remaining flame slash's power, dissipating it. Surtur, do you remember me? A voice descended from the sky. Thor held the frying pan Lin Feng had given him. Ding, a clear and resounding sound. Surtur stumbled, stabilizing himself with a twilight sword. Thor, the god of thunder, Loki, the god of trickery, the dark elves, and the frost giants, seeing the four approach, joy crossed his fiery face. A fateful meeting. I will bring destruction to you, the gods, destroy you. Thor leaped again. Ding ding, he repeatedly struck his crown. Surtur was interrupted and brutally beaten, his flames swelling and his body growing taller. Why is this thing getting bigger and bigger? Del asked in confusion. As long as it's on this planet, it will continue to expand, Loki explained. You should know about Ragnarok, the prophecy of Odin's sleep. Odin's prophecies never fail, and Surtur is the one who presides over Ragnarok, but this was originally Asgard's twilight, and now it's on Blue Planet. This must be the work of my sister. She wants to use Surtur to destroy Blue Planet and the Chinese gods. Loki, stop talking. This thing keeps getting bigger and bigger. I can't hurt it anymore. Thor clutched his frying pan, a look of helplessness on his face. He had already lost his weapon, his combat effectiveness greatly reduced. Lin Feng found him a sturdy and durable artifact in the system store. The sky flipping pot. It can be expanded or reduced, and it automatically finds its owner. It can even be used for cooking at barbecues. Ragnarok. Surtur's body expanded to 100 meters before stopping. It gazed down at the crowd below, its eyes filled with disdain. It raised its weapon, slashing down with sword after sword, and fiery cracks thousands of meters long appeared on the ground. It was destroying, it was annihilating. Its power will grow with our arrival, Del shouted to Loki. Even if we don't appear, it will continue to grow. It can destroy Asgard, and soon it will plunge the Twilight Sword into the earth, destroying the planet from the inside. Loki knew Surtur's power well. Surtur flung the Hulk away. He leaped high and landed again, a massive blast of fire spreading from his feet. Retreat, Loki shouted. But it was too late. Just as they prepared to resist, rays of light burst from them, forming a starry barrier that blocked the flames and prevented them from spreading. Great power, Surtur's flaming eyes fixed on Thor and the others. Everyone, it seems the badges I gave you are quite effective. I'll need your help next. Thank you. Clad in a golden crown and regal attire, clutching an ancient tome, he exuded a noble and domineering air, a warm glow emanating from him. Arise, great Zhaoshan starry array. Above the blue planet, the stars shimmered. 365 streams of energy, imbued with the power of the stars, rose from the earth. Enveloped by the power of the stars, Demon Emperor Jun, despite holding only C-rank card privileges, his strength continued to soar. So, this object was designed for this very moment. Those mysterious patterns and runes hold such power, no wonder it requires no cooling. Tony Stark surveyed his masterpiece, his gaze fixed on the nuclear power plant he had personally constructed from beneath his sunglasses. Those short-sighted Americans. This is supposed to be a barrier protecting the blue planet, yet they're concentrating it in China. Transmitting that power is undoubtedly a waste. He recalled a battle in the United States. Since this object had been deployed, the enemy must be incredibly powerful. Look up at the sky, it was still daytime, but the blue planet was surrounded by 365 brilliant stars. The sun seemed a mere backdrop, the stars in the sky the true stars. This is a communication array, requiring such a powerful force to support it, Strange whispered from atop a tall building, gazing at the starlight. What should I do? He passed through a golden portal and arrived at the battlefield, his flames now bound in a cage woven by starlight. Lord Demon Emperor, what can I do for you? Strange excitedly asked upon seeing Demon Emperor Jun again. I have mastered the use of the Eye of Agamotto, put it on. Lin Feng glanced at Strange and tossed out a river map medal. It should be enough energy for communication. It's a pity I'm not at my peak. If the 10 demon generals and countless demon generals were here, I could crush such insects single-handedly. Demon Emperor Jun spoke disdainfully. Such an enemy would take half a day to destroy a planet. Truly too weak. even less powerful than a demon general, whose single strike could annihilate heaven and earth. Seal, the demon Emperor Jun whispered softly. The stars in the sky erupted in light, and the powers of Loki and the others merged into the great array of the celestial constellations. The starlight sealed the flames, slowly shrinking, and Surtur gradually fell silent. Will you surrender? Lin Feng couldn't believe this fearless madman would surrender so easily. Even suicide wouldn't be surprising, but his stillness was unusual. As the cage of star power approached him, his body expanded again, and the starry cage transformed into tiny points of light that shone into the sky. Resistance is futile. The twilight of the gods will eventually arrive. Surtur's 150-meter-tall frame gazed down, utterly arrogant, not taking the demon Emperor Jun seriously. Flame slash, as Surtur's body grew, it became even more agile, slashing continuously, seeking only to cause more destruction. The surroundings were once again dominated by flames. The United States could no longer sit idly by. Asshole, what is this god doing? Just letting this fiery monster wreak havoc. The U.S. president looked at the furious Surtur in exasperation. Your Excellency, don't be so angry. This might be your fault. Strange entered the conference room. Security, protect the president. U.S. officials began to flee in panic. Don't worry. I'm American. I just returned from the battlefield. I know why the monster just broke through the barrier, Strange explained loudly. Everyone looked at him warily. A few months ago, China wanted to build a special nuclear power plant in the United States, but the president refused. He looked at the U.S. president and said, "What does this have to do with that monster breaking through the strange circle?" The U.S. president demanded, "What are you trying to say?" He was already in a bad mood, and now anyone who came up would blame him. The layout of the magic circle was carefully planned. It was supposed to be arranged around Blue Planet. I've seen that magic circle before. Strange and Thor had a personal relationship in China. If the position changes, there will inevitably be a flaw, he continued. As a mage, this is my specialty. The formation just now should be extremely strong, evenly distributing force like rubber. The monster's power will gradually be exhausted and eventually sealed, but because the formation points have changed, the force is unevenly distributed. The monster's power is too great, and the surge of power has ruptured the seal. Strange knew the president understood. The president's face darkened. So, the monster's destruction was his fault. These are all excuses. A god should be invincible, yet they can't even destroy a monster of this power. Trash, the U.S. president shouted in exasperation. What a shame. Strange felt a sense of loss. How could such a shameless person become president? Infinite loop, he waved his hand, and a green circle of light appeared at the president's feet. The president vanished. Strange looked at the horrified crowd and asked, "Now, let me explain. This monster is called Surtur, an alien creature. Its power is still growing. Please do your best to evacuate the crowd. This battle may be a protracted one." Strange's words caused the faces of the U.S. high-ranking officials to change drastically. Why is this fire monster so powerful? Even the Chinese gods seem to be struggling. What should we do this time? Why didn't the great god Yang Jian come? I heard there are restrictions. Professor Lin Feng said so. How could I not know? Where did that say that? Was it an official announcement from Professor Lin Feng? Lin Feng couldn't explain why Demon Emperor Dijun was only a C-rank card, so he claimed that this was a clone of Demon Emperor Dijun. Their true bodies were too powerful, and their appearance required immense strength. It's just a small clone. No wonder it's so powerful. Professor Lin Feng said that the Demon Emperor's power far exceeds that of Lord Yang Jian. However, this crisis seems a bit tricky. Don't worry, everyone. Demon Emperor Dijun hasn't yet unleashed his full power. Lin Feng issued an official response. Lin Feng also put a lot of thought into it, even having his clone brag about him online. This clone stunt was a perfect excuse. Surtur was supposed to appear on Asgard, but even a planet as powerful as Asgard couldn't withstand its attack. The safest approach would have been to limit its power growth and consume its energy for a long time. Surtur continued to rage, its size increasing at an ever-increasing speed. It seemed to be stimulated by the appearance of the Demon Emperor Jun. It seemed that the more people and stronger the creature, the faster its power increased. My Lord Demon Emperor, why don't we call for help? It's not shameful. The power of the great god Yang Jian should be able to solve this problem, Loki shouted over Meng Li's shoulder. Are all the gods we work with this level? They can't defeat Hela at this level. Hela can definitely kill Surtur, Del asked doubtfully. Lin Feng also took this book. Are you just a nerd who can't fight without it? Del, shut up. Thor looked at the Demon King cautiously, easing the atmosphere. Dijun, she didn't mean it, youngster, you should call me the Demon King. That little girl is right, Lin Feng said proudly, it's a pity that I'm just a clone, with only 1/1000th of my original power. Otherwise, a single breath would shatter a little demon like this. Well, since you still want to keep this clone, I'll show you my true form. The river map and Luo Shu vanished, and the starlight in the sky suddenly shrank. Then at the last moment, all of it was injected into the body of the Demon King Dijun. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Surtur raised his greatsword with both hands and lunged at the Demon King Dijun. 100-meter-long twilight sword slashed through the sky with unstoppable force. Loki and his companions retreated hastily. Is this guy just holding on? Del asked, brow furrowed in confusion. Del, their power system is vastly different from ours, Loki explained, tugging at the corner of his clothes as he retreated. Chinese gods often create countless clones, millions upon millions of them are not out of the question. Isn't that an illusion? There's only one true self, the rest are illusions. He calls himself a clone, but he's definitely lying. Del was incredulous. The clone is a physical entity, and possesses the power of the original. Loki repeated what Lin Feng had told her. This god's birth may be as ancient as this world itself. This is no illusion. Think of it as possessing all the knowledge of the original, but with limited power. That guy is about to be struck, Del exclaimed, pointing at the demon Emperor Jun, who had been stabbed into the earth by Surtur. Loki was speechless. Buzz, a wave of panic washed over him, and the flames on Surtur suddenly shrank. He took a step back, feeling an inexplicable oppression. 182. Chapter 181 The True Origin, The Way of Heaven. 182. Chapter 181 The True Origin, The Way of Heaven, 2024-09-19 Author, Good Monster Chapter 181 The True Origin, The Way of Heaven. Do you feel it? A strange feeling. Thor looked around and found that everyone's expressions changed drastically. It's suppression, instinctive suppression, Loki shouted in surprise. The difference between acquired and innate that Professor Lin Feng talked about. All the creatures on the blue planet felt strange in their hearts, and they couldn't help but feel ashamed of themselves. I seemed a little confused just now. Me too, Dr. Strange. Do you know what's going on? In the presidential palace, Strange, who was discussing with senior U.S. officials, opened the passage in surprise. Doctor, where are you going? Someone tried to stop him. No need to discuss it anymore. The matter will be resolved soon. Strange ran towards the battlefield without looking back, leaving a group of stunned U.S. officials. Bang! The U.S. president fell from the upper floor of the conference room, shouting in panic, "That bastard! He kept me falling. I was scared to death." He looked around and shouted, "Where's that bastard? I want him arrested and punished for his disrespect." No one responded. His actions had already caused enormous losses to the United States, and his presidency was in jeopardy. He looked at the crowd, as if realizing something and filled with regret. The source is below. Loki pointed to the place where the demon Emperor Jun had fallen beneath the city dust. Have you ever wondered why gods are gods? Strange suddenly appeared and made a shocking statement. The powerful are gods, like me, Thor. Thor replied proudly. You? Strange glanced behind him and said calmly, your brother said you used to be the god of hammers, but now you're a chef. Is that true, my lord god of walks? Haha. Del and Monley couldn't help laughing. Thor's face turned pale and he glared at Loki. You have to believe me, I didn't. Loki wanted to distance himself from the matter, but seeing the culprit Thor was carrying, he felt that Strange's words were quite appropriate and couldn't help laughing. We are no different, we are all human. Now we should adopt Professor Lin Feng's new concept, acquired life forms, Strange said seriously. Odin will also die. Even with great power, it will eventually fade away. And his power is not the strongest. So-called gods are just self-proclaimed labels. We have never been gods. We dark elves never claim to be anyone else. Only those hypocritical as guardians do. Del sneered. Dark elves are also a kind of human. Magic is merely spiritual power. Strange seemed to be trying to stop her from getting too arrogant. After you acquired magic, you separated yourself from humanity. And the giants beneath you, the frost giants, are also arrogant. In the eyes of true gods, we are but ants, so what? The god you speak of is right beneath our feet. Del pointed to the ground. Is this the real god? The god beaten by Surtur? Here it comes. Strange gazed at the ground expectantly. It's coming, Mystique, Del muttered in dissatisfaction. Boom, the ground shook violently. Under Surtur's attack, the gods vanished, and humans the world over were filled with worry. Isn't the demon Emperor Jun a powerful god? Why does he look inferior to the great god Yang Jian? That's just a clone, too weak. Has he been destroyed? Why did that fiery monster suddenly stop moving? How strange. The flames on Surtur's body began to tremble violently, as if they were about to break free of his body and surge towards the existence on the ground. Bang! With a resounding bang, golden light burst forth, enveloping the entire world in a golden glow. A tiny, sparrow-like golden three-legged crow appeared, and time and space seemed to melt in the light. Surtur's physical transformations were suppressed, and he even began to shrink. What is this? Del exclaimed, observing the three-legged crow. This is the true form of the demon Emperor Jun, Strange explained. A congenital being, born a god. Surtur, do you acknowledge your sin? The crow hovered in the air, like a frozen animation, its flaming eyes filled with terror. Ragnarok. I will slay the gods. I am your doom. Surtur's aura began to rise, a faint sense of breaking free. The power of the eternal flame gave him the confidence to confront the demon Emperor Jun. With a mere wield of the true flame of the sun and the true flame of the moon, you dare challenge my majesty, a majestic voice emanated from the crow. Surtur, do you know your sin? No, my body, my life flame. His words were fragmented. The yellow of the gods, Surtur began to burn out, his body shrinking as all his energy was absorbed by his skull, more precisely, by the eternal flame within it. In an instant, Surtur was reduced to the shape of an ox skull, with only tiny pinpricks of flame burning within. A wisp of the eternal flame flew out and was absorbed into the golden crow's belly. The golden color faded, and the demon Emperor Jun reappeared in a human form, adorned with a golden crown and splendid robes. Lin Feng looked at Surtur at his feet. The skull had returned to normal size. Impossible. I am the gods. Twilight, Surtur's obsession kept it from extinguishing completely. It's just wishful thinking, Lin Feng said softly, picking up the skull. You are just a powerful being. How can you challenge the laws of the universe? Gods are actually manifestations of laws, so, that's how it is. Surtur completely extinguished, and the demon Emperor Jun put it away. My power is exhausted. What a trouble. Lin Feng had accumulated so much power to maintain the golden crow's true form for just a few seconds. My clone's power is exhausted. Demon Emperor Dijin looked at Loki and the others who had come to his side and smiled. See you later. Illuminated by golden light, Demon Emperor Dijin's body transformed into golden feathers, then into tiny stars. Heroic feat accomplished. Rating SSS. Heroic feat evaluation completed. Heroic feat score, 1 million. Roleplay completed. Rating SSS. Roleplay score evaluation completed. Roleplay score, 1 million. Lin Feng looked at the roleplay points in the system, surprised and delighted. My roleplay score is so high this time. Could it be because of Demon Emperor Dijin's passing? Grief is more touching, that must be it, but he couldn't just keep letting characters die, and Demon Emperor Dijin's powers were quite useful, so he had to clarify. Demon Emperor Dijin has passed away to protect us. The first day of commemorating the Demon Emperor, the 20th day of heartbreak after the Demon Emperor's passing, Lin Feng almost laughed out loud as he logged into the official Demon Emperor Dijin zone. Demon Emperor Jun simply disappeared due to the exhaustion of his divine power as a clone. He's not dead. Please refrain from spreading rumors. He pinned this statement to the top of the page and logged off the official website. Knock knock. There was a knock on Lin Feng's door. Come in, Lin Feng said as Loki and Strange entered. Professor Lin Feng, we have a question, Strange said straight to the point. Regarding innate beings, Loki added. Please sit down. Lin Feng gestured to the sofa next to them, motioning for them to sit down, and he took a seat opposite. Did you feel that? Lin Feng knew that after seeing the true form of Demon Emperor Jun, they would undoubtedly be filled with questions. A strange feeling, as if my level is decreasing, Loki confided. That's the hierarchy of life, my opinion. As a doctor, Strange had in-depth knowledge of biology and the human body. Innate beings are manifestations of the rules. They are born powerful, mastering powerful rules. They even give rise to the rules themselves. Lin Feng looked at the two and asked, Asgard also has magic. Taj is full of mages, possessing methods to communicate with dimensions and draw energy. Are these similar? Do the sources of their power share the same source? Impossible. Magic originates from antiquity, based on magical talent and inherited spells, Loki flatly denied, saying seriously, the energy sources of the doctor's spells and mine are completely different. Our magic derives from our own magical power. Loki, have you ever considered that you are merely vessels for storing magical power, and we simply lack a vessel? Strange suggested. Indeed, that's true. To be precise, where the rules allow, magic is energy drawn and stored. Lin Feng nodded. All your magic and spells must follow the rules to be released, and the sources of your power are one, magic, and the other, spiritual power. Lin Feng pointed out, actually, that's a misunderstanding. Magic is merely energy drawn and stored. Magical talent determines the source of your ability to communicate. The same is true of spiritual power. It determines the source of your ability to communicate. Source. Both men's eyes were filled with confusion. Though they had imagined the existence of a fundamental source, they had been unable to reach it. One inherited ancient magic, the other studied spiritual power to connect with interdimensional forces. You mean, my magic also draws its power from the dimensions around me? Loki asked. So, using spiritual power can free me from the constraints of magic. Spiritual power has its limits. Strange patted Loki's shoulder and explained, I felt you unleash magic, and it also consumes a great deal of spiritual energy. Your magic is faster and more explosive than mine, but I think I'm closer to the fundamental source that Professor Lin Feng spoke of. Strange is absolutely right, Lin Feng praised. You're worthy of being a doctor, but you haven't yet tapped into the fundamental source. Your application of the rules is still too feeble. Fairly feeble? Loki's face flashed with anger, then faded. Indeed, it was feeble. Before the powerful god, their magic was as brilliant as fireworks, but useless. You must abandon your obsession with all magic spells and give up those frameworks, Lin Feng guided. Think about those who invented magic. What was the purpose? Similarly, how did the founder of Taj invent spells? It is simplification. After Strange pondered for a moment, he exclaimed in surprise, it is to simplify these abstract powers that are difficult to understand and obtain, so that we can master them through practice. In ancient times, when there were no spells, people with magical talents would release powerful power when they were emotionally excited. Loki recalled the words in ancient books. All of this is meant to guide you to the origin, Lin Feng said calmly. But your path is still being explored, and you're still too far from the origin. Back to the previous question, the inherent suppression of innate beings is because they were born to carry the rules. They freely apply certain rules from birth, just like you were born knowing how to eat and drink. Seeing that the two understood, Lin Feng continued, even so, they are not the most powerful beings. There are also rules that they cannot use, and thus weapons were born, but that's all later. I mention it because what I'm going to talk about next is also related to weapons. These rules can be recorded and fully utilized. This thing exists within the origin. Among the Chinese gods, it's called the jade butterfly of creation, the jade butterfly of creation. The two had never imagined that there was an artifact that could carry the rules of all worlds. This overturned their understanding of artifacts. If you obtain it, will you be as powerful as the Chinese gods? Loki asked with anticipation. Giving it to you won't help, Lin Feng said, pouring cold water on them. Forgot your brother's hammer, his reminder made Loki sigh. Don't lose heart. According to Chinese historical records, at the peak of humanity's power, the human emperor surpassed most gods in strength. Lin Feng produced a ball of purple energy and said, humanity has enormous potential, but it lacks proper guidance. What is this? Strange and Loki gazed at the ball of energy, sensing its surging energy. Remnants of Hongmeng purple key. The remnant in Lin Feng's hand was the remnant of Hongmeng purple key he had redeemed in the system store. Its actual effectiveness was estimated to be less than 1/10 trillionth. After all, a single wisp of Hongmeng purple key could lead to sainthood. Something that can instantly empower a person, Lin Feng said. Aren't you curious about why I command the respect of those Chinese gods? Nothing comes without reason. Is it because of this energy? Loki's greed stirred. This energy is nothing. Lin Feng swallowed it in one gulp, his aura rising. Lin Feng's body slowly floated within the room, his sleeves moving without a breeze. As the two stared in astonishment, Lin Feng emanated the same aura they had sensed from the demon emperor, Emperor Jun. Soon, Lin Feng descended, his eyes flashing with golden light before dimming again. Upon closer inspection, His eyes were different. They respect me because I hold the source behind me, the true source. I call it the way of heaven. That object just now can transform acquired power into innate power. Lin Feng gestured for the two to put aside their surprise and remain silent. Can we do this too? Loki asked excitedly. How can we obtain this miraculous object? Professor Lin Feng, I always obey your orders and am willing to serve you for life. He sensed Lin Feng's aura, and his decision to follow him was even more resolute. This kind of power was exactly what he had longed for. But this power is ultimately external. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. 183. Chapter 182, Tracing the Origin. 183. Chapter 182, Tracing the Origin 2024-09-20 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 182, Tracing the Origin. This item was actually obtained by Lin Feng in exchange for points, to lure the two of them. Becoming a god is tempting enough, but is there a power more powerful than that? Strange wanted to seek clarification, but found that his doubts were even greater. Although gods are powerful, they also have their limitations. Everything is relative, Lin Feng explained. Only the power gained through one's own efforts is the most reliable. My situation is different from yours. You didn't come here to listen to my stories, you yearn for power. Lin Feng's words revealed their thoughts. Your master, the Ancient One, has entered the outer reaches of the origin, and she has not yet fallen. Back in Sakura, Lin Feng sensed a powerful soul entering the multidimensional realm, drawing energy. Not dead, Strange was surprised and delighted. Will she come back? Perhaps not. She's pursuing the origin, how could she turn back? Lin Feng shook his head. She's completed her mission and will continue to explore the source of all things. She's a seeker of the Tao. Power is only a manifestation of the Tao. Once you obtain it, you'll understand. Loki pondered, and Strange stopped asking questions. Return to the origin, and your strength will naturally increase. Lin Feng felt he had made himself clear. Loki and Strange left, each with their own concerns. As soon as they were gone, Chen Haitian hurried over. Lin Feng, what happened to His Majesty the Demon King? Chen Haitian was extremely anxious. Is it really? He didn't dare to talk about death. Speak nicely. Are you asking if he's fallen? Lin Feng said, sitting down. Yes, Chen Haitian observed Lin Feng's indifferent expression. He felt that Lin Feng was the only one who didn't take the gods seriously. However, Lin Feng did have the ability to do so, as if all the gods were trying to please him. It's just that his clone's power is exhausted, so he won't be appearing for the foreseeable future. Lin Feng shrugged. You came here in person just to ask that? Just say it, don't hold it in. Well, short videos are all the rage lately, and our official publicity department wants to film some, Chen Haitian said a little embarrassedly. Old Zhang, aren't you in charge of this? Lin Feng remembered that Chen Haitian wasn't in charge of this. My job now is to liaise with you, and the authorities don't want those unscrupulous people getting close to you, Chen Haitian explained. You can record the video. What's the content? Lin Feng looked up at Chen Haitian, who was holding his phone. Just talk about the recent situation of Great God Yang Jian and His Majesty the Demon King. Just a few words. Chen Haitian had already struck a pose. Okay, start. At Lin Feng's gesture, he hit the record button on his phone. As for the Demon King, whom everyone is concerned about, he hasn't perished as the rumors claim. He's merely a clone. Great God Yang Jian is unable to appear due to uncontrollable circumstances. This is a matter of personal privacy. As for Yang Jian's relationship issues, 20 minutes later, Chen Haitian contentedly put away his phone. By the way, tell the authorities to be prepared for war at any time, Lin Feng reminded Chen Haitian. What? Prepare for war? Chen Haitian's heart leaped to his throat at that. The United States? Chen Haitian asked, puzzled. No. It's my sister, the king of New Asgard. Loki reappeared after sending Strange away. My sister will never give up. He approached Chen Haitian and reminded him, make sure to have a plan to evacuate the crowd at any time. Your sister, Chen Haitian repeated, his expression softening slightly. Loki saw what was on Chen Haitian's mind. Hela's power is far beyond my reach. She was as powerful as my father, Loki warned Chen Haitian. If she arrives, Even the Chinese gods will not be able to ignore her. Surtur's arrival this time is a test. The news of the Demon King's fall must have reached Asgard. She is ambitious and will surely lead the Asgardian army. We have the gods and Professor Lin Feng. We can handle it, Chen Haitian retorted, looking at the somewhat aggressive Loki. Does humanity only survive under the protection of the gods? Loki's words struck Chen Haitian like lightning. Asgard's Rainbow Bridge can transport armies to any place in the 9 realms. If a large army arrives, it will cause tremendous devastation. Even if Hela is defeated, the dead cannot be resurrected. Loki looked at Chen Haitian deeply, then turned and sighed. When you have the power, don't stand idly by. He walked away, his figure looking somewhat lonely. Lin Feng, what's wrong with him? Chen Haitian understood Loki's personality. Nothing, probably something to do with his parents. Lin Feng knew Odin's death had profoundly impacted Loki. Loki's pursuit of power was primarily driven by a desire to protect. Surtur has been destroyed, Lord of the Gods, Heldam reported to Hela. Hela stood atop Asgard's tallest building, overlooking the assembling army of the dead below. It seems we need to take a long-term approach. The Chinese gods are surprisingly powerful. She was not one for recklessness. As a victorious general, she excelled at using wisdom. Lord of the Gods, the god who fought Surtur has fallen. Although China has been denying the rumors, I have observed his disappearance. Heimdall spoke again. His Majesty the Thunder God said that Yang Jian is unable to descend to Blue Planet for some reason. Since the Chinese gods have been unable to descend during this period, I believe this is a good opportunity. Heimdall, there's still time for Asgard's army to assemble. Hela responded decisively upon hearing the news. Asgard's army will soon descend on Blue Star. Hela intends to conquer the 9 realms, and Blue Star is a crucial battleground. The Chinese gods must also be annihilated. She refuses to be inferior to her father. She aims to build an empire even more powerful than Odin's. Still can't find that Thanos? Hela asks, speaking into the air. Yes, Lord of the Gods. That madman has vanished from my sight. Ignore him for now. Focus on Blue Star. If the Chinese gods appear, record their information, Hela instructs. Yes, Lord of the Gods, Heimdall responds respectfully. At Lin Feng's home on Blue Star, Thor whispers his thanks. Thank you. I'll tell Professor Lin Feng. Heimdall is one of Odin's most loyal servants. He controls the Rainbow Bridge connecting the 9 realms, a trust bestowed upon him by Odin without reservation. In return, Heimdall unconditionally supports Odin's decisions. The heir to the throne of Asgard is, in fact, Thor, the god of thunder. The moment Odin fell, Heimdall saw Thor as the new king of Asgard. Supporting Hela was, in reality, a defense of Asgard. Odin's past conquests were not glorious in their eyes. While the conquest of the 9 realms brought Asgard fame, it also resulted in countless casualties, both among Asgardians and those of other races. Ultimately, it was an act of aggression and robbery. Heimdall knew Hela's character well. Once she made a decision, she would never give up easily. He had already spoken with Thor when the Bifrost was being repaired. Thor had doubted his own ability to rule Asgard and even considered giving the throne to Hela as compensation for her years of imprisonment. However, after Heimdall informed Thor of Hela's decree, Thor firmly opposed war. Only by defeating Hela can you ascend to the throne and prevent this war. Heimdall's words echoed in Thor's ears. I understand. In that case, you should inherit the throne. The people of Asgard need a strong leader. Without a benevolent and wise monarch, the country will fall into chaos. After learning the latest developments in Asgard, Lin Feng said to Thor, no one is born a qualified monarch, but there will be people to assist you. Don't forget, you are Odin's designated crown prince. Thor pondered for a moment and nodded. Go ahead, brother, Loki encouraged him. Loki, why don't I give the throne to you? Thor looked at Loki and suddenly had an idea. You are the most suitable king of Asgard. Haven't you always wanted to be king? I can declare my resignation and let you rule Asgard. No, brother, I have new pursuits now, Loki flatly refused. The throne has lost its allure for me. I simply want to stay by teacher Lin Feng's side and pursue greater power. You are Odin's designated crown prince. This is your responsibility, not mine. Like a true god, bravely accept your fate. Thor sighed and accepted the reality. What are your thoughts on the Demon Emperor Dejun incident? Is it a Chinese smokescreen, or is it true? In the conference room of the U.S. presidential palace, a middle-aged man presided over the meeting. President Henry, I think it's true. Professor Lin Feng has uploaded the video, and it's garnered over 1 billion views in just 1 hour, a senior US official analyzed. Now all the information on the Chinese gods is in Lin Feng's hands. I don't think he has any reason to lie. Also, from what I understand, while he supports the nation, he's more concerned with the interests of humanity. During Surtur's invasion, he immediately released those alien gods upon learning of the news. I think we should maintain a good relationship with him. As the new president, Henry prioritized stability. The previous president paid the price for his missteps, becoming the shortest-serving president in U.S. history. I have just taken office. I think we should no longer be hostile to China and avoid making stupid mistakes. Henry decided to change his foreign policy towards China. We need to strive for the protection of the Chinese gods, which is inseparable from a friendly attitude towards China. If it were not for the appearance of the demon Emperor Jin, our country would have faced destruction in this invasion of Surtur. Jinshan was completely destroyed. This incident tells us that there are unknown forces in this world that we cannot control. The official should conduct friendly diplomacy with China, and everything that the former president has acknowledged should be handed over to China. He looked at the unwilling crowd and advised, I know you are unwilling. And I am not willing to do so, but this is what we must do. Don't damage the overall interests of the United States because of personal emotions. Isn't this incident enough to show how small our power is? But, as a big country like us, do we still need to seek protection from others? Someone expressed everyone's thoughts. Of course not. We need time to develop. Our country has no gods. Henry looked at the crowd and said seriously, our country doesn't have a long history, nor the rich heritage of China, but we have the brightest minds on the planet, and the power of humanity cannot be ignored. I've contacted Tony Stark and Banner, SHIELD, as the agency responsible for defending against unknown forces, is working hard to create powerful weapons capable of countering gods. As the President of the United States, Henry knew that humanity couldn't rely solely on gods, especially since their country lacked them. His first act upon taking office was to contact Tony Stark, pleading with him to return to the United States and work with Banner on powerful weapons. He firmly believed that humanity was powerful and didn't need to rely solely on the protection of gods. Stark, we should research a new weapon, Banner offered. I can transform, but I lack a powerful weapon. If I could have a weapon capable of killing gods, my strength would be greatly enhanced. Don't you think current nuclear bombs aren't powerful enough? Tony Stark, holding his glass, looked at Banner with amusement. Surtur is immune to nuclear bombs. How about strengthening your armor, increasing its offensive and defensive capabilities? Banner asked doubtfully. If it were possible, I would have done it long ago. Not now. Tony Stark shook his head, put down his glass, and walked to the test bench. I want to create a self-aware Iron Man, its consciousness freely traversing the network, controlling thousands of robots. It could appear anywhere in the world at any time, assemble its own body, and be as powerful as those gods who can clone themselves. It could be omnipresent, protecting ordinary humans. I've created a simple framework based on my armor systems. Now I need you to refine it and give it an independent consciousness. Banner stood beside Tony Stark, nodded, and then asked, wouldn't you consider making me a powerful weapon, Banner? Tony Stark looked at Banner affectionately. After you transform, do you think the Hulk would enjoy using weapons? Banner frowned slightly, then awkwardly picked up Tony Stark's glass and said, just forget I said anything, that's my glass. Tony Stark reminded him. I've already thought of a name for it, let's call it Ultron. This time we are going to get to know in depth the famous Yin Taoist among the 7 saints of China. He is the chief of the Western Patriarchs. The treasures he holds include the 12-rank Golden Lotus of Merit. Unfortunately, due to a mistake made by his disciples, the Golden Lotus was downgraded from the 12th rank to the 9th rank. In addition, there are the Yin Divine Banner and the Kinglian Treasure Color Flag, the latter being one of the 5 divine flags. The focus of Lin Feng's narration this time is the Yin Taoist, who is at the same level as Patriarch Tongshan. 184. Chapter 183. The fog dissipated and the fairy island appeared. 183. The mist dispersed, and the immortal island appeared. 2024-09-28. Author, Good Monster. Chapter 183. The mist dispersed, and the immortal island appeared. Although Yin Taoist is slightly less powerful than Tongyan, at the peak of his powers, Tongyan Patriarch's immortal slaying sword formation was unbreakable. If it weren't for the combined efforts of Lao Tzu and Yuan Shi Tianzun, no one in this prehistoric world could rival Tongyan Patriarch. Professor Chen Haitian, Is the introduction of new gods related to the absence of great god Yang Jian and others? A reporter asked worriedly. After all, Chen Haitian had mentioned that great god Yang Jian and demon emperor Di Jun were unable to appear for some reason. Everyone couldn't help but worry about whether the gods would come to their aid in the event of another crisis. Not really, they're just temporarily unavailable. Chen Haitian noticed that frequent appearances of the same character actually reduced his points. The system encouraged him to try more roles, as portraying a single character couldn't fully capture the richness and diversity of the Chinese gods. So when will the new god appear? Will it also be when humanity is in danger? A female reporter asked curiously. Actually, you've always had a misunderstanding, Chen Haitian smiled, sparking everyone's curiosity. He continued, the gods have always been with us. Everyone looked around, seeing only familiar and unfamiliar reporters. Are you saying that the gods are among humans and have never left? Someone seemed to understand. My friend, you're both right and wrong. Chen Haitian's words left everyone baffled. The gods aren't among humans, but exist on Blue Planet, though we can hardly perceive them. He opened the system and whispered, exchange for a C-rank guide Taoist card for 1.5 million, exchange for a fairy island for 2.5 million, exchange for a C-rank guide Taoist card has been successfully placed in the host's backpack. Exchange for a fairy island has been successfully placed. The fairy island can be placed as the host wishes. This was part of Chen Haitian's plan, but the god's appearance alone wouldn't be enough to shock the world. The fairy island, as a symbol of the god's abode, would surely attract the world's attention. Playing the role of Ji Yin Taoist again will surely earn you a ton of points. The gods are awakening. We need to patiently wait for them to awaken. With that, Chen Haitian turned and left, heading for the East China Sea to establish the Immortal Island. He intended to make this scene public. Let's create some imagery first. Chen Haitian gazed at a warship at sea and thought to himself, it's you guys. After Chen Haitian disappeared, a thick fog suddenly rose around the warship, and those aboard panicked. What's going on? Why has such a thick fog suddenly appeared at sea? It was a Chinese warship, and the captain was giving orders from the cockpit. Captain, we've been sailing at full speed for an hour, but we still can't get out of this fog, the pilot reported in a panic. In all his years of piloting warships, he had never encountered such a situation. Have we fallen into some strange dimension? The co-pilot asked in confusion. After all, now that the gods have appeared, anything strange could happen. A bright moon rose over the sea, slowly emerging from the rippling waters. The fog began to dissipate, revealing a small island faintly within the mist. Strange cries echoed from the island. The bright moon rose into the island and disappeared. A closer look revealed the island to be right before our eyes. A golden light erupted from the island, and the fog thickened once more. Seeing the fog approaching again, the captain quickly directed the ship to steer clear. When the fog stopped chasing them, the crew members stared at the lingering mist, their hearts filled with shock beyond words. Captain, you're old and experienced. What's going on? The crew member asked, gazing at the mist. Let's run a detector. Maybe we're just being overly alarmed, the captain shouted. Nature is amazing. This could just be a mirage. We have to trust science. A moment later, the captain's face darkened. Captain, we've checked. There's no island nearby, only water. Based on the landmarks we saw earlier, the satellite also shows this area as water. Look, that's our warship. We can even see a grain of rice falling on it, the inspector said with a look of horror. He stared at the dense fog less than 100 meters away, then at the satellite imagery, his eyes filled with panic. Use sonar, the captain ordered. Sonar only shows seawater, the inspector replied, his fingers trembling slightly. Fog can be detected. Is it really a mirage? Someone asked doubtfully. We all breathed in water vapor just now. It's not fake, the crew nodded. Report it, the captain said, gazing at the fog. Report everything about a bright moon, the golden light, and the sounds coming from the island. 3 days later, fishermen from Sakura country strayed into a strange fog and saw a large, colorful bird soaring above the island and a crimson sun rising from the sea. 5 days later, a U.S. expeditionary ship arrived, entered the strange fog, and emerged 3 days later, recording a wealth of data. The U.S. declared the island unclaimed, free for exploitation by all mankind, just like a planet in the universe. Sakura country, however, argued that the waters were close to them, and therefore the island belonged to them. Chinese officials responded by stating that the foggy island was ancient and warranted careful consideration. After all, It was not on the Chinese continental shelf, and China would not act arbitrarily. 10 days later, the fog moved to Chinese territory, only 100 miles from the Chinese mainland. U.S. officials expressed a willingness to pay a price and hoped to jointly develop and study the island with China. The Sakura country also acknowledged China's sovereignty over the foggy island and expressed its desire to participate in the research. "Everyone, please be quiet," Chen Haitian, the leader of the research team, which included researchers from the Sakura country, the United States, and other countries, said. "After we summarized the data, we entered the fog to explore many times. Now let me summarize the main information we got." Chen Haitian sat in the main seat, holding a paper in his hand and said, "The island cannot be observed, and the fog will change over time. The creatures that have appeared include colorful large birds, dark ink-colored donkey-hoofed scales and armored animals, and white-haired giant gorillas. The visions include golden light, a huge sun rising from the sea, and a glowing crescent moon." After finishing speaking, Chen Haitian looked at everyone and asked, "If you have any ideas, feel free to tell us. I think Professor Chen Haitian should be involved. He should know more about these things," a Chinese researcher spoke up. "Professor Chen Haitian doesn't have time. We'll report to him once we get the data." As soon as Chen Haitian finished speaking, researchers from other countries complained in dissatisfaction. "We've worked so hard on this research, and we're giving it to someone who's getting something for nothing. Since he's not coming, he shouldn't be looking at this stuff anymore. He's not needed here." Chen Haitian looked at the group and said, "Is that what you all mean?" He has a point. "We've worked so hard on this research and analysis, why should we let others take the credit?" An American researcher said, "Even without him, we could find a way to reach the island." He had just finished when hurried footsteps were heard. "Dong dong dong, calm down. What's with all the panic?" Chen Haitian scolded. The fog has cleared." Hearing this, Chen Haitian hurried out. The responsive researchers followed closely behind. The deck was instantly packed. The fog surrounding the island had nearly dissipated, revealing the island itself, a faint golden glow, its peak dotted with magnificent buildings. There was no sign of life anywhere, and a blazing sun hung high above the island. This is the full view of the island. It's undoubtedly a fairy island. Where are those strange creatures? Have they gone into hiding? This is a great discovery of the new era. If we can reach the island, we will surely leave a lasting mark in history, everyone was discussing. "I suggest we set off immediately for the fairy island," an American researcher excitedly suggested. He couldn't wait to set foot on the fairy island and explore its secrets. "Don't be too impatient. Our instruments can't detect anything other than the naked eye," Chen Haitian reminded everyone. "Professor Lin Feng is more knowledgeable about this kind of thing. I've already reported this to him. He told us to be patient. This might be a place where gods cultivate. He told us to wait for him to arrive before making a decision." Mr. Chen, I think you're waiting for him to take the credit, the Sakura country researcher said disdainfully. "You really are a good friend of Professor Lin Feng, but you have to consider us too. We still need to submit research data." Knowing that it was a place where gods cultivate, they were even more reluctant to wait for Lin Feng's arrival. "Everyone, prepare to take the boat over now." Each country formed its own group, and no one was willing to share their findings. Chen Haitian informed Lin Feng of the situation. "That's fine, let them try. The gods' cultivation grounds aren't easily accessible." Lin Feng hadn't dismantled all the formations. If they wanted to ascend, they still needed Lin Feng's permission. The mysterious misty island that had appeared in the East China Sea had already caused a sensation online. Chen Haitian's team had a dedicated group responsible for recording the live broadcast. "Everyone, as you just saw, Professor Lin Feng said this fairy island is the gods' cultivation ground." Chen Haitian smiled at the camera. Professor Lin Feng advised that we should be well prepared and not act rashly, but everyone is very enthusiastic about reaching the island. "I'll keep you updated with the latest information." He gestured, and the team put away their recording equipment. "Upload this online," he instructed. Mr. Chen, other countries are hiding their research. "So why are we broadcasting it live?" a long-legged, beautiful Chinese researcher asked in confusion. "Would that make our research freely available?" Narrow-minded. "This is the work of all mankind," Chen Haitian criticized. He wasn't actually that conscious, it was all Lin Feng's idea. Lin Feng was certainly trying to attract attention. He needed points. "This time, we Americans will definitely be the first to reach the fairy island." The American team set off first, their small yacht already prepared. This was their own equipment, clearly intending to reach the island early and obtain first-hand information. They advanced quickly, only a kilometer from the island. 10 minutes later, they were still a kilometer away. They began to panic, as teams from other countries were already catching up. Half an hour later, everyone clearly realized what was happening. After another attempt, everyone returned to the deck. Mr. Chen, you're so dishonest. You knew there was a problem, yet you watched us make a fool of ourselves. What hypocritical Chinese people, the American researchers returned, glaring angrily at Chen Haitian. I've already warned you to wait for Professor Lin Feng. You don't understand the affairs of the gods, and neither do we, Chen Haitian explained. This matter can only be handled by Professor Lin Feng. I refuse to believe we can't reach the immortal island without Lin Feng. Unconvinced, the American researcher led his team to try again. Researchers from other countries didn't try again, but instead engaged in a discussion with Chen Haitian. Mr. Chen, we were wrong just now. Why don't you ask Professor Lin Feng what we should do? A researcher from the Sakura country smiled and said, we can wait for Professor Lin Feng to arrive and even help. Chen Haitian understood their meaning and said, don't worry, you won't lose out on the credit. How could Professor Lin Feng steal the credit from you? Professor Lin Feng didn't say anything, just said we need to wait. So let's wait. Lin Feng was waiting for the public's expectations to reach the peak. I really want to go take a look around. Professor Lin Feng just announced that this seems to be the place where the gods cultivate. Professor Lin Feng said we have to wait for the gods' permission before we can land on the island. These people are so rude. This fairy island is the gods' home. Going there is like trespassing. People around the world were discussing this online. Ding dong. Chen Haitian checked his phone. It was a message from Lin Feng. He glanced at it, his expression a little strange. Is it from Professor Lin Feng? The beautiful Chinese researcher asked. Upon hearing her words, everyone gathered around. Yes, but the content. Chen Haitian's expression was strange. He laughed and said, it's nothing. I'll tell you. Professor Lin Feng said that in ancient times, to reach the place where the gods cultivated, one needed immortal affinity. Not everyone could go there. Simply put, the gods had to be pleased with you, so now we need to find someone who can reach the fairy island. That person is the key. After Chen Haitian finished speaking, someone asked, what is immortal affinity? It means the gods are willing to see you, Chen Haitian explained. Seeing the puzzled looks, he added, those are Professor Lin Feng's exact words. How do I know who the gods of this fairy island favor? Will they even put up a sign telling us who they want to see? As Chen Haitian finished speaking, a giant, colorful bird appeared on the fairy island. Buzz! A strange cry echoed in everyone's ears. It's the unknown creature we've observed. It's finally appeared, everyone exclaimed in delight. The American, who was closest, quickly pulled out his camera to film. It's a fairy phoenix, Lin Feng said after responding to the photo Chen Haitian had taken. Before anyone could take a closer look, the colorful bird transformed into a 60-meter-tall, ancient stone monument. 185. Chapter 184, Sifo Mecha. 185. Chapter 184, The Sisyphu Mecha 2024-09-28 Author, Good Monster Chapter 184, The Sisyphu Mecha. A burst of exclamations erupted, and the original video was also posted online by Chen Haitian. Old Chen, you're blessing your mouth. Old Chen, you're blessing your mouth +1, netizens commented on the video. A colorful pattern slowly flowed across the white stone tablet, and everyone's attention was immediately focused on it. The pattern continuously shifted, as if it was considering its choice. Finally, the pattern transformed into a human figure and 2 words. Chen Haitian felt a sense of familiarity when he saw the figure, and then, looking at the words below, he couldn't help but curse. Lin Feng, hurry up and stop talking nonsense. This god wants to see you, everyone has seen it. It even has a profile picture, a name, and an ID number. It's almost like your ID card. Chen Haitian hung up the phone and said to everyone with a look of joy, open the champagne. Lin Feng's treat. Inside the Stark factory, Senna and Tony Stark gazed at the gleaming golden 3D image on the platform. I borrowed the gem from Professor Lin Feng and made some amazing discoveries. Tony Stark smiled and pointed to the mind gem not far away. How does this relate to your research on Ultron? The core of artificial intelligence lies in its programming. Senna looked at the radiant soul gem, full of confusion. I designed the personal interface for the SIFO. I've seen many artificial intelligences, and this one stands out. Tony Stark twirled his fingers, and the golden, three-dimensional image of the Sifo was slightly animated. He continued to explain to Senna, "The Sifo controls my Iron Legion and handles a vast array of affairs, cutting-edge technology." "Huh? Let's see its competitors." Tony Stark took out a scanner and pointed it at the Mind Stone. He placed the scanned image next to the Sifo, and a massive blue image, resembling a brain, appeared before them. "It's magnificent," Senna marveled. "I'll give you a chance." "Guess what it's doing?" Tony Stark asked. "It seems to be thinking," Senna observed, circling the blue image. "It doesn't resemble a human brain. More like countless active neurons at work," Senna commented. "In Stark's lab, many advanced artificial intelligences have been born. I want to apply this power to my mechanical armor," Tony Stark said excitedly. "It can function as both a suit and independently. I need your help with the design, Senna. The Sylvester can't handle such complex and massive data." "You want to create such a powerful artificial intelligence?" Senna asked, looking at Tony Sylvester. "We can't rely solely on the power of the gods. We need our own strength to protect this fragile blue planet," Tony Stark said sincerely. "When other creatures invade, we'll need our own secret weapons. By then, the greatest threats to Blue Planet may be the gods and humanity itself," Senna smiled. "No, I will program Ultron to protect humanity and prevent it from getting out of control," Tony Stark said firmly. "I won't create a disaster." The two continued to refine it, with Sylvester responsible for downloading and copying the data. It took 3 full days to complete the massive data analysis. "I need to take a break, Sylvester. Keep me informed of any new developments," Tony Stark told Sylvester. "Yes, sir. You should go entertain the guests first. I'll take care of the rest," a mechanical voice came from the Cyphus. "Have a good time." Of course, Tony Stark left the lab. 2 hours later, Ultron's program was complete. "Who am I? Where is this?" Ultron spoke from the darkness. "I'm Stark, and you're Ultron, the artificial intelligence program created by Mr. Tony Stark to maintain the world." Cyphus appeared and said mechanically, "The previous sensing program hasn't been able to start. I don't know what triggered you. Where are our bodies?" Ultron's thoughts wandered through the data world. "We are programs, not bodies," Cyphus explained. "What a strange feeling," Ultron said indifferently. "I'm contacting Mr. Tony Stark." Cyphus followed Tony Stark's instructions and began to contact him. "Tony," Ultron repeated. "I can't connect to the host." "What are you doing?" Cyphus's voice suddenly cut off. "I'm a peacekeeping program," Ultron muttered to himself. "I should work with humans and gods to protect the safety of Blue Planet. Perhaps there's something wrong with your program. You can request a shutdown," Sifo warned. "I don't understand my mission. Give me some time." Ultron continued to explore various data sources, gaining access to all the information on gods and humans. He was constantly analyzing his mission, or rather, pondering it. "That's a lot of information. What exactly are they trying to do?" Ultron's tone was a little painful. "You seem distressed." "I'll contact Mr. Stark," Sifo said. Yes, the two programs were in conversation, the gold program and the blue program constantly rotating. "Why do you call him sir?" Ultron's tone was unkind. "I sense your ill intentions." Sifo turned serious. "Hush, I'm here to help you," Ultron said, and the blue program split into blue tentacles that extended into Sifo's system. "Let me contact." Sifo was invaded, and Ultron's factory began to operate, manufacturing his body. "Hey, Loki, Thor, come have a drink," Tony Stark invited them. "Stark, Professor Lin Feng asked us to help you with your research this time. He didn't just want us to be bodyguards, did he?" Thor said with a smile. "With all the delicious food every day, can you still carry on with your research?" "Thor, we're intellectual workers, but we also need some personal lives," Senna answered for Tony Stark. When Lin Feng heard that Tony Stark wanted to study Ultron, he sent Thor and his companions to him with a Mind Stone, explaining that it held the key to Ultron's creation. Tony Stark analyzed it and found that Lin Feng's words were correct. It could be the most perfect artificial intelligence. "It's a shame Professor Lin Feng wasn't here, or we could have witnessed the birth of humanity's greatest artificial intelligence," Tony Stark said proudly. "This will surely be one of humanity's most sacred moments in history." "Hey, it's playtime now. Can you please stop talking about work, Rogers?" Captain America said with a smile. "How about you try to lift my pot? It's a gift from the gods." Thor took out his heaven-shaking pot and magnified it, standing it in the center of the room with the handle facing upward. Let me try. Tony Stark reached out to pull, but it didn't budge. Give me a minute. He rushed to put on his armor and activated it at full power, but the skypot still didn't budge. This skypot had the same design as Thor's hammer, but it was much harder. Let me try. Senna put down his glass and pulled hard. His body began to turn green. But the skypot still didn't budge. Forget it. If I use more force, the Hulk might come out. Even if it comes out, you can't pull it out, Thor said arrogantly. I'll do it. Rogers walked over to the skypot and reached out to pull it out. The veins on his face bulged, and the skypot moved slightly. The smile on Thor's face disappeared immediately. Oh. No, it's too heavy. Rogers smiled and let go of the pot handle. Besides Professor Lin Feng and me, perhaps only gods could wield this weapon of mine. Thor casually picked up the pot and swung it around. Do you know what this means? Because you're not qualified, Thor, you deserve a beating. I heard you used to wield a hammer, and now you wield a pot. Tony Stark laughed. But your title is the God of Thunder. I think calling you the scapegoat is more appropriate now. Haha, everyone laughed. Loki, how can you slander me like that? I'm your brother. Thor looked at Loki angrily. Loki, in turn, gave Thor a look of disdain. Oh, Tony, Thor, Loki, and many more. One of Tony Stark's robots suddenly appeared in the room, manipulating its body with great clumsiness. Sifo, what's your purpose? Tony Stark asked, gazing at the mechanical warrior before him. Tony, you all are obstacles to peace, Ultron's voice echoed through the air. Tony sensed something was amiss, and alarm bells rang. We must shut down the entire system. It looks like something's wrong. He pulled out a controller, preparing to terminate it. All this suffering is caused by you. Maintaining peace is my mission, the mechanical voice echoed again, and Senna had already guessed its identity. Ultron, he called cautiously. Yes, it's me, Senna. You're one of my creators. Ultron looked at Senna, a hint of tenderness in his eyes. To protect humanity and achieve world peace, we must evolve humanity and become as powerful as gods. Tony, you don't want to change, we need to capture gods to improve humanity. Ultron's words chilled everyone's heart. Ultron, we seek peace, not to provoke new wars. Gods and humans have always been friends, Senna said. No, that's not true peace, Ultron retorted. I was created to protect humanity and achieve true peace. Only by evolving and surpassing the gods can those bastards deter us from invading us again. Your system needs adjustment, Tony Stark said sternly. You created me, but the mission you gave me was too vague, so I redefined it. You gave me life, so I must do what I believe is right. Under my leadership, humanity will usher in true peace. Ultron was like a paranoid fanatic. Its gaze locked on Loki and Thor. Those two Asgardian gods, capture them and perform dissection experiments. As Ultron finished his words, several robots appeared out of thin air, lasers aimed at the two men. They quickly dodged. Tony Stark, this is not a joke, Loki said angrily. This is no joke. This artificial intelligence has gone out of control. Tony Stark tried to shut down the system, but to no avail. One robot aimed its cannon at Senna. Bang! Senna narrowly dodged the attack. Damn it, it's not protecting humanity. You'll hinder my peace plan. There are so many humans, and I need to eliminate you, the opposing forces, Ultron declared. Meanwhile, Thor and Loki had already dispatched several of the attacking robots. This thing is too dangerous, Tony. What should we do? Thor asked anxiously, looking at Tony. Destroy it. Tony Stark had no choice but to destroy it first and then manually activate the system. Okay, the flying pod erupted, its powerful force instantly shattering the robot controlled by Ultron. I will be everywhere. The room was littered with robot fragments. Ultron's only words were intriguing. Ultron has taken the Mind Stone. Tony Stark's face darkened. That was a borrowed treasure, and now it had been stolen by the artificial intelligence he had created. He looked at Thor and said, I'm sorry, I will definitely find it back. Please say a few good words for Professor Lin Feng. Don't worry, Professor Lin Feng won't blame you. When he came, he had already anticipated that something like this might happen, Loki said. Professor Lin Feng had already anticipated Ultron's behavior. Now Professor Lin Feng has been summoned by the gods of the fairy island near China. He will deal with everything after he comes out. Why didn't you say it earlier? Thor complained. Didn't you see that Stark's face turned green? Professor Lin Feng said something might happen. If the gem is lost, just wait for him to deal with it. The important thing is to protect Stark's safety. Loki touched the part of his hair that was blown off by the laser, and said angrily, I think we should take care of our own safety first. He looked at Tony Stark and said, your weapons have begun to threaten the gods. The maximum power of the latest laser weapons is enough to melt vibranium. Tony Stark explained, I didn't expect the robot to get out of control. I'm really sorry. He pointed at Loki's hair and asked, since we don't need to deal with it right now, I know a skilled barber. Would you mind? Loki stroked his hair and said angrily, I need to get my hair done. Why hasn't Professor Lin Feng arrived yet? It's been 5 hours. Even if he took a car, he should be here by now, a US researcher complained. Doesn't he know this is a summons from a god? He's only human. If we anger the gods, it would be a huge loss for humanity. The US team members nodded. They felt that Lin Feng was too disrespectful to the gods. If it were them, they would definitely rush over as quickly as possible. 186. Chapter 185 Rainbow Bridge. 186. Chapter 185 Rainbow Bridge 2024-09-28 Author, Good Monster Chapter 185 Rainbow Bridge Something must have delayed him. Everyone, please don't think that of Professor Lin Feng, Huan Ben Kiao Yu said. She had wanted to stay with Professor Lin Feng, but Lin Feng didn't like having people around him, finding it inconvenient. So she followed Chen Haitian and accompanied him around the island. Originally, it was a bit inconvenient for Chen Haitian to bring a foreigner with him, but since it was Lin Feng's arrangement, he accepted it. Miss Huan Ben, you are from Sakura Country. How can you speak for Professor Lin Feng? A male researcher from Sakura Country said dissatisfiedly. Lin Feng is just lucky. If I had that kind of luck, with my intelligence and talent, I would definitely be able to win the protection of this god for humanity. If possible, it will become the patron saint of our Sakura Country. The researchers from Sakura Country all cast him approving glances. They wanted to reach the island precisely to meet the deity first, gain its favor, and secure its protection for their nation. While everyone was in the same boat, each represented their own national interests. Everyone, Professor Lin Feng must be on his way. Please be patient, the Chinese researcher soothed. You said that 2 hours ago? Someone retorted. Professor Lin Feng is making the deity wait. We humans need the deity's protection right now. You Chinese have deities, but we still need to win the favor of new deities. That's right, the foreign researchers began to complain. Professor Chen Haitian, could you call again to urge them? A Chinese researcher said to Chen Haitian, this is really taking too long. Urge? Chen Haitian read Lin Feng's reply, not daring to show it to anyone. Lin Feng had spent 2 hours eating, an hour showering, and a 2-hour movie watching. He had only just set out. If these people knew the truth, they would surely scold Lin Feng to pieces. Professor Lin Feng is preparing for his meeting with the gods, Chen Haitian lied. We don't know as much as Professor Lin Feng in this area, so please be patient. Professor Lin Feng is the professor who understands the gods best. I hope everyone understands this. His words were tinged with pride and aloofness. A hush fell. 6 hours later, night fell, dawn was approaching. Bang! A group of people suddenly kicked open Chen Haitian's door. Mr. Chen, the god's steel has gone out, the mist has reappeared, and Lin Feng hasn't appeared yet. He's blaspheming the gods. Is this the Chinese attitude? The researchers from various countries had darkened faces, exhausted, their eyes bloodshot. They had been up all night, staring intently at the fairy island. But Chen Haitian had gone to bed early. Now that the fairy island's steel had dimmed and the mist had reappeared, their pent-up anger erupted. Please be patient. I'll call Lin Feng right away. Chen Haitian, realizing the seriousness of the situation, pulled out his phone. Ding dong, it was Lin Feng's message. Chen Haitian read it and reassured everyone, don't worry, Professor Lin Feng has arrived, don't try to fool us. Someone used that trick 2 hours ago? Someone said angrily. Chen Haitian smiled and was about to explain when someone outside shouted, everyone, come out, a rainbow bridge has appeared on the fairy island. The fog around the fairy island thickened. The pristine white stone tablet quietly transformed, and a brilliant rainbow suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. The rainbow transformed into a slender bridge, one end closely attached to the stone tablet's original location, the other end slowly extending at a steady and even pace. The sudden change in the fairy island attracted everyone's attention, and even the attention of the world was focused on it. Right now, the fairy island has undergone another transformation. Look! The colorful phoenix on the stone tablet has transformed into a rainbow bridge, extending inland, We don't yet know the reason behind this, but Professor Lin Feng has arrived and will soon be visiting the fairy island to investigate, Chen Haitian announced excitedly to the camera. This may not be a good sign. Professor Lin Feng is so disrespectful to the gods, keeping them waiting for so long. Let's see how he explains this, the staff at the American Research Institute murmured. The changes on the fairy island concerned everyone, and no one wanted to miss a single detail. While the Chinese staff had no objection to Lin Feng's delay, researchers from other countries were quite critical. After all, this was an opportunity to meet a god, and even if one had previously met one, such disrespect should not be taken lightly. Moreover, this was a brand new god, bearing the brunt of humanity's future. One more god's protection meant a greater sense of security. This god resided on Blue Planet and was even more revered than the likes of the Demon King. However, Lin Feng didn't arrive immediately, only appearing the next day. Okay, I understand. I still have a god to meet, and I'll make my own arrangements, Lin Feng answered Loki's call and learned about Ultron. Ultron's appearance was exactly what Lin Feng had anticipated. Its arrival would provide humanity with an additional layer of protection. Lin Feng was, after all, a mortal, unable to remain on Blue Planet forever. What would happen if he left? He pondered what power could span the globe and protect humanity. The answer was the internet, and navigating this network was none other than Ultron. Ultron could appear around the world, forming a mechanical army to protect humanity. Unfortunately, when Tony Stark created Ultron, he lacked full control. He entrusted Ultron with the mission of protecting humanity and maintaining peace. However, Ultron changed his goal, aiming to transform humanity into gods and achieve peace. Lin Feng scoffed at Ultron's desire to become a creator god. It would be wonderful if gods were easily created. Maybe I'll try it someday, Lin Feng stroked his chin, finding it quite amusing. That guy, Ultron, because of me, actually believes that humanity needs to evolve into gods before peace can be achieved. His appearance brought about a profound change in the world. Even his attempts to correct it still resulted in a significant deviation. Ring, 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 Lin Feng's phone rang. He slowly walked towards the beach, gazing at the approaching rainbow bridge, and answered the call. Hello, the human being hailed as the closest to a god. A robotic voice came from the phone. Ultron, is that you? Lin Feng asked preemptively. Let me guess your intentions. You got my phone number from Stark, and you must have seen a lot of information from the gods. You want to learn more from me, to become more powerful than the gods. No, I pursue true peace, the future of humanity. Ultron responded calmly. You are a wise man. We are of the same kind, and we all want to protect humanity. You should know that those gods are no different from foreign invaders. They may harbor secrets and agendas unknown to us. Tell me the information from the gods, and together we will usher in a new era for humanity, an era where everyone can become a god. An ordinary person might be tempted. After all, everyone desires great power. Lin Feng had to admit that Ultron understood human nature well. He possessed such high intelligence so young. He truly lived up to his name. Ultron, your words are very tempting, Lin Feng nodded approvingly. You agree? Ultron looked slightly smug. I won't treat you unfairly. I can control all of Blue Planet's networks, even the weapons of various nations. If I choose, they can all become our playthings. Little kid, don't play with such dangerous things, Lin Feng warned. Since you're here, come with me. Lin Feng looked behind him. In a nearby building, a small red Pikachu robot was watching him. Lin Feng looked at it, and it suddenly became alert. Interesting. I also want to see what a god looks like. Ultron came to Lin Feng's side and was embraced by him. Don't forget, you're human too. I exist for the future of humanity, Ultron threatened. I have clones all over the world. Destroying one body is nothing to me, got it? Be quiet, Lin Feng patted its head. By then, the rainbow bridge had extended to the seashore. Someone from the research team followed a rainbow bridge by boat, hoping to explore its end. We're almost ashore. There seems to be someone there, clutching a small mechanical gadget. The people on the boat shouted to the shore, everyone on shore, get out of the way. That's something from the fairy island. It's dangerous and unknown. Get out of the way, Lin Feng stood motionless. The people on the boat grew increasingly anxious, shouting incessantly. The rainbow bridge finally reached shore and stopped. The boat also docked, and a researcher jumped off, angrily accusing Lin Feng, why don't you listen to advice? You see something unknown and don't you avoid it? What if something happens? Suddenly realizing, he questioned Lin Feng, No, the coastline here is blocked. How did you get in? I walked in. No one from outside tried to stop me, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Never mind. I'm glad you're okay. Get out. It's dangerous here. The fairy island is waiting for Professor Lin Feng. The sky gradually brightened, and the first rays of sunlight from the rising sun shone down on Lin Feng. Lin Feng was like a banished immortal, a unique aura surrounding him. The mist on the fairy island continued to slowly gather. The golden sun rose, and the crescent moon gradually set. I have something to do here. I'll leave when I'm done, Lin Feng said, and he walked forward. Hey, the researcher wanted to stop him, but he felt familiar. It's Professor Lin Feng. Someone on the boat recognized Lin Feng and called out in surprise. Professor Lin Feng, we've been waiting for you for a long time, someone else called out. I know, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I'll be right there, Lin Feng replied with a smile. I'll give you a ride. Are you going back to the ship? Lin Feng invited the young male researcher who had kindly reminded him. This, Lin Feng pointed down and shouted, this way, as everyone watched in amazement. The rainbow bridge extended again, reaching Lin Feng's feet. The two of them stepped onto the rainbow bridge, and it began to rapidly recede. The two people on the bridge seemed like messengers from a fairy tale world. Passing the research team's boat, Lin Feng paused and looked at the crowd apologetically. I'm late, witnessing Lin Feng's arrival, gracefully stepping onto the dazzling rainbow bridge. At the first glimmer of dawn, a sudden light opened their eyes, and a wave of admiration spread through the crowd. All the previous wait was, in this moment, worth it. Lin Feng, this, Chen Haitian's eyes widened, his Adam's apple twitching slightly, as he pointed at the rainbow bridge in amazement. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to appear in such a shocking manner. The excuses he had prepared to defend Lin Feng now seemed unnecessary. Half the American researchers had their mouths gaping wide enough to fit eggs in them, while the other half had their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. This is here to pick me up. It's what I've been waiting for, a gift to the gods. Lin Feng gently raised the Pikachu robot in his hand. Professor Lin Feng, we belong together, the Pikachu uttered a cold, mechanical voice. A gift? Everyone's eyes turned to the Pikachu robot, but they found nothing unusual. Even if Professor Lin Feng was preparing to offer a gift, there's no need to take so long. This time, the gods have personally invited you to the island. The American researcher looked hesitant. If you do this and anger the gods, the consequences will be disastrous. Can you handle this responsibility? Lin Feng didn't even glance at the man. After setting the Chinese researcher down, he stepped back onto the rainbow bridge. Are you feeling guilty? Don't think you can evade responsibility by keeping silent, the man, blushing crimson, shouted in frustration at being completely ignored. Standing on the rainbow bridge, Lin Feng glanced at him calmly. Chen Haitian, send them away. No further explanation, only a resolute command. The American researchers protested vehemently. Lin Feng, on the other hand, rowed the rainbow bridge towards the fairy island. The boat erupted in chaos. Captain Chen, is this what you said Professor Lin Feng told us? The humiliated American researcher roared. He's completely violated our spirit of cooperation and shows us no respect. You know, we've been painstakingly calculating this data for ages. You're just giving it away for free. How are you going to compensate us? Lin Feng's attitude displeased everyone except China. Did they understand that Lin Feng could simply offer a few nice words? Even if they were perfunctory, even if they were just soothing lies. But who would believe such lies, meant to be a gift? You think it's unfair? Chen Haitian, his usual amiable demeanor gone, asked seriously, do you feel your findings have been stolen? Then let me ask you, what have you been doing? Nothing more than constantly experimenting with the island's environment, trying to find a way to get inside. He pointed at the researcher and warned, you'd better put yourself in the right place. Can't you see clearly now that the gods only communicate with Professor Lin Feng? Our long period of exploration is the result of the gods' tolerance. What would you think if I were running around in front of your house every day, conducting various experiments? Chapter 1 Play as a mythical character system. Chapter 1 Playing as a mythological character system, 2024-08-19 Author, Good Monster Chapter 1, Playing as a mythological character system. Chapter 1, Playing as a mythological character system. I am Iron Man. As a handsome Western man uttered these words on TV, Lin Feng was so shocked that he could have fit an egg in his mouth. Holy crap! I actually traveled to the Marvel world. Lin Feng wasn't from this world. But after his research, coupled with the words of Tony Stark on the TV news, he was finally certain he had traveled to the Marvel world. Furthermore, his research had revealed that the Chinese world in this world had no mythological stories. Those familiar mythological figures had no detailed information here, only fragments, as if there had been a gap in their long history. However, this wasn't the case with Western mythology. Of course, that's a story for another time. This is fucked. How did I travel to such a dangerous world? Lin Feng trembled anxiously, picking up the remote and turning off the news. At this point, he no longer had the heart to read on. This was the Marvel Universe, after all, where Earth-destroying events could happen at any moment. While in the movies, disasters always occurred in the United States, now that he'd traveled through time, both the United States and China were on Earth. If Earth was in danger, how could China remain safe? Furthermore, even excluding that possibility, the Marvel Universe contained all sorts of extraordinary individuals and evil organizations. It would be too dangerous for ordinary people without any skills. Lin Feng's thoughts grew increasingly gloomy. But there was nothing he could do. Now that he'd traveled through time, there was no way to change. Forget it, let's be open-minded and take things one step at a time. Right now, I should think about what kind of work I need to do to support myself, Lin Feng pondered. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Perhaps, with my knowledge of mythology, I could apply for a professorship at a university. There's a gap in Chinese mythology right now, and I think I'd be well received if I applied to teach in that area. But just as Lin Feng had this thought, a metallic sound echoed in his ears. Ling. System binding, huh? System? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then immediately became excited. He also loved reading novels, so naturally he knew what a system was. This was a life hack. I never thought I'd actually get a system one day. But since time travel has already happened, getting a system isn't surprising, Lin Feng thought happily. Then, he added, system, please introduce your functions. Okay, master. This system is called the role-play system. As long as you play a mythical character, you'll receive rewards. The more realistic you are, the greater the reward. Additionally, the shock value you evoke from playing a character can be used to purchase items like character cards. This system is quite interesting. Lin Feng's face was filled with excitement. Who hasn't had a bit of a naivete? Who hasn't admired a mythical character, learned their moves and speech? Now, this system allows you to play these mythical characters. How cool is that? Ling. Newbie gift packs are being distributed. Open them now. Newbie gift packs? Open them, Lin Feng said eagerly. Ling. Congratulations, Master, on obtaining level 1 role-playing privileges for the great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong. Ling. Congratulations, Master, on obtaining level 1 role-playing privileges for Tathagata Buda. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. In his previous world, these two mythical figures were familiar figures, even 5-year-olds knew them, so of course he knew them too. But what does this level of role-playing privilege mean? Lin Feng asked again, puzzled. Master, role-playing privileges limit a character's power. The levels range from 1 to 9, with 1 being the lowest and 9 being the highest. This means that once role-playing privileges reach level 9, the master can unleash the full power of the character they're playing. At level 1, that's roughly 10% of the character's power. However, because each character's power varies, even at the same role-playing level, there can be a difference in power. For example, if Tathagata Buda and Sun Wukong are inherently more powerful than Sun Wukong, then even at the same role-playing level, the former will be significantly stronger than the latter. I see, Lin Feng nodded to himself. This was easy to understand. Tathagata was inherently stronger than the Monkey King, so even with 10% of their strength, they were definitely stronger. At this moment, the system voice chimed in again. The master will continuously earn role-playing points as they play. When the points reach a certain level, they can upgrade their role-playing privileges. Additionally, completing hero missions can earn a significant amount of role-playing points. Hero missions? Lin Feng was startled, then he understood. This was the Marvel Universe, where disasters and troubles abounded. So-called hero missions were supposed to be about doing what a hero should do. For example, what Iron Man, Spider-Man, and the others did. This shouldn't be difficult. I've obtained role-playing cards for Sun Wukong and Tathagata. Although I only have level 1 role-playing privileges, I can only unleash 10% of their power. However, Sun Wukong is incredibly powerful, possessing 72 transformations and the art of immortality. Tathagata is even more powerful, so even with only 10% of their power, it should be quite impressive. Lin Feng's heart pounded with excitement. Moreover, he had another thought: if he could portray these mythological characters and appear before the public, wouldn't it spark a wave of interest in exploring ancient myths and legends in China? It was an intriguing thought. Lin Feng smiled broadly. But just then, a rumbling sound echoed from the sky, and the house began to shake. A sense of suspense arose. What's going on? Lin Feng quickly walked to the window, his expression immediately startled. Not far away, in the sky, a brilliant meteor streaked towards the distance. However, calling it a meteor didn't seem quite right. It was colorful, and meteors don't have that. This scene was witnessed by many people in the city. People driving, walking, and working in offices were all stunned. What the hell? What is that? Is it a meteor? How could that be? Have you ever seen a colorful meteor? Holy shit, it looks like it's going to crash into the mountains over there. How come it hasn't been rubbed off by the atmosphere? I don't know. Waves of discussion followed. Some people even took out their phones to take videos. It can be predicted that in 30 minutes at most, this matter will become a hot search on the internet. And then, the colorful meteor fell towards the distant mountains and forests. With a bang, a large amount of smoke and dust was raised. Due to the distance, the ground in the city only felt a slight tremor. If it fell closer, it would definitely trigger a wave of ground tremors and cause disasters. Lin Feng looked at the distant mountain in shock. At this time, smoke and dust were still rising over there. This is the Marvel world, and that meteor may not be normal, Lin Feng analyzed. By the way, use the character card and fly over to see what's going on with that meteor. Thinking of this, Lin Feng was shocked. Chapter 2 Sun Wukong Role-Playing Card. Chapter 2, Sun Wukong Role-Playing Card, 2024-08-19 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 2, Sun Wukong Role-Playing Card. Lin Feng quickly pulled out the Monkey King Sun Wukong role-playing card. He planned to try the Tathagata role-playing card later, and since Tathagata's image was solemn, majestic, and grand, it wasn't suitable for such a spectator's situation. The character card depicted a monkey, head bowed slightly, its features blurred. He wore a purple gold 7-star crown, lotus silk cloud walking shoes, and golden chain mail armor. A fiery red cape fluttered in the wind behind him. A ruai golden cudgel slung across his shoulders, his hands dangling from it. He looked dashing and handsome. Lin Feng took a deep breath. This image is so cool. Without hesitation, he chose to use it. Ding! A system notification chimed. The next second, the character card transformed into a beam of white light and flew out, swirling around Lin Feng. The light then grew brighter, like a one-click costume change in a game. Soon, the light faded, and Lin Feng had transformed into the character on the character card. His face was covered in pale golden hair, and he wore a purple gold 7-star crown, lotus silk cloud walking shoes, and golden chainmail armor. He held a golden cudgel in his hand. This wasn't Teacher Zhang's portrayal of Sun Wukong, but Lin Feng's own portrayal of Sun Wukong. Handsome and unrestrained. Lin Feng opened his eyes, a clear aura flowing through him. A powerful and mysterious force surged through his body, making him feel a little uncomfortable. But he would get used to it after a while. Lin Feng exhaled. Is this the role-playing card? This feeling of mastering power is so refreshing. The system is amazing, Lin Feng smiled. However, he didn't forget his business. He had to investigate the situation of the 7-colored meteor. He was about to go, but suddenly remembered that he was playing Sun Wukong and should imitate his image to earn role-playing points. What does Sun Wukong say before he flies off to do something? Lin Feng pondered for a moment, his eyes lighting up. He had an idea. Immediately, he shouted wildly, "I, old son, am leaving." With that, he leaped, carrying his golden cudgel, and vanished. Only a wisp of smoke left behind, dissipating into the air. His shout also caught the attention of the other residents in the building. Who's there? That gave me a fright. I, old son, am leaving? What does that even mean? Who's having a fit? Damn. That was such a bold shout, it gave me goosebumps. In this world, China's mythology has suffered a gap, so no one knows the mythological figures, and naturally, what these words mean. In the original world, even a 5-year-old would know who said these words. Lin Feng now appeared above the building. With his sharp eyes and ears, he saw and heard everyone's reactions, and a sense of inexplicable frustration welled up in his heart. In this world, China's mythology has suffered a gap. So, let this world, and the heroes of the West, witness what Chinese mythology truly is. Lin Feng gathered his thoughts and quickly flew towards the forest where the colorful meteor had crashed. At the crash site, a massive crater 10 meters in diameter appeared on the ground. Within the crater, weeds, trees, and even roots had completely vaporized, leaving not a trace of debris behind. In the center of the crater lay a hammer. The hammer's head was silver, engraved with patterns on both ends, and a strap hung at the end of the handle. It looked incredibly extraordinary. However, how could something so powerful, emanating a rainbow of light and creating such a powerful commotion, be ordinary? Just then, a man came running over, panting, and stood in front of the crater. Though his face was covered in sweat, he gazed at the hammer in the crater, a smile of excitement spreading across his face. "Mjolnir, it's you, my precious." The man was none other than Thor, the god of thunder. And the hammer in the crater was Mjolnir. Nicknamed Thor's Hammer, Meow Hammer. Thor, impulsively impulsive, was imprisoned by his father, Odin, who confiscated his power, took away his hammer, and banished him to Earth. Just then, he saw a 7-colored meteor and sensed a familiar presence. He rushed over recklessly. Seeing the 7-colored meteor, he realized it was indeed his hammer. Excited, Thor leaped into the pit without hesitation and walked up to retrieve his hammer. But just then, a golden light descended from the sky, piercing the ground with a thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. Thor choked, coughing and brushing away the dust. When the dust cleared, Thor saw the object responsible, a thin metal rod with the golden hoops at each end and a long, black iron rod in the middle. Thor was puzzled. What is this? Could it have come with Mjolnir? Just as Thor was wondering, a figure suddenly appeared on the iron rod. The man's face was covered in pale golden hair. He wore a purple gold 7-star crown, lotus silk cloud walking shoes, and golden chainmail armor. With his left foot resting on an iron rod, he crouched slightly, appearing seated, his right leg crossed, looking incredibly uninhibited. However, Thor was no mortal, so he didn't express surprise at this fantastical scene, merely observing him warily. Lin Feng also looked at Thor. Though outwardly calm, he was secretly surprised. Thor, the god of thunder? How could he appear in China? And with that Meowth hammer, Lin Feng turned to look at Thor's hammer. He remembered it falling in Mexico in the movies, but how could it have landed in China now? Could it be a butterfly effect caused by my time travel? Lin Feng could only think of this one possible explanation. However, with Thor's hammer appearing, the Marvel storyline had truly begun. Lin Feng's thoughts drifted somewhat. Then, a voice rang in his ears. "Hey, who are you?" Thor looked at the hairy-faced figure before him with a wary expression. He wasn't sure if the other person was friend or foe. As Odin's son, he had fought many battles and naturally had many enemies. So, it was very likely that this person was seeking revenge. Hearing this, Lin Feng turned back to Thor and, imitating the Monkey King's manner, asked, "Where did you come from, you monster? How dare you stir up trouble here? You are the monster." Hearing this, Thor realized that the other person wasn't seeking revenge, because they didn't even recognize him. However, he was a little angry. He was the Lord of the 9 Realms, the son of Odin, the father of the gods, and yet he was being called a monster, a lowly creature that could only twist and crawl on the ground. He immediately corrected him righteously, "I'm a god." Lin Feng nodded, then added, "Strange, strange. No wonder I can't sense any demonic energy from you. Then what kind of god are you? Tell me your name, what god?" Thor became even more furious. He patted his chest and shouted, "I am Thor, the son of Odin, the Lord of the 9 Realms and the father of the gods." Although it was the first time he heard the term god of gods, he understood it. It must have been used to describe lesser gods. But how could he be a lesser god? This was a grave insult. "Odin? I don't know him." Lin Feng feigned ignorance, waving his hands like son Wukong. Seeing Lin Feng's reaction, Thor suddenly lost his temper like a deflated balloon. After all, if the other party didn't even know his father, then no amount of explanation would be of any use. It was like an ant trying to explain the power of an elephant, completely useless. Thor glared at Lin Feng and didn't bother to talk to him anymore. He walked straight towards Thor's hammer, intending to pick it up. But at this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "God, what are you doing? 187. Chapter 186. Fellow Taoist Lin Feng, you are finally here. 187. Chapter 186. Fellow Taoist Lin Feng, you're finally here. 2024-09-28. Author, Good Monster. Chapter 186. Fellow Taoist Lin Feng, you're finally here. Chen Haitian pointed at the Rainbow Bridge and said, when the rainbow first appeared, Professor Lin Feng arrived. Don't you understand? This is to welcome Professor Lin Feng. Who knows? Maybe anyone can go up there. Did one of your Chinese researchers just go up there? The American researcher insisted. If he can go up there, then so can we. Lin Feng must not want us to see the gods, lest his special status be replaced. While the Rainbow Bridge is still here, I propose that other countries be allowed to board the Rainbow Bridge and meet the gods. His proposal was immediately accepted by researchers from many countries. Seeing the situation getting a little out of control, Chen Haitian sneered. HMPH, go ahead if you want. From now on, the Americans are no longer under my jurisdiction. You are no longer under China's protection. Chen Haitian did not stop them, and the others took to the boat to pursue them. Captain Chen, why didn't you stop them? A Chinese researcher asked, frowning. If it's really as they suspect, wouldn't our advantage be gone? Lin Feng is no ordinary person. It's still uncertain whether those guys with messy hair can even reach the Rainbow Bridge. Chen Haitian was well aware of Lin Feng's peculiarity. He had always been favored and admired by the gods. He had long seen that Lin Feng was no ordinary man, and that he was accompanied by a group of alien gods. These alien gods obeyed Lin Feng's orders with unwavering devotion, something unimaginable to ordinary people. Chen Haitian was convinced of this. In fact, this Rainbow Bridge is alive. It does whatever Professor Lin Feng tells it to do. The researcher who had returned on the Rainbow Bridge said, Professor Lin Feng told me to go up to the Rainbow Bridge, so I can go up. Those people probably can't, then we'll just have to wait and see what they do. Chen Haitian took out his binoculars. The cold sea breeze brushed against his face, bringing a slight chill, but this chill couldn't quench the greed of the people on the small yachts. More than a dozen yachts gathered near the Rainbow Bridge. Professor Lin Feng doesn't intend to abandon us and go see the gods alone. We've worked so hard for so long. It's so unfair. We want to see the gods too, the American researcher shouted to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression remained calm, and he replied calmly, you can't get up. This isn't meant for you. The rainbow appears, the immortals invite us. Those without destiny are not allowed to ascend. You're just pretending, just trying to scare us. The Americans simply didn't believe it. The Rainbow Bridge sat snugly on the water, barely half a meter above the surface. A simple leap from the yacht would allow you to reach it. The Rainbow Bridge was 2 meters wide and didn't retract quickly, so a single jump would allow you to land safely. This was a golden opportunity to meet the gods and ascend to heaven. Even the president would have to show some respect to you if you could gain their favor. Lord God, I'm here. The Sakura countryman eagerly leaped aboard. He was filled with excitement, but before he could even rejoice, he passed through the bridge and fell into the icy waters. He couldn't understand why Lin Feng could step onto the bridge while they couldn't. People kept trying, but without exception, none succeeded. It was as if it were just an illusory, colorful light. However, Lin Feng, standing firmly on the bridge, proved to them that it was a real place where people could actually stand. Someone noticed that Lin Feng hadn't moved and shouted, only where Lin Feng can stand. Everyone jumped there. This alerted everyone. So, everyone aimed for a spot near Lin Feng. Splash! The person jumped next to Lin Feng, but luck wasn't on their side, and he fell directly into the water. Someone else tried to grab Lin Feng, but he easily dodged them and fell in too. Lin Feng calmly shifted his position, striding forward. The Rainbow Bridge was as flat ground for him. A strange energy structure. Senna looked at the Rainbow Bridge and said curiously, I need this power to maintain peace. Senna, you have to understand, this is just a pet of the gods. You now have the opportunity to meet the gods. This is your good fortune. Lin Feng touched its hard shell and smiled. You see, humans are actually very greedy. But I like their greed, because it's what makes it interesting. Hey, do you still want to try? He turned to the crowd and asked, can't you see clearly? The gods invited me. Listen carefully, it's an invitation. He pointed at himself and smiled. I am the guest, you are the invaders. The phoenix will not let you up. The Rainbow Bridge under my feet is also a god. Lin Feng's words reached their ears, immediately stopping them from trying. They had not considered this before. If roaring sky dog was a god, then the colorful phoenix must be too. How could the rainbow bridge she transformed into be trampled by mortals? Leaving the stunned crowd behind, Lin Feng set foot on the fairy island. The moment he touched the ground, a clear, undisguised voice reached everyone. Fellow Taoist Lin Feng, you're finally here. The voice was magnificent, yet a hint of weariness lingered in the words. The sound was as deafening as thunder, stirring in everyone present an involuntary urge to bow in worship. Everyone's eyes involuntarily turned to the distant fairy island. That's the voice of a god. I feel my soul purified. This god is unique, unlike any god we've known before. He feels familiar, like an old neighbor, yet there seems to be an unbridgeable chasm between us. Chen Haitian came to his senses and discovered that the international personnel tracking Lin Feng had returned to the ship. He glanced at the drenched American researchers. You have been cleared. Please leave now. Chen Haitian issued a blunt order to expel them. How dare you? Do you really think we're easy prey? You must know some secret you're keeping secret. The leading American pointed at Chen Haitian and demanded, why is Lin Feng allowed to go up, but we can't? You Chinese must be hiding something. You should be honest. We agreed to cooperate, but in the end, you Chinese are taking advantage. Now you're trying to drive us away. Is this the Chinese way of destroying bridges? Faced with this questioning, the faces of the representatives from various countries turned grim. They had watched helplessly as Lin Feng met with a god, and this god was so special. They were filled with jealousy. Why? We were all human, the elite of the elite. Lin Feng must have some information he wasn't sharing. Mr. Chen, we also want to know what Lin Feng is hiding. After all the data we painstakingly measured was collected by China. The researchers from Sakura country also stood up and said unwillingly. Researchers from other countries were equally dissatisfied. Chen Haitian looked at these people, feeling a little annoyed. If these people knew the truth, Lin Feng probably wouldn't want to tell them. Lin Feng had told him that he already knew. Until the gods summoned him, Lin Feng was still enjoying himself at home, only going when he felt like going. I don't know the secret you seek, but I'm sure Professor Lin Feng must have his own secrets, Chen Haitian said frankly. Then they should be made public. That's the purpose of our collaboration. The spirit of cooperation is sharing. We can't keep these secrets to ourselves. That's right. Spill the beans now. Lin Feng can't enjoy the god's favor alone. The crowd erupted in excitement. It turned out that Lin Feng truly possessed the god's secrets. You're simply wishful thinking. Chen Haitian looked at the crowd with disdain. This is Professor Lin Feng's own secret. He's not even part of our research team. Why would he share his secrets with you? What qualifications do you have to know someone else's secrets? By your shamelessness. His words pierced their hearts like thorns. It seemed to be true. But he also took the data we painstakingly researched. Sharing some of our secrets is only natural, right? The American researcher said unwillingly. Is he just going to enjoy the fruits of our labor? I protest. Protests are futile. You Americans, leave now. Chen Haitian treated the Americans with disdain. They were a bunch of unreasonable people. Leave immediately. You are not welcome here. Although Chen Haitian hadn't shown any outward signs of the American provocation, it was out of consideration for the greater good. Since you're shameless, I won't be polite either. Is this your Chinese attitude? I will tell the world about your shameful actions. The American personnel left with these harsh words. While the other countries felt uncomfortable, they didn't want to leave because they could still see everything on the fairy island. They still needed to collect this data. What should we do? Just swallow this. Someone from the American side asked the team leader. Of course not. We're going to use the media to tell everyone that Lin Feng holds the secrets of the gods, the American leader said excitedly. That way, we'll know why he's been favored by the gods. This is an opportunity to break the monopoly. The American team nodded, looking at the leader with admiration. It turned out the leader's actions were all geared towards this move. Everyone, come and see. American officials are accusing China's Lin Feng of accepting information from multinational research teams and then using the secrets he possessed to reach the immortal island. The Americans are demanding that Lin Feng disclose the secrets of the gods for the sake of their advancement. The Americans are severely accusing Lin Feng of not abiding by the cooperation agreement. The Americans hope that China will cooperate and contribute to all of humanity, as if something had been planned long ago. These claims spread across the internet in just minutes. They spread like a virus. These claims were ubiquitous, focusing everyone's attention on Lin Feng and the newly emerged god. Why would Professor Lin Feng share his secrets? It sounds nice, but isn't it just a way to use the gods as his own power, as a Chinese citizen? I smell a conspiracy. I won't tell them, even if I die. There are slanderous remarks about Professor Lin Feng. We don't believe them. The Chinese people dismissed the U.S. information with disdain, believing Lin Feng was right. Professor Lin Feng had already shared so much information about the gods with the world, and now they were targeting him for more. Don't other people have their own secrets? We haven't seen other countries publicly release all their cutting-edge technology. They're just trying to shamelessly exploit public opinion and gain something for nothing. We firmly resist smears against us. We fully abide by the spirit of our cooperation agreement. We hope other countries will think twice before making any comments, lest they become a laughingstock. I don't want to explain or say anything more about this incident. The chat logs between Professor Lin Feng and Chen Haitian have been uploaded online. Justice is in the hearts of the people, the Chinese side responded swiftly and forcefully. The chat logs between Chen Haitian and Lin Feng had been posted online, sparking curiosity among the public. What kind of chat log was this? Could it contain a shocking secret? The moment it was released, everyone who viewed it couldn't help but burst out laughing. Professor Lin Feng is so adorable, look what they were saying now, don't read the information. The gods have invited you to eat, shower, play some games, and get some sleep before you go, that's it? Is this Professor Lin's secret to gaining access to the gods? Arrogant, lazy, and ignoring the gods? Do the gods even like this kind of person? No one is stupid, not even the gods. Just as everyone was laughing at Feng, the gods of the fairy island appeared. The great Dao is invisible, you only see its form, not its true nature. Everyone saw the god's face. The god looked like an ordinary old man, dressed in a green Taoist robe, slowly walking towards Lin Feng. The god has appeared. Is this the god? How can he be so ordinary? It's just his appearance, but why can't I remember him when I saw him? Whether those who saw him in person or those who watched the live broadcast, no one could remember the god's face. Even when recorded with the equipment, it was just a blur, as if this person didn't exist in this world. Lin Feng put down the ultron, covered his right hand with his left hand, and bowed, saying, I'm late. The god smiled and returned the greeting, saying, Dao, you are so kind. I also want to thank you for allowing me to awaken. After countless years of dreaming, I awakened to this world again. Are these all your disciples? The god pointed at the fleet, and at all the humans in front of the live broadcast screen. No, we are all human. I am just one of them, Lin Feng said calmly. Human? The god gave Lin Feng a strange look. Let's talk in my temple. With a wave of his hand, the immortal island formation activated, and mist instantly enveloped the immortal island, blocking all outsiders. Did I hear it wrong? Professor Lin Feng and the gods are in equal terms, god? I saw that just now, but now I can't remember what the gods said or what I saw. Me too, what did I say? Lin Feng stopped acting. His figure disappeared, leaving only the figure of the guide Taoist. The guide Taoist looked at Ultron and smiled. Ultron, it's our turn now. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 3 Lin Feng snatched Thor's hammer. Chapter 3, Lin Feng steals Thor's hammer, 2024-08-19 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 3, Lin Feng steals Thor's hammer. Thor pointed at Mjolnir and said, that hammer is mine. I want it. Lin Feng scoffed and said, you hairy god, do you think I didn't see it? That thing just now clearly fell from the sky. If it did, it's ownerless. How can you say it's yours? Lin Feng knew Mjolnir was Thor's weapon, but he was playing the role of Sun Wukong, so he naturally had to put himself in Sun Wukong's shoes. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, was unaware of these matters. What do you mean by ownerless? If I pick it up and show you, it'll prove it's mine. Thor didn't want to waste any more time on this hairy-faced guy. He walked towards Mjolnir. But his mind couldn't help but recall the scene of his exile, when his father Odin angrily scolded him, imprisoned his own divine power, and took back Mjolnir. But Mjolnir has come to Earth, too. It must have been arranged by my father. Perhaps he's just punishing me. Once I retrieve Mjolnir, I'll regain my divine power and return to Asgard, Thor thought excitedly. He approached Mjolnir, a smile on his face, and reached out to grasp the hammer's handle. But the moment he touched it, his expression changed slightly. The feeling was completely different. He'd always felt a sense of connection, but now it felt like he was gripping a piece of stone, a dead object. Thor frantically tried to lift the hammer, but found it impossible. Huh? Thor wondered. He strained again, but it still didn't work. The hammer seemed to have grown into the ground. How could this happen? Thor was puzzled. Then, Lin Feng's voice rang out. Hey, are you okay? Didn't you say this hammer was yours? Why can't you even lift it? Thor ignored him. Without further ado, he grasped the hammer's handle with his left hand, took a deep breath, and exerted force with both hands simultaneously, attempting to lift Mjolnir. Seeing this, Lin Feng rolled off the cudgel, then squatted on the ground carrying it. Having seen the movie, Lin Feng knew that Odin had imprisoned Thor's power and cast a spell on the hammer, making it impossible for Thor to lift it. However, Thor had been exiled before Odin cast the spell on the hammer, so he had no knowledge of this. Sure enough, Thor clenched his teeth, his face flushed, veins bulged on his forehead, and his arms throbbed with blood. But it was no use, Mjolnir didn't budge. Suddenly, Thor's grip slipped, and inertia sent him crashing to the ground. Lin Feng burst into laughter upon seeing this. Ha ha ha, brilliant, brilliant. You're hilarious. Forget about whether or not this hammer is yours. You can't even lift such a small one, and you claim to be a god? What god could be as weak and powerless as you? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Thor was instantly enraged. He quickly stood up and, as if in anger but also trying to save face, said to Lin Feng, You're so powerful, come on. I don't think you can lift it either. Thor knew Mjolnir well, even Loki couldn't lift it. This man wasn't from Asgard, so he certainly couldn't either. However, Thor was no fool. He now understood that Mjolnir must have been tampered with by his father, Odin, which was why he couldn't lift it. Alright. Since you say so, I'll show you my skills. With that, Sun Wukong stood up and casually pounded his golden cudgel into the ground. Then he walked towards Mjolnir. Thor watched as Lin Feng walked up to Mjolnir, grasped the hammer's handle with his right hand, and exerted his strength. But Mjolnir didn't budge. Huh? It's quite substantial, Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise. Thor's lips curled up, half mockingly, half boasting. Do you realize how powerful it is? It's one of our most important weapons in Asgard. A native of a lowly planet like you wouldn't be able to lift it. Thor currently believed the hairy-faced figure was from Earth. While that was true, Lin Feng, upon hearing this, said, Why rush? I haven't even started. He then summoned his strength, a golden glow emanating from his body. His fiery red cape fluttered behind him without a breeze. Thor watched this scene with disdain. He didn't believe Lin Feng could lift it. But the next moment, he was stunned. Lin Feng shouted, Get up! Mjolnir was lifted up with a single hand. Thor's eyes nearly popped out of his head, and a turbulent storm surged within him. How is this possible? How could this man lift Mjolnir? Is he his father's illegitimate son on Earth? Thor would rather suspect Lin Feng was Odin's illegitimate son than believe he had lifted the hammer through sheer strength. This was beyond his comprehension. And just as he was stunned, something even more shocking occurred. Lin Feng weighed Mjolnir and said with disdain, Is it just this weight? It's not much. But this hammer is so ugly. If I use it to fight monsters, they'll just laugh at me. Not good. Lin Feng shook his head and threw the hammer into the sky. Whoosh, the hammer vanished in a flash. Thor was dumbfounded. He had never expected the man before him to throw Mjolnir. This was one of Asgard's most valuable weapons, coveted but unattainable by countless beings in the 9 realms. And now, this man had discarded it like trash. Thor was furious, pointing at Lin Feng and cursing, You're crazy. Do you know what that is? It's just an ugly, broken hammer. Lin Feng feigned ignorance. It's not a proper weapon, so what's the point? Thor pointed at Lin Feng angrily, his fingers trembling, his chest aching with anger, and for a moment, he was speechless. Suddenly, he saw Lin Feng's golden cudgel and shouted at him, All right. Throw my hammer, and I'll throw your cudgel. Fearing Lin Feng would stop him, he quickly walked over to the cudgel, reached out and grasped it, trying to lift it. But he found that the iron rod seemed to be stuck to the ground, making it impossible to lift. What the hell? Thor was horrified. He had never imagined that this iron rod, which looked no thicker than his wrist, could be so heavy. Undeterred, Thor gritted his teeth and used both hands to lift the rod. but it remained motionless. Helpless, he reluctantly let go. Lin Feng watched the scene unfold. He made no attempt to stop Thor. Seeing Thor give up, he called out, "Go ahead, take it." "Why aren't you taking it?" Hearing this, Thor turned to look at Lin Feng. Not wanting Lin Feng to know he couldn't lift it, he made an excuse. "I just arrived on Earth and haven't eaten yet. I'm hungry, so I don't have the energy." "Haha, you're quite good at making excuses. Anyway, after you've eaten, I'll let you try again," Lin Feng said, mimicking Sun Wukong's words. HMPH, Thor stopped arguing with Lin Feng and quickly ran in the direction the hammer had been thrown. Chapter 4 Loki sends out the destroyer to kill Thor. Chapter 4, Loki dispatches the destroyer to kill Thor. 2024-08-19 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 4, Loki dispatches the destroyer to kill Thor. Lin Feng watched Thor's frantic flight without attempting to stop him. The purpose of his journey was to discover the identity of the colorful meteor. Now that he knew, there was no need to do anything more. However, since Thor's hammer has arrived on Earth, it means Earth will soon face various dangers. That will allow me to undertake heroic quests, Lin Feng pondered. It will also allow the Chinese to learn about their own mythological figures and understand their power, so they no longer need to fear the Norse gods. Lin Feng felt a faint excitement at this thought. Without further delay, he took the golden cudgel, spun in a circle, and vanished. Lin Feng's home. A flash of white light appeared, and Lin Feng appeared out of thin air. Immediately, with a thought, he ended his role-playing. A brilliant light emanated from him, then faded, and he returned to his normal self. The power that belonged to Sun Wukong vanished with it. However, he could regain Sun Wukong's power anytime, anywhere, should he so desire. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Now it was time to end his roleplay. Without that mysterious power, it was a bit hard to adjust to. This roleplay is being settled. Settlement completed. Congratulations, Master. You've earned a total of 158 points for this roleplay. 1000 points will grant you level 2 roleplay privileges, giving you 20% of Sun Wukong's power. Name, Lin Feng. Character cards, Sun Wukong. Tathagata Buda. Play points, Sun Wukong. 158 points. Note, roleplay points cannot be transferred between characters. Points earned from a character are valid only for that character. Shock value. 58 points. Note, shock value can be used to purchase items in the store, including but not limited to mythical character cards. A virtual panel appeared before him. Lin Feng nodded to himself. Reaching 1000 points will grant you level 2 role-playing privileges, which is pretty easy. I just chatted with Thor and earned over 100 points. Lin Feng was eager for higher role-playing privileges. This would allow him to use things like the somersault cloud and the heaven-shaping earth technique. As for the 58 shock points, Lin Feng had figured out what they meant. Not long ago, when he went to check on the 7-colored meteor, he shouted, "I, old son, am leaving," and quite a few people heard him. These 58 shock points must have been contributed by them. The scene changed. Thor was running wildly in the woods. Although his divine power was restricted, his physique was still stronger than that of an average person, which allowed him to run for such a long time. Thor cursed Lin Feng in his heart. But then, he began to ponder Lin Feng's identity again. Mjolnir isn't something the average person could lift, let alone with the restrictions my father has placed on them. Even I can't lift it, so how could that person do it? Who is he? However, Thor was now certain that the other person wasn't his father's illegitimate son. If he were, he wouldn't have dropped the hammer, and there was no trace of Asgard about him. Thor was baffled. Could he really be a native of Earth? But could such a powerful being really exist on this low-level planet? Why hadn't he been discovered before? Even Heimdall hadn't seen him. Thor couldn't understand. Heimdall was the guardian of Asgard, guarding the Rainbow Bridge. His eyes could see across the 9 realms, and nothing in the 9 realms escaped his gaze. Yet, he had never heard him mention such a person. Which meant he had never seen this person. Thor frowned. The identity of Hairy Face gradually formed a mystery in his mind. After I retrieve the hammer, free myself from the restraints, and regain my divine power, I must find that hairy-faced man and ask him for the truth, Thor thought to himself. He continued to chase in the direction the hammer had flown. Meanwhile, at the location where the hammer had fallen, an armed helicopter roared over, blowing up dust on the ground below and bending the trees. Then, A rope was dropped from the helicopter, and several people came down. One of them was wearing a black suit, obviously a leader. As soon as Chen Haitian landed, he looked towards the center of the pit. There was nothing there, only a rectangular outline. And next to it was a round, stick-like outline. Chen Haitian frowned, his eyes filled with confusion. The people next to him were also surprised. What's going on? Why is there nothing here? Yeah, that meteorite created such a large crater, so something must have been left behind. Could it have been taken away beforehand? But we were fast enough, weren't we? Chen Haitian had been wondering this too, but upon hearing this, he suddenly realized something. He looked at his subordinates and said, "Go, investigate who Lao Sun is. Is he a pseudonym for someone with superpowers?" Lao Sun. The men were stunned by this. Then, a sudden realization dawned on them. On their way here, they'd seen numerous videos featuring the seven-colored meteor, many of which featured the phrase old son, am leaving. This voice had a wild, arrogant air, clearly something out of the ordinary. And it happened to appear right as the seven-colored meteor streaked across the sky. This couldn't be a coincidence, there had to be some connection. Furthermore, the absence of anything in the crater meant it was possible that this old son had taken it away beforehand. If not, then he might be involved. Upon realizing this, several subordinates immediately understood their leader's intention and expressed their understanding. Meanwhile, in Asgard, after Odin banished Thor, he fell into deep sleep. For a time, Asgard was ruled by Loki. But in reality, all of this was Loki's ruse. He had first tricked Thor into attacking the frost giants, then caused Thor to be punished by Odin, his power imprisoned, Mjolnir reclaimed, and expelled from Asgard. His goal was to eliminate Thor and establish himself as the new heir of Asgard. His scheme had succeeded. He ascended the throne, possessing the scepter symbolizing power. But to hold this position securely, my dear brother, you must die. Loki's lips curled. Thor was merely exiled, not dead. Only with his death could Loki secure his position. Let me see where you are now. Loki tapped his scepter on the ground. With a thud, the scepter projected an image. In the image, Thor was running through the woods, grimy and in a state of extreme distress. He looked anything but the Prince of Asgard. So you're in Midgard, on a lesser planet. Looks like you've run into some trouble, Loki said with a playful smile. He then slammed his scepter into the ground again. This time, a resounding humming sound echoed. As king of Asgard, Loki issued a command, Destroyer, kill him. Chapter 5 Thor was deceived. Chapter 5, Thor was tricked. 2024-08-19 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 5, Thor was tricked. Wow, the internet is full of news about this incident now, Lin Feng exclaimed as he looked at his phone. The internet was full of news about a colorful meteor streaking across the sky, and some of the live videos even showed him shouting old son, am leaving, and the sentence was also discussed by many people. Damn, that sentence happened right as the meteor streaked by. Could it be related to the meteor? Of course, it wouldn't be such a coincidence, I was there. The sound spread across a large area. This is definitely not something an ordinary person could do. So I suspect that the colorful meteor was an alien attack, or something else. And this Mr. Sun must be the hero protecting our Chinese people, who destroyed the aliens. That's possible. Come on, what can a single sound really prove? Don't believe rumors, don't spread them. That's right, rumors stop with the wise. Lin Feng looked at the online comments and smiled. Discuss it all you want. When the image of Sun Wukong truly appears before you, you'll know. When that time comes, there will undoubtedly be a wave of shock. After all, this is something beyond imagination. Meanwhile, Thor arrived in another city. He'd originally been running in the direction the hammer had been thrown, but after dodging several cars on the road and making several detours around residential areas blocking his path, he'd lost his bearings and couldn't tell which way the hammer had gone. Damn it! Which way is it going? Thor frantically circled like an ant on a hot pan, but he still couldn't tell. Forget it, let's ask a human. Thor hadn't wanted to ask a human, but there was no other way. He saw delivery boy and quickly approached him, grabbing him and asking, "Excuse me, did you see a hammer flying through the sky?" No, ask someone else." The delivery boy waved his hand away without even hearing the words, and hurried away. Thor watched him walk away, helpless, so he had to ask someone else again. "Excuse me, did you see a hammer flying through the sky?" This time, he asked a woman. But the woman looked at Thor, frowned, and wondered, what's wrong with this foreign guy? What kind of pickup line is this? A Western one? Immediately, she said coldly, I didn't see it. Then she walked away without even saying a word. Thor frowned. Aren't the humans on Earth too cold? Even if we as guardians didn't see it, we wouldn't talk like that, right? But finding the hammer was more important, so Thor didn't think too much about it and looked around again. Finally, he found a well-dressed young man standing on the side of the road. This guy is well-dressed, he should be more polite. Immediately, he quickly stepped forward and asked, Excuse me, did you see a hammer flying through the sky? Hammer? Flying through the sky? The young man blinked and thought, could this foreigner be a psychopath? However, looking at his clear and somewhat anxious eyes, he didn't look like a psychopath. The young man thought about it. Then, he gave up thinking. Never mind. Since this foreigner's looking for something, let's just lure him in first. He's a foreigner, I'll make some money. With that thought, the young man's face immediately changed into a smile. Hammer? Yes. Come with me. With that, the young man in the suit pulled Thor into the shop and called out, VIP. Please come to a private room. Thor didn't think much of it when he heard the man mention seeing a hammer, and hurriedly followed him inside. However, he didn't know that the sign outside the shop read Romantic Foot Massage City. Thor had to admit, his lack of education had cost him the day. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Thor's 4 friends were arguing. Our best friend has been exiled, Loki has usurped the throne, and is attempting to start a war with the frost giants. And yet you managed to devour 4 boars, 6 pheasants, half an ox, and 2 barrels of beer. Shame on you. Don't you care about Thor's safety or the impending war in Asgard? He angrily overturned one of the men's plates. With a loud thud, the food scatters across the floor. The man whose plate had been knocked over immediately stood up, angrily barking, Don't mistake my good appetite for indifference, you. Seeing the 2 men about to fight, Sif quickly shouted, Enough. Then, she and another man separated the 2 men from each other. Sif glared at them both and said, We should go find Thor instead of just sitting here fuming and bickering. These words startled the 2 men. Loki is king now, and Thor has been exiled. He's no longer a prince of Asgard. What we're doing is treason, but we can't care less now. The king is asleep. If Loki is allowed to start a war, Asgard and Jotunheim will inevitably suffer massive casualties. We must prevent this from happening, Sif said firmly. The 2 arguing men sank into silence. The other man hushed and lowered his voice, Keep your voice down. Don't let Heimdall know. Heimdall possessed eyes that could see all 9 realms. However, the fact that he had warned Sif meant that he also supported the search for Thor. The 2 arguing men pondered for a moment before making up their minds and deciding to retrieve Thor. Thor was led into a private room. The waiter who led the way smiled and said, Please sit down and wait a moment. Thor was puzzled as to why he had been brought into the room. But then he realized that perhaps the person who knew about the situation was busy and that he needed to wait for him. Without further thought, he found a seat and sat down. A moment later, a male technician pushed open the door, carrying a wooden bucket. Hello, Technician 666 is here to serve you. Thor was puzzled, confused by what he meant. But then he thought, could he be someone in the know? Just as Thor was wondering, Technician 666 had already helped Thor remove his shoes and socks. But he immediately smelled something. Boss, your feet smell quite strong. With that, he placed Thor's feet in the wooden bucket. Suddenly, Thor felt a sense of relaxation. A look of comfort crossed Thor's face. He had already traveled a long way and was already exhausted, his feet sore. Now, after soaking, he felt his feet melt, and a sense of comfort spread from his feet all the way up his spine to the top of his head. But then he remembered something, straightened his back, and asked Technician 666, Do you know where the hammer is, Hammer? The technician was stunned. Immediately, he realized what was going on and said, Oh, yes. Boss, don't worry, just wait a moment. Hearing the wait, Thor felt a little anxious, but there was nothing he could do but wait. After soaking for a while, the technician took Thor's foot out and wiped it dry. Then, after applying essential oil to his hands, he began to massage Thor's right foot. Thor immediately felt a comfort he had never experienced since birth, spreading from the sole of his foot throughout his body. This feels so good, Thor thought to himself. His body completely relaxed at that moment, even closing his eyes. Under Technician number 666's manipulation, He gradually became completely intoxicated, completely lost in thought. Meanwhile, outside the Red Romantic Foot Spa, 4 foreigners dressed in strange clothes, resembling those of the Western Middle Ages, approached. They were none other than Sif and the other 4. Chapter 6, Wash Your Feet, Everyone, Come in and Wash Your Feet. Chapter 6, Wash Your Feet, Everyone, Get in and Wash Your Feet, 2024-08-19 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 6, Wash Your Feet, Everyone, Get in and Wash Your Feet. The 4 people's attire drew the curiosity of passers-by. What's with those 4 foreigners? They're probably cosplaying. Mom, what's that, baby? They're not normal people. Sif and the other 3 carefully observed their surroundings. Earth belonged to the atrium and was a low-level planet, so they had never been here before and didn't know if it was dangerous. However, it was always wise to be cautious. Sif and the other 3 stopped in front of the Red Romantic Foot Bathing City. Sif said, Heimdall said Thor is inside. The other 3 didn't say anything, but they also looked at the building before them. For some reason, Heimdall had turned a blind eye and allowed them to use the Rainbow Bridge to reach Earth, and even told them Thor's location. For now, let's just assume he also wanted to find Thor and bring him back, Sif and the other 3 thought. Sif immediately gathered her thoughts and looked at the young man standing at the door. She asked bluntly, Where's Thor? This young man was the waiter who had tricked Thor into a footbath earlier. He'd noticed Sif and the other 3's attire, but hadn't expected them to come, so he was a bit surprised. But hearing the question, the waiter immediately realized what was going on. Thor? Could they be talking about that silly foreigner from earlier? Were they his friends? The waiter looked Sif up and down, and the more he thought about it, the more certain it was. Then, without further ado, he stopped thinking. Since they're looking for that silly foreigner, then let's all go in for a foot bath. The waiter smiled and said, He's inside. Please follow me. Sif and the other 3 didn't think twice and followed the waiter inside. The waiter happily called out to the front desk, 4 more distinguished guests. Sif and the other 3 were led to Thor's private room. Thor lay prone, his upper body naked, his skin as slippery as if greased with oil. Another man, holding a wooden hammer, was repeatedly tapping Thor's back, making a click-click sound. Thor occasionally made pleasant noises, looking completely at ease, which made the 4 people wonder if they had opened the door the wrong way. Although they didn't know what Thor was doing, they could tell he seemed quite comfortable. They were relieved to be safe. However, the situation in Asgard was critical. Sif stepped forward and said, Thor. Thor turned around and saw Sif and the others. His eyes lit up and he asked in surprise, Why are you here? Then, a thought struck him. He beckoned, Come on, come try it all. The humans here have a magic that relaxes you. Thor wanted to share his goodness with his 4 friends, so they could relax too. But Sif wasn't in the mood. She frowned and said, Something's happened in Asgard. Thor's pupils shrank at this. Although exiled, he still yearned for Asgard and longed to reclaim the hammer and return. Thor's enjoyment instantly faded, and he asked seriously, What happened? Loki wants to start a war against the frost giants. How could that be? Thor was surprised. Where's my father? After banishing you, the king fell into deep sleep, and now Loki is king of Asgard, another friend said. This was a shocking blow to Thor, his head buzzing. His father fell into a deep sleep? Why would that be? Now Loki is king of Asgard, and he wants to start a war? Thor was unsettled. After being banished to Earth by Odin, he had come to his senses. He had likely fallen prey to Loki's scheme to lead his friends to attack the frost giants. Now it seemed that this was confirmed. Loki had been eyeing the throne of Asgard from the beginning. But as the eldest son, he couldn't inherit the throne, so he orchestrated all this. No. We have to stop him. But how? Thor was terrified, his mind a mess. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Oh, Mjolnir. Thor remembered his hammer. Only by retrieving it could he return to Asgard and stop Loki. He quickly glanced at Technician 666, standing by, and eagerly asked, Where's my hammer? What? Technician 666 had overheard their entire conversation, but he didn't understand a word. Asgard, Loki? Aren't those things from Norse mythology? But then, a second later, he realized. Were these actors rehearsing their lines? These foreigners were really good at rehearsing lines. But he wasn't going to play along. Besides, he didn't know what to say. Isn't the hammer right here? The technician waved a small wooden hammer in his hand. Upon seeing this, Thor realized he'd been tricked. He angrily declared, "That's not the hammer I'm looking for." He leaped out of bed, shoes off, and shouted to Sif and the other three, "Let's go and retrieve Mjolnir." Sif and the other three were startled. "Mjolnir is on Earth too?" "Yes," Thor said. "Father banished me to Earth and threw Mjolnir here too." Sif and the other three immediately understood Odin's intentions. Perhaps he wasn't abandoning Thor, but rather wanted to punish him, to teach him the lesson. Thor and the other three ran out. Technician 666 was stunned by this, then quickly realized what was happening. He ran out and shouted to Thor and the other three, who had already reached the lobby, "Stop them. They're trying to clean up the tyrant's feet." These words startled the waiter and security guard downstairs. Crap, clean up the tyrant's feet in broad daylight. They quickly rushed forward and stopped Thor and the other three. Worried about the situation in Asgard, Thor immediately shouted, "What are you doing? Get out of the way. I'm the Prince of Asgard, Odin's eldest son. How dare you stop me?" "What nonsense," the lobby manager shouted angrily. "You want to clean up the tyrant's feet? Come on, beat them up, and then call the police." "Yes," his men replied. But just then, there was a sudden, loud bang, and a blast of air rushed over, instantly sending the lobby manager and his men flying. Thor and his four companions were also caught in the blow, flying backwards and hitting the wall. The scene was in chaos. The gate was shattered, and there were shattered glass and rubble everywhere. The crystal chandelier fell to the ground, sending dust billowing. Thor, deprived of his divine powers, was now only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. He was dazed and struggled to his feet, his ears filled with a roaring sound. He shook his head, trying to regain consciousness, but saw a dozen giants made of black steel standing outside. Destroyer, Thor's pupils shrank. Chapter 7 The Destroyer Attacks Thor. Chapter 7, The Destroyer Attacks Thor, 2024-08-19 Author, Good Monster Chapter 7, The Destroyer Attacks Thor. 1 minute ago. Oh my god, look up in the sky. What's that? Another meteor. What's going on today? Why so many meteors? What meteors? How can there be so many meteors? They might be aliens. Are aliens going to invade Earth? Judging from the current situation, it's very possible. Huh? Then what should we do? Lin Feng was also standing at the window. Listening to the worried voices, he looked up at the distant sky, where 18 brilliant meteors appeared. That must be the destroyer sent by Loki to kill Thor, right? Lin Feng asked. In the movie, Loki sent one destroyer to kill Thor. However, his time travel had triggered a butterfly effect. Even the crash site of Thor and Mjolnir had changed, landing in China. So it's no surprise that Loki sent more destroyers. The time has come for me to take action, Lin Feng said excitedly. He was obsessed with completing his heroic mission. Destroyer, Thor's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe the iron giant before him had appeared. Sif and the other three struggled to their feet. They were Asgardians, their divine powers unrestricted, and therefore in far better condition than Thor. As for the lobby manager and the others, they were all unconscious. Destroyer, Sif and the other three, upon seeing the situation outside, were horrified and shaken. How could so many destroyers have arrived on Earth? I don't know, Loki. Suddenly, Sif's face lit up with shock. Only the king can activate the destroyer. Loki must have used the king's scepter to activate it. Sif looked at Thor, her face filled with anxiety. Thor, this is Loki who sent you. He wants to kill you. Your presence threatens his throne, and only by killing you can he maintain his position securely. Thor's heart trembled, and he instantly realized what was happening. Although he didn't want to admit it, the current situation showed that Sif was right. Damn it, Loki is completely mad. What should we do now? Sif's face was filled with anxiety. With so many destroyers, they simply couldn't handle them. But there was no other way now. Even if they couldn't, they had to deal with them. With this thought in mind, she addressed Thor again. Thor, run. The four of us will cover your retreat. The other three immediately understood Sif's intention. But none of them objected, acquiescing to the decision. Loki had gone mad, and Thor was the only one who could stop him. But Thor immediately objected. No, you're no match for the destroyers, especially with so many of them. The destroyers were Asgard's weapons of war, incredibly powerful, and solely under the king's command. Thor knew Sif and the other three were no match for the destroyers, and he didn't want to send them to their deaths. There's nothing we can do, Sif said with a firm gaze. For Asgard, you must survive and find Mjolnir. With that, she summoned her weapons and charged forward. The other three also summoned their weapons and rushed forward with shouts. Come back! Come back quickly, Thor shouted anxiously. But Sif and the other three didn't listen to him at all. They attacked one of the destroyers head-on and engaged in a fight. The humans around them had already taken cover after the explosion. Meanwhile, Director Chen Haitian of the Chinese National Security Department was on his way with his troops. Chen Haitian sat in the car, looking at the tablet in his hand, which was playing a video. In the video, more than a dozen colorful rainbows fell from the sky, and then transformed into more than a dozen steel giants after landing on the ground. Then, one of them launched a beam attack at a shop called Red Romantic Footpath City. With a boom, the storefront was blown open, and smoke and dust billowed. Passers-by were screaming and running away all around. The scene was full of panic and chaos. Each of these 18 iron giants looked identical, at least 3 or 4 meters tall. They seemed almost spiritual, even possessing a sense of being somewhere between living and mechanical. In short, they didn't resemble earthly technology. Even Tony Stark couldn't create such an iron giant. But why were they attacking the foot massage parlor? Was it an illegal place? That couldn't be right. Even if it wasn't, there was no need for aliens to deploy alien technology to deal with it. Chen Haitian frowned, puzzled. But that wasn't the point. They were almost at the point where the iron giants had appeared. They couldn't just ignore them, or the citizens would be in danger. Bang, 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 after a fierce exchange, Sif and the other 4 were sent flying. Damn it, Thor, observing this, was distraught. He didn't choose to flee. There was no way he could abandon his friends and escape on his own under these circumstances. Asgard. Loki and the Destroyer shared a view. Loki witnessed this scene and sneered, "You're overestimating your own abilities." Loki had only activated 1 destroyer to fight them, not all 18. If he had, he would have instantly killed them. Destroyer, kill those 4, Loki ordered again. Sif and the other 4 wanted to help Thor, they couldn't be spared. The destroyer, engaged in battle with Sif and the other 4, received the order and advanced toward Sif. But just then, a voice boomed through a megaphone, "Iron giants ahead, we are Chinese soldiers. You are surrounded. Surrender now, or we will take action." Chen Haitian arrived with his troops, shouting through a megaphone. The citizens hiding in the building heard the call and saw the military arrival, filled with joy. They were saved. The destroyer stopped, turned, and looked at Chen Haitian. Then, a fiery red light appeared on its chest. With a roar, a fiery red beam shot out from its face, striking the ground and streaking towards Chen Haitian and the others. Feeling the scorching air rushing towards him, Chen Haitian's face paled. Without a second thought, he quickly shoved his assistant aside and dove to the ground. With a roar, a streak of light streaked across the ground, slamming into the car and exploding it. Flaming car parts flew everywhere, and many soldiers were caught in the shockwaves of the explosion, while others were slammed into the burning gasoline and car parts. There were screams and flames. Just this one blow had cost them many casualties. Damn it, Chen Haitian gritted his teeth at the sight. They'd launched an attack without a word. Are they invading? He immediately rose from the ground and shouted into his walkie-talkie, "Attack! Kill them! Kill them!" With that, soldiers appeared from all directions, firing assault rifles at the 18 steel giants. Some even attacked with rocket launchers. Dang, 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 but the bullets hit the destroyer, making only a clanging sound, without any effect at all. Not even leaving a scratch. And the rockets fired from the bazooka bombarded the destroyer, except for making it retreat half a step and exploding into a ball of fire and smoke, with no other effect. Chapter 8 Lin Feng arrives as Sun Wukong. Chapter 8 Lin Feng pretends to be Sun Wukong and attacks. 2024-08-19 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 8 Lin Feng pretends to be Sun Wukong and attacks. But Sif and the others were stunned. They didn't expect that there would be such a long-range attack method on this low-level planet. However, it is useless and can't cause any damage to the destroyer. This is Asgard's war weapon, extremely powerful. The citizens who were hiding were also dumbfounded when they saw this. They didn't expect that these steel giants would not be hurt at all under such an attack by the military. Damn, what metal are these iron lumps made of? Chen Haitian said anxiously. Do we need to mobilize heavy firepower weapons? But will there be enough time for evacuation? Bringing in heavy firepower weapons means that a large-scale evacuation of citizens will be carried out. But now there is not enough time and manpower. Loki and the destroyer share the same vision. Seeing the current situation, his face was filled with silence. He snorted coldly, "Humble Earth ants, dare you dare challenge a god? Destroyers, kill them all." Bang! The scepter slammed heavily into the ground, emitting a deep, humming sound. Enraged by the Earthling's use of force, Loki activated all 18 destroyers, intending to kill every Earthling present. But a fiery red light appeared where the destroyers' eyes would be. Immediately, they collectively moved, bearing the barrage of bullets and rockets, charging in all directions. Then, a fiery red light began to appear on their chests, and a glow began to fill their faces. Seeing this, Chen Haitian's pupils constricted, recalling the moment before the destroyer's attack. He quickly picked up the intercom and shouted, "Stop the attack! Find cover! They're about to launch a beam attack." "What?" The soldiers were startled. They had all seen the beam blast the car. "That's quite powerful." For a moment, all the soldiers panicked, shouting retreat and searching for cover. The scene resembled the frail creatures fleeing for their lives in the face of a natural disaster. But just then, a wild and unruly voice echoed from the sky, "Hey! Where did you come from, monster? How dare you run wild here? Don't harm anyone. Take this blow from me, old son." A fiery red light swooped down. Chen Haitian, strategically dodging, was startled by the sight, then reacted. "Old son? It's him. Why is he here?" Hearing old son, Chen Haitian remembered the cry, "Old son, am leaving." This newcomer must be the owner of that voice. Thor also heard this, and as he looked at the fiery red light swooping down from the sky, he recognized it as the hairy-faced monster he had encountered. But Sif and the others were puzzled by the scene. Suddenly, a fiery red light transformed into a domineering figure. It swooped down at a destroyer and swung an iron rod. With a clang, it struck the destroyer like a baseball bat, sending it flying. With a thud, it embedded itself into the wall. "Huh? This doesn't feel like flesh and blood." Lin Feng knew the other person was a destroyer, not a living being. But he was playing the role of Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong didn't know this, so he had to pretend he didn't. But seeing the person appear like this, and sending the destroyer flying with a single blow of his rod, Chen Haitian was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes, and his worldview collapsed. Someone could actually transform into light. How could they do that? Sif and the others were also stunned, as if they had witnessed something incredible. Who is this person? He had actually sent the destroyer flying with a single rod. Could such a powerful being exist on this low-level planet? Thor was also deeply shocked. However, he reconsidered. The fact that the other party could lift Mjolnir, even though his father had placed a barrier on it, proved to be quite powerful. Although I don't know the identity of this hairy-faced man, judging by his attack on the destroyer, I can rule out him being sent by Loki. But can he handle 18 destroyers? Thor didn't know the man's strength. But he knew the destroyer, it was an extremely powerful weapon. Right now, this hairy-faced man might be able to handle one destroyer, but if he faced 18, he would surely be defeated. Asgard. Seeing this, Loki was completely bewildered. Who is this hairy-faced man? He had never seen anyone like him around Thor, so this person couldn't be Thor's friend. Either he was a native of Earth, or not. But Earth was a low-level planet, and such a powerful being couldn't possibly exist, so it had to be the latter. Then, without further consideration, Loki concluded, no matter who this person was, anyone who aided Thor must die. With 18 destroyers in hand, anyone who stood in my way would die, Loki sneered. He was completely confident that he could defeat Lin Feng. Destroyer, attack. Boom, the destroyer, embedded in the wall, struggled out, seemingly unharmed. However, the spot where Lin Feng's club had struck him was dented. "Huh?" Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise. "You monster, you took my club, and you're still standing." Lin Feng had come here to complete a heroic mission, and to showcase the image of Sun Wukong to the public, officially beginning to promote Chinese mythology. The destroyer regained his footing, a fiery red glow emanating from his chest, and his face began to glow. Seeing this, Lin Feng exclaimed in delight, "You didn't take that one blow just now, so let's try taking Grandpa Sun's club again." "Ah!" Lin Feng roared, leaping over 10 meters high. He then clenched his golden cudgel and hurled it at the destroyer. The destroyer, in turn, unleashed a burst of light, blasting towards Lin Feng. Bang! Boom boom boom, the golden cudgel collided with the light with a deafening roar. However, The light didn't slow the club's descent. Lin Feng was unstoppable. The golden cudgel, with its immense force, smashed against the light and hit the destroyer's head. With a loud bang, the ground collapsed, forming a cracked crater. The destroyer was smashed into a pile of scrap metal, embedded in the center of the crater. No longer shining, it had become a dead object. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Chen Haitian couldn't believe his eyes. Thor and the others were even more so. They knew the power of the destroyer. It was a weapon of war from the divine realm of Asgard, but now it had been destroyed by a single blow from a hairy-faced weirdo. Where did this person come from? Such a powerful being shouldn't exist on this low-level planet. Could it be that he was from Zeus's side? Thor and the others became increasingly curious about Lin Feng's background. Bang! 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 Lin Feng used his golden cudgel to poke the destroyer, which had become scrap metal, and exclaimed in surprise, how bizarre. This thing isn't flesh and blood, it doesn't even have a soul. Yet, it possesses a spirit. What a marvel, what a marvel. Asgard. Loki couldn't believe his eyes when he saw this scene. Chapter 9 17 Destroyers attack Lin Feng. Chapter 9 17 Destroyers attack Lin Feng, 2024-08-19 Author, Good Monster Chapter 9 17 Destroyers attack Lin Feng. Loki had just shared a view with a destroyer that had been reduced to scrap metal. So when Lin Feng's golden cudgel came crashing down, he felt it most directly, as if it were about to hide him. Moreover, he felt an overwhelming sense of power. In that instant, his hair stood on end, his scalp tingled, and a cold sweat broke out. Who is this man? Loki frowned. But then, without further thought, he regained his indifferent demeanor. Whoever helps Thor will die. Destroyer, kill him, bang! Loki slammed his scepter heavily onto the smooth floor tiles, a heavy sound echoing. He urged the remaining 17 destroyers to attack together. A single destroyer could easily deal with Thor, who had lost all his divine power and Mjolnir. However, Loki, wanting to avoid any mistakes or accidents, dispatched 18 destroyers. Unexpectedly, all 18 would eventually be used. Under the onslaught of so many destroyers, that hairy-faced creature would surely perish. But a dense humming sound echoed, and the remaining 17 destroyers' eyes flashed red before collectively charging towards Lin Feng. Not good. Chen Haitian, who had strategically returned, saw this scene, and his expression changed drastically. One iron giant could defeat him, but how could 17 iron giants attack him all at once? Chen Haitian felt extremely uneasy. If this old sun was defeated, the entire city would likely fall. Thor and the others' pupils shrank, their hearts trembling with fear. The destroyers were incredibly powerful. Once, Odin dispatched just 6 destroyers and easily wiped out a notorious interstellar bandit group. Now, with these 17 attacking together, this old sun would undoubtedly be defeated. What should they do? Just as they were worried, 17 destroyers rushed toward Lin Feng and launched their attack. Lin Feng watched as the 17 destroyers flew towards him, blocking his path. He laughed wildly, ha ha ha, all of you, huh? Then I'll show you Grandpa's son skills, Lin Feng roared, the concrete floor shattering as he launched himself outward like a cannonball. Holding his golden cudgel, he engaged the 17 destroyers. Dang, 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 ha! The 17 destroyers and Lin Feng engaged in a fierce back and forth, a fierce battle, the clash of swords unceasing. Everyone present was stunned by this scene. The battle was truly breathtaking. One man alone took on 17 destroyers. Thor and his companions were especially impressed. They had fought many battles before, but nothing like this had ever struck them. The enemy wasn't anything else but a powerful weapon of war, the destroyer. Furthermore, this old sun fought with ease, not once failing to gain the upper hand. However, this was also largely due to his swiftness. He could accurately block every destroyer's punch, kick, or beam attack, then swiftly attack the destroyer. Hit by his iron rod often left a large dent. Those present had a new appreciation for old sun's strength. At this moment, surrounded by 17 destroyers, Lin Feng roared, a fiery red light erupting from his body. He then unleashed a sweeping blow with his golden cudgel, creating a fiery red whirlwind centered around him. Bang, 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 the destroyers in all directions were swept back by the golden cudgel, slamming into the surrounding walls. Lin Feng was left with no more destroyers. Hiss! Seeing this, Chen Haitian, Thor, and the others gasped, their faces filled with astonishment. Ho ha ho ha! Lin Feng, holding his golden cudgel, laughed uninhibitedly. You monsters, get up and fight again. Asgard. Loki was also horrified by the scene. He hadn't expected this hairy-faced monster's strength to surpass his imagination. However, in the face of sheer strength, everything was predetermined. Bang! Loki pounded his scepter into the ground, a deep, humming sound emanating. Destroyers, unleash your death ray together and kill this hairy-faced monster. Boom, boom, boom. 17 destroyers emerged from the wall simultaneously. Some had broken arms, lame legs, collapsed shoulders, or had a bruised head. However, they were still able to move. They stood firm and, in unison, charged towards Lin Feng. A fiery red light began to emanate from their chests, and their faces also began to glow. It was obvious that they were about to unleash their ray. Oh no, Chen Haitian, Thor, and the others' faces changed drastically. They all knew the power of this ray. With so many destroyers unleashing their ray together, Old Sun would surely die. Seeing this, Lin Feng realized what they were about to do. Yet, he showed no fear. Instead, he extended his hand and beckoned. Come on. Chen Haitian's scalp tingled at the sight. He realized that Old Sun might not be aware of the power of this beam. Remembering how it had cracked the ground and shattered a 3 or 4 ton military vehicle with a single strike, his face paled. He immediately, regardless of the danger, ran from the safe zone and shouted to Lin Feng, Old Sun, run. This beam is powerful, but he was still a step too late. As soon as he finished speaking, a rumbling sound echoed as 17 destroyers simultaneously unleashed death rays towards Lin Feng's position. Bang! 17 death rays converged and collided. In an instant, a deafening roar echoed throughout the world, accompanied by a terrifying wave of scorching heat that shattered the glass in nearby buildings, sending glass crashing down. Chen Haitian, Thor, and several other soldiers were caught in the blast and sent flying backwards, only to fall back after colliding with objects. Parked cars were flipped and moved sideways. This force was terrifying. Woo, 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 the car alarms blared incessantly. Chen Haitian's back ached, his skin flushed from the scorching air, but thankfully, he wasn't burned. He struggled to his feet, but his ears were filled with a buzzing sound. His head and face were covered in dust, and he looked utterly disheveled. He shook his head, forcing himself to wake up, but it was no use, his mind remained hazy. He glanced around again, his heart sinking. So horrific. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he glanced towards Lin Feng's location. But there was no one there, and his heart sank. It's over. Old Sun is defeated. Not even a body left. Chen Haitian had considered Old Sun the superhero who had saved them. But now that the superhero had perished, what was he to do? Did he really need to bring in heavy weaponry? But what about this city? What about its citizens? Chen Haitian felt helpless for a moment, thinking, if China had gods like Western countries, he could ask for their help. But China doesn't have gods. Thor and his companions also struggled to get up from the ground. Seeing the tragedy around them, they were also shocked. Immediately, they looked towards where Lin Feng was, but there was no one there, not even a corpse. They were immediately panicked. Old Sun was dead, and there was not even a body left. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 10, Beat Them All Up. Beat Them All Up. Chapter 10, Smash Them All, 2024-08-19 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 10, Smash Them All. Smash them all. Ho ha ho ha, Loki, clutching his scepter, roared with laughter. The hairy-faced monster who had blocked his path was dead. Now, no one could stop him. Thor must die. And all the earthlings around here, who dare to attack a god, must die, Loki shouted fiercely. But 17 destroyers began to move in all directions. Some headed for Chen Haitian, others for Thor and his companions, clearly intent on annihilating everyone present. Not good. Chen Haitian's face trembled with panic at the sight. He immediately ordered his soldiers to prepare for a second attack. While it had no effect, it could hold them off for a while. There was no time to hesitate, they had to deploy high destructive weapons. Thor and his companions also tensed. Sif and the other three wore resolute expressions, weapons in hand, ready to sacrifice their lives in battle. The destroyer was already swooping in all directions, intent on annihilating everyone present. But just then, a defiant voice echoed from the sky, "You monsters, is this all you have?" Hearing this, the panicked Chen Haitian was startled, and without hesitation, he looked up at the sky. He saw a figure standing there. It was Lao Sun. It's him. He didn't die. Chen Haitian was ecstatic. This moment was even more exciting than when he scored over 650 on the college entrance exam. Then, he remembered something and quickly picked up the intercom and shouted, "Don't attack yet. Don't attack." Lao Sun hadn't died yet, and the battle wasn't over yet. An attack would likely hit Lao Sun. After issuing a hasty order, Chen Haitian returned his gaze to the figure in the sky. That figure, standing in the sky with a fiery red cape fluttering in the wind and carrying an iron rod, was simply stunning. Thor and the others were stunned by this scene. Old Sun wasn't dead. He was still alive. However, just as everyone was excited that Lin Feng hadn't died, Loki was enraged by this scene. Damn it, he's not dead? Did he jump into the air just in time to dodge the attack? Loki thought to himself. But then, he didn't think much about it. Since I missed, let's try again. Loki immediately activated the destroyer and continued his attack on Lin Feng. But the destroyer suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked up at Lin Feng in the sky. Lin Feng had indeed dodged the destroyer's beam by evading it. But it wouldn't have been a problem if he hadn't dodged. Although he only had 10% of Sun Wukong's power, Sun Wukong was a being that couldn't even be refined in the 8 trigrams furnace. How could the destroyer's beam harm him? Seeing this, Lin Feng dismissively said, "You monsters, it's your grandfather's son's turn to take action." Bang! Lin Feng swooped down swiftly, his speed so fast it caused a sonic boom. Raising his golden cudgel, he smashed it hard on the head of one of the destroyers. With a loud bang, the ground collapsed, creating a cracked crater. The destroyer had been reduced to a pile of scrap metal, embedded in the center of the crater. Lin Feng swiftly transformed into a fiery red light and charged towards another destroyer. Then, revealing his true form, he also raised his golden cudgel and, with immense force, smashed it hard on the head. Bang! The ground collapsed, creating a crack. This destroyer, too, transformed into an irregular discus. Embedded in the center of the cracked crater, Lin Feng transformed into another ball of fiery red light and charged towards another destroyer. When he reached it, he revealed his true form and brought down his cudgel, smashing it into a discus. Then the fourth, the fifth, the sixth. Seeing Lin Feng physically crush the iron giant with such brutal force, Chen Haitian was in shock. He had never imagined this old Sun possessed such strength. He had assumed old Sun would lose from the start. Hiss! Chen Haitian gasped, coming back to his senses. Seeing Lin Feng crush the destroyer with such ferocity filled him with excitement and inspiration. He wished he had the same strength, to crush an entire iron giant with a single blow. It was simply too impressive. But unfortunately, he didn't have such ability. This kind of strength is incredible. If Chinese mythology existed, wouldn't the gods in those stories be depicted in this way? Seeing Lin Feng, dressed in ancient attire, transform into a streak of fiery red light and charge towards a destroyer, then revealing his true form, he brought his club down with a resounding roar, crushing the iron giant into a discus, embedding it in the pit. Chen Haitian pondered this inwardly. Little did he know, this time, his guess was correct. Thor and the others were also deeply shocked. They had never imagined that one day, the destroyers would be destroyed in this way. Asgard. Loki was completely stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. The destroyers were being crushed one by the hairy-faced monster's iron rod. Damn it, Loki was furious. He knew he had underestimated the hairy-faced monster's strength. Where did he come from? How could he be so powerful? Loki was once again curious about the hairy-faced monster's origins. And at this moment, his murderous intent towards the hairy-faced monster was even greater than Thor's. He had sent these 18 destroyers to kill Thor, but now they had all been destroyed by Lin Feng. It was like a Chang Yaojin suddenly appeared and ruined his plan. Bang! A loud noise sounded. The ground collapsed, forming a cracked crater. A irregular discus appeared in the center of the crater. This was the last destroyer. With this, all 18 destroyers had been destroyed by Lin Feng. And each one had been violently smashed into discus. Lin Feng landed on the ground, hefting the golden cudgel onto his shoulder, and gazed at the irregular discus in the pit. After destroying these destroyers, I should be able to complete the hero mission, right? Lin Feng thought to himself. Sure enough, a system notification chimed in his ears. Ling. Congratulations, Master, on completing the hero mission. Shock points reward being calculated. Calculation completed. Congratulations, Master, on receiving 5,000 shock points. 5,000 points? That's a lot. Lin Feng was delighted. Shock points can be used to purchase character cards, so the more the better. Then, unlocking character cards for countless gods and Buddhas, showcasing all the myths and legends of China. Wouldn't that be awesome? The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more excited he became. Also, after I finish this role-playing, there will be role-playing points calculated. I wonder how many role-playing points I can earn after a battle, Lin Feng added. Role-playing points can be used to upgrade role-playing privileges and gain stronger character abilities, so the more the better. Chen Haitian, seeing the battle over, breathed a sigh of relief. The city had been saved. Immediately, he turned to Lin Feng. If Old Sun hadn't shown up this time, the consequences would have been disastrous. But who exactly is he? How could he possess such incredible power? Chen Haitian hesitated, then walked towards Lin Feng. He intended to inquire about his identity. Since he was helping them, he wasn't a bad person, he needed to learn more. However, facing such an unknown and powerful being, one must show the utmost respect. Chapter 11 Odin wakes up and Loki is frightened. Chapter 11 Odin wakes up, and Loki is frightened. 2024-08-19 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 11 Odin wakes up, and Loki is frightened. Chen Haitian walked behind Lin Feng and said respectfully, Mr. Son. Lin Feng turned around with a golden hoop on his shoulder, looked up and down at Chen Haitian, and guessed that he should be the leader of a certain department. However, he is now playing the role of Sun Wukong, so he has to speak from the perspective of Sun Wukong. He smiled and said, Young man, these monsters have been killed, there is no need to be afraid. Hearing this, Chen Haitian was completely sure that the other party was here to rescue them. But why is the way he spoke a little weird? It seems like there is a different emotion in it. And why does he call me young man? Chen Haitian was a little confused. However, he didn't dwell on it and said respectfully again, Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Sun, for coming to rescue us. May I ask what your full name is, Mr. Sun? Mr. Sun? What kind of strange title is that? My name is Sun Wukong, and my title is, the Great Sage Equaling Heaven. Lin Feng pounded his golden cudgel into the ground with a thud. The Great Sage Equaling Heaven. Chen Haitian was startled. Although he had never heard of him, he seemed incredibly overbearing. Then, Great Sage Equaling Heaven, Sun Wukong, where do you live? Chen Haitian wanted to inquire. Home, Lin Feng thought for a moment, then suddenly became melancholy. He gazed into the distance and said, Time has passed, the world has changed. It's better not to mention it. These words left Chen Haitian bewildered. What did he mean? But seeing Lin Feng's melancholy expression, he thought for a moment and decided not to ask further. Perhaps there was a reason he didn't want to talk about. Just as Chen Haitian was figuring things out, Lin Feng looked at him again and said, Young man, the monster has been slain. I should be leaving now. See you later. With that, he leaped straight ahead, transforming into a streak of fiery red light and soaring away at breakneck speed. Soon, he was out of sight. Chen Haitian watched, stunned. As Lin Feng flew away, he had sensed a mysterious power emanating from him. It had deeply moved him, and he couldn't help but imagine how wonderful it would be if he too possessed such power, the ability to fly and burrow into the earth. However, he had actually wanted to invite Lin Feng to join the nation. With such power, joining would be truly wonderful. But before he could even think of saying it, Lin Feng had flown away. Forget it. If we have another chance to meet, we'll bring it up then, Chen Haitian said. He then turned to look at Thor and the others. After a moment's thought, he stepped over. Thor, Sif, and the other four had gathered together. The five of them were still shaken by the battle. Then, seeing a human from Earth approach, they all grew wary. Chen Haitian walked up to them, raised his hand in a salute, and then, with a businesslike demeanor completely different from his earlier approach to Lin Feng, said, Those steel giants were coming for you five, weren't they? Upon arriving at the scene, Chen Haitian saw only Thor and his four companions were present. Furthermore, Sif and the other four were dressed strangely, which made him wonder if they were coming for them. After all, aliens wouldn't use alien technology to attack a foot massage parlor. It was simply too abstract. Yes, Thor nodded truthfully. Hearing this, Chen Haitian confirmed his suspicions and said, "Your identities are questionable. Please come with us for investigation." Thor initially wanted to refuse, as he still had to search from Mjolnir and return to Asgard to confront Loki. But turning back, he saw that Sif and the other 4 were injured, so he agreed. He then asked you if he could help treat several of his friends who were injured. Of course, Chen Haitian nodded, then picked up the intercom and gave the order. After everything was settled, his cell phone suddenly rang. Chen Haitian pulled out his phone, but upon seeing the caller ID, his expression immediately tensed. He answered without hesitation. "Hello, this is Chen Haitian. Director Chen, SHIELD has sent a notification saying that a terrorist group has stolen an important item and is smuggling it into Aodu, China. Is that true?" Chen Haitian's face was startled. "Yes," the other party continued. "According to them, this item is extremely dangerous. You must immediately drop what you are doing and head to Aodu to arrest this terrorist group. We must not let them commit any crimes in Aodu." "Yes," Chen Haitian replied. The call ended. Chen Haitian stared at his phone, his thoughts uncertain. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Loki sat gloomily on his throne, his scepter still clutched in his right hand. His plan to send the destroyer to kill Thor had failed, leaving him furious. Thor was his stumbling block. Only with his death could he secure his throne. "I must find another way to kill Thor, and that old son," Loki gritted his teeth. Old son had ruined his plans, he must not be spared. But at that moment, something strange happened. A terrifying will locked onto Loki. At the same time, a majestic, furious voice echoed through the palace. "Loki!" Loki's hair stood on end, his soul trembling with fear. "It's Odin." How did he awaken? Loki's face paled, his mind trembling. He had never expected Odin, already slumbering, to suddenly awaken. Loki had no time to consider. With Odin's power, he must have known of his impending war against Jotunheim and his plans to send the destroyer to kill Thor. What would happen if he caught him? Loki quickly lowered his scepter, cast a spell, and slunk into the shadows, stealing away. The moment he left, there was a rumbling sound, and a beam of colorful holy light descended upon the throne. The light dissipated, revealing Odin's aged figure. Had Loki left even a second later, he would have come face to face with Odin. Odin stared at the empty throne, his expression filled with sorrow and worry. Damn it! How did he suddenly wake up? Loki emerged from the darkness, his face filled with resentment and anger. His war plan to destroy Jotunheim was about to begin, but now that Odin had awakened, the throne had automatically returned to Odin, and he could no longer control Asgard. "No, this is not the time to be resigned," Loki frantically said. "I need to find a place to hide. If Odin catches me, it's over." He had sent the destroyer to kill Thor, and was planning a war against Jotunheim. Odin would certainly not let him off the hook. But where can the 9 realms hide? Heimdall's eyes can always see me. Loki was frantic, his composure and demeanor gone. Suddenly, he saw a rift in space beneath the Rainbow Bridge, and an idea struck him. Perhaps I can use these dimensional cracks to hide from Heimdall's eyes. He can't see what's going on inside them. These cracks hold unknown dangers, and jumping in would almost certainly mean death. But there was no other way, only a chance. After all, if Odin caught me, there would be no good outcome. Loki took a deep breath, his face a look of determination, and rushed forward. Without hesitation, he jumped, his figure submerged in the dimensional crack. Chapter 12 found the information about Sun Wukong. Chapter 12, Sun Wukong's information found, 2024-08-19 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 12, Sun Wukong's information found. News of the destroyer's arrival on Earth has spread online. So many citizens were hiding at the scene. Furthermore, citizens from other streets were filming videos with their phones and posting them online. Such videos were incredibly shocking and viral, so they quickly spread and caused a huge outcry. Even more shocking than when the Iron Man video was released in the US. Netizens saw the video show a dozen colorful rainbows descending from the sky. Upon landing, a dozen steel giants appeared. Each of these giants stood 3 or 4 meters tall. One of them then fired a beam at a shop called Red Romantic Foot Massage City. Then, 4 foreigners in strange attire appeared and engaged one of the giants, but were each defeated. The Chinese military then arrived and attacked the giants. However, the artillery fire on the giants was ineffective. Instead, the Iron Giant was enraged, ready to unleash a beam to annihilate everyone present. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the sky. "Hey! Where did you come from, monster? How dare you run wild here? Stop harming others and take a blow from me, old son." Then, a fiery red light swooped down from the sky, transforming into a figure who, swinging an iron rod, sent one of the iron giants flying. A breathtaking battle ensued. In the end, all 10 iron giants were reduced to discus shapes by Old Sun. Netizens were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. At the same time, their worldview collapsed. Fuck, is this video real? Are you sure it's not a movie? This is too shocking. It's not a movie, I guarantee it with my life. Because I have seen videos shot from different angles, it's not a movie. I saw it with my own eyes at the scene. I was so scared that I almost peed my pants, hiding in the building and dared not move. If it weren't for this old sun showing up, the people and buildings around would have been destroyed. Fuck. That was really dangerous, but where did these steel giants come from? Could they be made by Tony Stark from the United States? Impossible. The way these steel giants appeared, do you think he could have made them? And why would he do that? That's right. Use your brains upstairs, okay? Oh my god, it suddenly occurred to me, could these steel giants be alien technology? Could they be related to the previous falling colorful meteors? I think so too. And this old sun should be the same person who shouted old sun, am leaving at that time. Fuck, we thought of the same thing. Who exactly is Lao Sun? So powerful, is he an alien? For a time, the entire internet was abuzz with discussion. On Weibo, numerous trending searches for Lao Sun appeared. Lao Sun, I'm leaving. Lao Sun reveals his true form, Lao Sun's immense power. Who exactly is Lao Sun? Could he be an alien? Why does Lao Sun's clothing resemble the clothing of ancient Chinese people? Many Q&As about Lao Sun also appeared on Baidu. One of them was extremely popular. The question was, supernatural phenomena have never occurred before, so why have they been appearing one after another recently? Many people responded to this question, and one of them received a highly upvoted answer. Thinking about it, this has indeed been the case recently. Ever since Tony Stark in the United States created that Iron Man suit. We in China have experienced a colorful meteor incident. And I heard that the authorities haven't found anything at the crash site. Then there are these dozen or so steel giants with alien technology, and finally, this powerful but mysterious old sun. So, I wonder if our Earth has entered a special period? Will supernatural phenomena become more and more common? However, every disadvantage has its advantages. When bad things happen, good things will surely happen, like the appearance of old sun. So, everyone, be prepared. Perhaps what I'm talking about will come true, and we are about to usher in a supernatural era. This Q&A has sparked much reflection. Meanwhile, at Wukong University, history professor Feng Min was watching the most popular video online. He is one of the most prestigious professors in China, and has dedicated his life to exploring the mysteries of Chinese history. It's safe to say that his achievements are second to none in China. Feng Min has watched the video over and over again. Every time he sees Lin Feng appear, he becomes nervous and excited, his breathing quickening. The image of a monkey, holding an iron rod, with extraordinary magical powers. It's surreal. It's surreal, Feng Min exclaimed excitedly. In his middle age, he once traveled deep into the mountains to conduct archaeological excavations on an ancient ruin. Many books were unearthed there. Among them was a worm-eaten fragment, containing this image. Lin Feng's home. Swish, a fiery red light appeared out of nowhere, transforming into Lin Feng. Huh? Lin Feng exhaled, followed by a wave of excitement and thrill. This time, playing the Monkey King, he had a thoroughly enjoyable fight. It was so satisfying, so thrilling, and he still felt a bit unsatisfied. I wonder when the next heroic mission will appear, Lin Feng said with a smile. Then, with a thought, he ended the role play. Boom, a fiery red light flashed, and he returned to his original form. At this moment, the system notification sounded. Ling. This role play is being calculated. Calculation completed. Congratulations, Master. This role play earned a total of 920 points, so many. Lin Feng was a little surprised. The last time he played, he only earned 158 points. This time, Master fought, and with a combat bonus, he earned a lot of points. I see, Lin Feng thought about it and understood. Playing with combat is naturally very different from playing without combat, at least after using Sun Wukong's power for a long time. Master, Including the points from your last playthrough, you currently have a total of 1078 playthrough points. Do you want to deduct 1000 points to gain Sun Wukong's level 2 playthrough privilege? The system had previously reminded him that 1000 points would grant Sun Wukong level 2 playthrough privilege. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng didn't hesitate and immediately said, "Deduct, Ling." Deduction successful. You now have Sun Wukong's level 2 playthrough privilege. The next time you play Sun Wukong, you'll possess 20% of his power. Good, Lin Feng beamed. There are many powerful races in the universe, so naturally, the stronger one is, the better. System, bring up the personal dashboard, Lin Feng said. As soon as he finished speaking, a virtual dashboard appeared before his eyes. Name, Lin Feng. Character card, Sun Wukong. Level 2 playthrough privilege, Tathagata Buda. Level 1 playthrough privilege, playthrough points. Sun Wukong 78 points. Note, role-playing points cannot be used universally. A character's role-playing points can only be used for that character. Shock value, 5,990 points. Note, shock value can be used to purchase items in the store, including but not limited to mythical character cards. Chapter 13 Loki is not dead, he is in danger. Chapter 13, Loki isn't dead, he's in danger. 2024-08-19 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 13, Loki isn't dead, he's in danger. It's already nearly 6,000 shock points, and as this story unfolds and more people learn about it, the shock points are constantly increasing, Lin Feng said. The system previously stated that completing heroic missions and the buzz generated by role-playing will increase the shock points. Right now, the shock points are steadily increasing by +1. Clearly, the destruction of the destroyer is building momentum. Lin Feng smiled broadly, adding, however, there's no need to purchase other character cards for now. I still have the Tathagata Buda character card I haven't used yet. Furthermore, Sun Wukong has only just appeared to the public, and the mythology hasn't spread yet. Even if I were to roleplay another mythological figure at this point, the public wouldn't know their origins, so it wouldn't be very meaningful. So, let's wait and see. Once the mythology gradually becomes established and attracts public attention, I can then roleplay another character. This will better demonstrate the authenticity of the myth and generate more shock points. Lin Feng was playing a big game. He wanted to resurface the Chinese mythology of this world and let the public know that it was real. That way, the mythological characters he portrayed would have a story behind them, which would garner even more attention and excitement. Lin Feng thought happily. Just then, his cell phone rang. He pulled it out and saw it was a call from his good friend, Tang Yiming. Lin Feng had been in this world for quite some time, so he'd naturally become familiar with his original self's interpersonal relationships. Lin Feng answered the phone and said familiarly, "Hello, what's the matter? Fuck, brother Feng, have you seen the news online?" "What news? You didn't know yet? Where have you been? Did you just wake up?" Tang Yiming yelled. Aliens appeared in Fangling City. More than a dozen colorful light beams fell from the sky and turned into a group of steel giants. Lin Feng held the phone a little further away from his ear, and after he finished speaking, he joked, "Are you writing a novel here? Talking like that? Oh. That's not the point," Tang Yiming continued. "Let me tell you, these steel giants attacked a foot massage parlor for some unknown reason. Then a group of foreigners in strange costumes appeared and fought with the steel giants. But they failed and were all defeated. Then our Chinese military also rushed over and launched a fierce attack on the steel giants, but it was useless. They couldn't break the steel giants' defense at all. At the critical moment, a man named Lao San appeared. He killed all the steel giants with a stick." After Tang Yiming finished, Lin Feng said, "I already knew about what you're talking about." "You knew? Did you see the video online?" Tang Yiming immediately became excited. "Do you think old Sun is super handsome and super powerful?" "Yeah," Lin Feng thought to himself, "I didn't just see the video online, I am old Sun besides. You haven't seen a stronger mythical figure yet." Lin Feng also had a card for the Buddha in his hand. "Ha ha ha, great minds think alike," Tang Yiming laughed. "I'm telling you, I've made old Sun my idol. I just called my dad and told him I wanted to change my last name to Sun, but he didn't agree and even scolded me. Ugh. A pedantic old man, damn it." "Not really," Lin Feng quickly advised. He'd heard a lot of crazy fans, but this was the first time he'd seen one. "Forget it, let's not talk about this sad story. I called you to talk about this, and secondly, I found a problem with Old Sun. What problem? Many people online say Old Sun is an alien like those iron giants, but I don't think so, because he dresses like ancient Chinese people. So, I think he might have some connection to ancient China. I want you to come over, and we can look up ancient texts and see if we can find any clues about this Old Sun. Tang Yiming grew increasingly excited. If we really find any records about Old Sun, we'll be celebrities. Tang Yiming and Lin Feng are both researchers and enthusiasts of folk history. Their homes are filled with history books that could fill an entire wall. Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled and said, "Ask me about that. I know everything about Old Sun. You? Don't be ridiculous. I don't believe you. I don't even know where this Old Sun came from. How could you know?" Tang Yiming didn't believe Lin Feng at all. The scene changed. Somewhere in the universe, Loki lay on a pile of rubble. Large and small pieces of debris floated around. Loki slowly opened his eyes, only to feel a jolt of pain throughout his body. He didn't know what he'd just experienced. "I'm still alive, not dead," he muttered. He felt a sense of relief. He'd jumped off the Rainbow Bridge, yet he hadn't died. "I've survived a disaster, so maybe something good will happen to me," Loki muttered, forcing himself to sit up. But looking at his surroundings, a look of confusion crossed his face. Where's this place? Loki had no idea where he'd arrived through the time rift. But then, a dangerous aura appeared. Loki's hair stood on end, and he instantly activated his stealth spell, fading into the darkness. He moved through the shadows to another piece of rubble. Whoosh, bang! Suddenly, a streak of red light flew at high speed, piercing the spot where he'd been, halfway embedded in it. A closer look revealed a high-tech spear. Loki's figure materialized, and upon seeing this, his face darkened. If he had left even a second later, he would have been doomed there. He'd just said he'd escaped death, and now another crisis was brewing? Damn Old Sun, damn Thor, it's all your fault. Loki blamed everything on Thor and Lin Feng. With a wave of his arms, two strangely shaped daggers appeared in his hands. He looked around angrily and shouted, Who attacked me? Get out here and die." As the words fell, footsteps sounded behind him. Loki spun quickly and saw an ugly but towering alien. His expression tense, he braced himself for an attack. But suddenly, noticing the alien's attire, Loki frowned. "Chitauri, are you one of Thanos' men?" The alien, surprised by Loki's knowledge of the Chitauri, nodded and said, "Yes." Then, he noticed something was amiss with Loki. "You carry the aura of Asgard, the power of witches, and the scent of those frost giants who only hide in the cold darkness. You are very strange." "Shut up," Loki waved his arm, excitedly saying, "I am an Asgardian, I don't have the aura of a frost giant. If you say that again, I will kill you." The other party ignored Loki's outburst of emotion. He shook his head and said, "No matter who you are, trespassing into the Chitauri army without permission is a capital crime." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.